not again. Hello, welcome everybody. Let's get that where I want it. Welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. I am one of your hosts, Rebecca, and you know me, I'm happy you all are here. I can't believe it's Saturday again. I know I say that every time, but you know, you look away for a few minutes and an hour goes by. So I think we're all experiencing that. But anyway, welcome to the one and only twin solar system podcast that exists in the whole world. Like there's nobody else talking about what we are talking about. That's what makes our show so special. And also that we have Samuel Hofman that joins us every Saturday. And that is an honor and a treat combined. And yes, he is here today. We're going to be hearing about Montana and how things are going with all of that. And what else did we not cover? I think that's basically it. We're going to talk about planets, and we have so many videos to look at and pictures to share. So I cannot wait to see you guys. So let's go ahead and get things rolling and get Sam on here and see how he's doing. Hey, Sam, how are you? Welcome.
Hey, hello everybody out there. Hello, Rebecca, and those in the green room. Busy week. It is, I'm going to hit the right button here. It is 67 degrees in Lowell, Montana. It is very blue skied out. It's kind of crisp and cool, lightly cloudy. Not a great planet day quite yet, but oh my God, this week. What? Oh, what a week. Oh, what a week.
I know.
What a week.
I know. They say time flies when you're having fun. I guess we're just having fun.
Well, we have some new development in the sky, and we're going to tease you with that, a teaser. So you got to stick around for a while, people, and watch all the wonderful stuff that we've got planned for you today.
It's going to be good. Good stuff. It's actually, there's more stuff than we can even show. You know what I mean? It's just, every time I look at Facebook or TikTok, there's like, oh my gosh, more of the.
Yeah, we had some sneaky things happen that are big and important and major and anomalous and awesome, and I could go on and on.
Oh, we love it. And it's 76 in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So actually, it's way
your
cooler
weather.
than it should
You
be.
guys are going to have another nasty round. While we're right at the beginning of this, prayers for all of those folks in Kentucky and Missouri and St. Louis and everything that went through the last week that they went through, that FEMA is not going to be there for now. And so I think everybody should focus a little bit more on your local charities and the people. Now, be careful. Don't give to the big institutions like certain ones. I don't want them to come after me, so I won't mention them. But don't give it to the big ones. Give it to the locals. Make sure your money goes where it goes for the right reasons, not the wrong ones, and administrative fees and all of that. But there's going to be a lot of people hurting out there. And this week, here we go again. There's quite a few warnings for the Oklahoma area alone. And thank you for all you folks who are putting those warnings out. And again, go to, Ryan, he's a free plug for him, but go to Ryan Hall, y'all. And if you're in the central United States, from Texas, literally all the way to Minnesota and Nebraska, Kansas, etc., guys, you should have one of these newer advanced radio warning system. You can get that on Ryan Hall, y'all, merch. And I'm not trying to plug him. I'm just trying to hand you away. You can buy one of those boxes. That's very important right now. And if you're going away for the Memorial Day weekend, make sure you bring radios with you. And I wouldn't recommend it if you live anywhere in the central United States all the way up to DC, for God's sakes, but stay at home, have a good time, save the money.
This has been like, I don't know how many weeks in a row, but many weekends, especially where Tulsa is under red for tornadoes.
Oh, you are again right now as of today.
Fall, hail. Yeah, again today. It's been like that just week after week after.
And
6 or 7 weeks straight.
You're going to have an event while we're on the air today that's going to move in.
Yeah, and it happened this morning. There was strong winds came through early this morning. I slept through it, but 200,000 people are out of power right now in Oklahoma.
Yeah, well, the other day I had to put my vinyl siding back on my western wall. It tore up we had such strong winds, and that's my tree side. That was the protected side. So, And then, of course, we talked about it in the green room today. I had a bird poop event, which is just mind-boggling. I must have pissed off somebody in the cosmos. But anyway, let's get Gillian. Gillian, put the Doritos down.
Save me some.
Yeah. Hey, I
know.
brought
Well,
some Aussie cookies from Sharon, and they're in the green room. The
oh,
chocolate
yummy.
the chocolate
Yes.
brownie something or others. Anyway, the Tommy Toms or something like that.
Right.
Later.
Well, let's go ahead and get Gillian on here with us and see how things are going in Scotland. So I think she is ready. Here we go. There she is, everybody. Gillian Watson in Scotland. How are
Refreshed,
you?
relaxed.
I've not seen you all week, have I? We've like crossed paths. I know. Me too. A couple times. Yeah. Well, how is Scotland? Hot or cold, wet or dry?
It's warm. I was in the laundry for 2 days, so it was even warmer. And yeah, Ozzy says hi. He's like,
oh, baby, little Ozzy.
Feeling better, we hope.
His ear's better, but then we had to take his brother to the vet because he had to get his once a year kind of frisk over to make sure everything was all right.
Well,
yeah,
you know, when you're a pet parent or a parent, you're always poor and always tired.
Man.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I did send you that video, Gillian, so you should have it now in front of you. And it's hilarious. You'll love it.
Like I feel like I don't know how much time a day taking care of my cats, but at least a couple of hours, like feeding and picking up after them, cleaning litter box, let them in and out. Just, like a cat daycare.
Yep.
Basically.
And then there's Phil's dad.
Then they're sad.
Phil. No, Phil the cat.
Oh, Phil.
Yeah, Phil.
The kitty cat. I know, right?
Where's Phil?
Let's go ahead. Yeah, let's get Chris on here and see how Vegas is doing.
That was my feeble attempt at a segue.
We already know it's hot there, he said. So let's check on Chris.
How hot he is, but it was warm here.
Cool.
I thought I took about 3 jackets out with me this morning, thinking, right, Doc, they said it's rain, all that. Oh God, we were lucky if we got 15 drops, Well, but it must have been during the night it rained, yeah.
I'm just surprised it's still only in the 70s. It's almost June. I'm just surprised. I'm not complaining. I mean, I'm wearing a hoodie still. It's like, that's insane, but it's kind of chilly inside. Anyway, let's go ahead and get Chris on here and see if he's chilly or not. Hey, Chris.
Not chilly. No.
Well,
yeah, it's getting really hot.
Darn it.
It was about 100 degrees yesterday, so I thought we had a couple more weeks left, but it's not looking like that.
Right.
So,
do you want to copy that video to Christoper?
Yeah.
Yes,
oh, cool. Okay.
I'll jump to Facebook here and I'll let Rebecca do her thing, and meanwhile, I will send you a copy of the cat video that we're sending around to discerning adults only. Okay, here we go.
You see, I can't decide if one of the pictures I just got is like the corner of a cube. I was like,
yeah, there's been several cube captures this week.
Like this morning, like
several.
Just my corner. It's like that, literally that shape. It was
we're having cuteness in here. Yeah, okay.
I'm not in a goofy mood because I'm off tomorrow. I'm like, oh,
yay!
Nice,
right? Good, congratulations.
Yeah, you might actually see me with my eyes open to the end of the show.
Okay. Yeah, another full show. So where should we start? Let's go ahead and look at the comment section and see who all is here. Let's do that. Let's see. And Jesus will be here in a little while. I know he's going to be here because he sent me some goodies to look at. So it's going to be good.
And I sent a copy to you, Christoper.
Okay. Let's see. Who is here first in line? It's Dennis. I mean, he's in the house, everybody. Welcome.
Hi, Dennis.
Dennis. Glad you're here. He's in the UK. So that's nice. It's like, I don't know, 9 or 10 o'clock, I'm guessing, for you, Dennis.
Yeah, we saw some rather unusual events in the UK this week. Hi, Dennis. Yeah. Andy took a really interesting shot of the moon the other day, and it was weird. So, yeah, lots of... Oh, God, there's so much going on.
Cool. And now we're in Colorado with Nicole. Hello, Nicole. Good to see you.
How you doing?
Guys, continue to dazzle.
didn't look at it.
Yeah, it's like a prime, with the weather being kind of, all over the place. It's been really good here, and it is today. And it's another show day where I'm missing taking pictures, but that's okay. I'd rather be with you guys. But still, it looks awesome outside. And let's see. And here she is again, everybody. It's Nicole with her group, Skywatchers Anonymous. If you haven't joined yet, you should. That way we can hang out even more.
I took a small dive into that fake site, that fake Montana Skywatchers plural site this week.
Oh, we got another one.
No, it's still up and running, and they've got, I think, 10-11 members. 8 of them visible.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, it's still up. We figured, yeah, they're, because
How long has it been up?
Over a year.
Who has it? Do you know who has it?
Well, some guy with a fake name. I don't want to give him popularity.
I get it.
But
I didn't even know that existed.
Well, I'll give you a copy to his page. It's probably fake guy. It's of that same group from the New York. It's another one of those village offshoots of them.
Yeah.
Her, I could, but I don't want to get her too much.
They don't even got covers picture, Sam.
They'll actually get off on screwing with us. They think it's actually funny.
They have a cover picture.
That's the one. That's the one. It has an S at the end instead of Montana Skywatcher. It has an S on the end of it. That is a fake site. That is not me. I even hand them some of Christoper's videos from time to time, but somehow they vanished.
That's funny.
And I'm amazed that they still.
Again?
I'm still a member there. That's what blows me away.
Well, they should be honored.
Yeah, right? I think they actually enjoy the fact that I come in there. That way they can say derogatory things, behind my back, because I am ignoring them. But anyway, I hadn't been there in months, and I just popped in yesterday, and I looked at it and I laughed. But I figured I better mention that if you find the Montana Skywatcher with an S on it, that is not the site you want to join.
Obviously, there's only 10 people there, so that should be your warning. Right. A red flag.
Yeah, well, I had that little fake picture thingy, Bob.
Yeah, I'm the fake picture thingy, Bob. And I actually changed Montana Skywatcher 1's banner picture for you folks, and this is probably good as time as any before we say hi to all the people in the column. I'm pretty darn sure that our summation about the binary star situation and separation, and we've talked about it for weeks now, that the smaller sun is on the right hand side. And yesterday there was another additional very convincing amount of footage that came in, and Christoper did a video on it, and other people did videos on it, and I got everybody was all the buzz yesterday. And so I even included and changed the banner picture at MSW1. And so I'm going to, because this is number 20. So I'm going to say, I'm going to officially say, I think we are seeing the two stars separate. I'm going to, after, 20 sightings, and we've been hearing about it for months from the Southern Hemisphere folks and the people in the Mediterranean and the equatorial regions. But now it's actually being sighted more readily. We've seen it a couple of times in the Northern Hemisphere. But after yesterday's posted sighting, I'm going to say yes. All of this matches time after time. So yes, we have to believe that the star separation is occurring, and you won't hear that anywhere else on any other science, Nibiru, Planet X, whatever site out there. I promise you. And now I will shut up, Sam.
I'm gonna say hi to Ninja. Ninja's here. Good to see you, Ninja. Peace be with you as well. Always good to have you with us. And who is next here? Hey, Rodney's here, everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
What a treat.
Hello, Rodney.
He's always here. I mean, we're talking a whole row of gold stars over here by your name. So,
as the world turns, which is a mocking thing from as the world
Brendan,
turns.
He's in Ireland. You all know that? Did you all know that?
Daytime programming. I can't even remember the soap operas. I couldn't even remember. It's been so long since I've seen a soap opera. I couldn't think of the name.
He never misses
As the world turns, not as the world turns. But anyway.
I'm glad you're here. And
I'm
Krista,
rambling.
she's from New Hampshire. Okay.
No, 116 shows, guys.
We have you here. I know it is a long name. I have a long name too. I mean, okay, I'm just saying.
Conversations going on at the same time.
Rebecca Benningfield, that's long. And then my middle name is Suzanne. So it's a long name. Anyway, yeah. So I'm glad you're here, Krista. And Egg. I'm glad she's here too. Where are you at today? She's in New York. Okay. Thanks for checking in. Tell me where you're at. I can't keep up. It's like, where's she going today? No, it's good to see you, Egg. I'm glad you're here from the very get-go. You're here.
I'm glad I don't pay your travel expenses.
I had to reboot. And Maria, my friend.
Hello, Maria.
Our friend in Alaska.
Our intriguing friend in Alaska.
She is. And she's a nice lady.
She put my brain into, when you get done with doing the laundry and then all that water has to go someplace and then you get in the final spin cycle.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
All right. Well,
she gave me an intriguing situation this week. I'm
she's a smart lady.
Having fun with. Go ahead.
Right.
Yes,
she's got good ideas.
And we love her dearly. And she sends us nice pictures from Alaska.
That is true. Mountains. All right.
Well, there's currently in the Gulf of Alaska, there's a really weird rotational low going on in a very high hemisphere, not normal placement. So, we're seeing some more omega rotational low systems. So it's cut off. I'm telling you, and they are anticyclonic in some cases, people, which is also stuff we need to talk about too, according to what happened last week in last week's storms. And now you may go on with the comment section. I do apologize. You look so funny for a second there, Rebecca. You were freezing up.
Oh, sorry. I had to mute myself for a moment. I'm here. I'm here. Don't worry. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Our executive producer was talking on the back channel to
I know.
The city mayor, in City Hall.
Right. That's it.
In time,
I can multitask. All right. Next on to the next person here. Hey,
T-Racy. Sorry, everybody. I had to
T-Racy, everybody.
See this guy quickly.
She's here. She's in the UK, and it's good to see you. And you got.
T-Racy.
I will check my email for Sharon. Yeah, I'll get the email, your address to Sharon. She's getting 3 of our shirts. T-Racy is. So I'm excited for her to get them. Won't be long. So we'll get that sent over.
If she's in England, I have to restate that it's very posh. Very posh.
Right. And I don't think she would mind me just sharing with others, because I know many of us were, been hearing about her mother in the hospital, but her mother has passed away.
Oh.
And I don't know in the last year.
Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry, T-Racy, but I know people were keeping up with her mom being in the hospital. So
sorry, lovely. That's
I know. Nice. Me too.
It's been a lot here because
it's hard. Right. I can definitely relate. I've been there and did that with my mother too, and both my parents. I was only 40 when both my parents had passed, so I'm not that old, really. So
I wouldn't know.
It was the same for me.
Right.
My mom went when I was about that age too.
Yeah, me as well. My parents passed away when in my 40s, like 48, 49.
I know my dad. I was 28 when I lost my dad, so it's like that's. I am the baby of the family. He was already in his 60s. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, all right.
Yeah, well, they may be the lucky ones right now. We've been discussing the. I was just a few hours ago discussing the birth rate on the planet right now, and the God, where do I go with this? There are reports, but there are also alternative reports, and I did just for the sidetrack. Here I go again. I did a study because Rebecca has been predominantly talking about bots, and I have to give her credit because I think that she was absolutely right and I was wrong, and I underestimated what was going on with the worldwide bot disinformation protocol that is right now spending
Yes.
millions, if not billions of dollars around the world, people. So it also explains what happened to us in November and the new transition to AI. It also explains why many of our sites lost 30 and 40,000 members. Remember when that happened, guys? Where all of a sudden 30 and 40,000 members vanished? Those were bots, and they were retracted to promote AI.
Also, speaking of bots, I've noticed in the last week now on Facebook and on TikTok, more and more comments coming from these accounts saying that's AI. No, that's AI. You know what I mean? Like whatever it is, it's
that's the old Project Bluebeam suggested dissuader, because they overdub you with so much information you doubt the real facts compared to everything going on in front of you.
Bots are meant to do.
They're flooding the swamp, and you don't know which bucket is yours.
But people, I would feel like just a regular real life person reading the comments, if they saw enough comments saying that's AI, that's the majority even, then they'll probably just fall in line and agree with everybody else. Oh, I guess it's AI then.
Well, I had a person the other day contact me and want to talk to me, and then when I let them talk to me, they were questioning me whether or not I was the real me. And I went, lady, you contacted me, but you could be a fake you. And I'm going, well, why would I promote me were I a fake me? Wouldn't I down me or fudge or try to sell you shoes or something? Ooh, people.
Well, I guess the best thing we can do is just whether we like it or not, this AI is here to stay. So the best thing you can do is just learn as much as you can about it. So when you do see a questionable thing on the internet, you can tell whether or not if it's AI, or learn how to use the software to challenge those questions.
We all have a good BS meter inside of us. That's why we're here. And if your BS meter works, people use it. I've been speaking to a lot of people around the world for the last month, trying to promote this transition of planetary alignment changes that we're going through right now. Today's another one. Yesterday was a really big one. For me personally, my moon has entered Gemini, and of the Cancerian month, which is my predominant moon. And that, for us moon children, us Cancers, this is like the buffet, including dessert and cheesecake and all of it, and the ice cream machine, and it's working. People, we're going through a serious galactic transformation. Gillian and I talked about that to all you guys last week. We're going from one galactic cloud to another galactic cloud, and there's an electrical transference. We're going through the galactic plane, and it depends on your point of view, if you're thinking 3D from right to left or from thinking from bottom to top. Actually, it's from bottom to top, which is what's happening. We're going from one galactic cloud in the lower area of our galaxy through the electrical field center plane of our galaxy, and we've been in there for about 4 years, which is why our sun did weird shit, and the new power up of the high sun activity level that was really short duration. And now we got all the freak out rotation of the star and the coronal hole freakouts and all of this shit. That has to do with the electrical increases that we are all feeling. All of us, our dogs, our cats, our birds, our toenails are feeling this electrical change, and it's affecting our equipment and how we live in society. And as you go to the grocery store, if you're driving well or not, or if you're confused, or my God, I'm in the kitchen cooking, and did I get the butter out yet, or what do I need to add to the thing? Where you walk into the countertop, oh shit, I've known it's been there for 20 years, and yet I walk into it now. All of that crap is going on in us and everything above us right now, and we're seeing step in. We're aligning with the moon and Saturn and the sun right now, and there's new trines and squares that, for those of you who study astrology or astronomy, because they're both linked. And what's going on is really freaking intense and very, very cool. Also, it's uncomfortable and drastic. And for those of you who have things still to work on, that these emotional shortcomings in all of us, because all of us have them, and we're going to put a grinder to them, or we're going to fix them and actually heal. So it's a beneficial, but it's also uncomfortable beneficial. So be ready. Here we go. Yeah. Cat in the Hat on an adventure. Because I mean, this is insane what's happening right now. We've never been here. This is a transition of human galactic change that happens every 300,000 years. And that was what the Mayan calendar was, and the 12th to the 13th Baktun. We went through the 13th Baktun, the time of no time. And we are now in the new celestial calendar of the Mayan new calendar. And this is like the fifth age. And that's everybody goes, oh, the fifth age and 5D. And then they all cross-reference all that crap and go crazy over, the common metaphysical spiritual lore, and they throw it in a blender, and then they don't know what the hell they're talking about. But we are actually rising to the galactic top into a new electrical, unknown or unrecorded electrical cosmic experience. Exhale to make a long story short.
Right. All right. I'm leaving to my wife's mom's house. I'll be back in about 45 minutes.
Got it.
Okay, Chris.
Okay. I'll see you guys in a bit. I'll be in the comments.
Okay. Perfect. All right.
See you in the funny papers, as we used to say.
Okay. Let me get back to.
So who have we spoken to?
Where we were on Dublin, everybody. Here's Dublin. Good to see you. How are you doing? I know, but sorry. Everybody. My computer's acting funny. It's like lagging, I guess is what it is. But anyway. But here she is. I'm glad you're here, Dublin.
Galactic magnetosphere.
Right here.
Why is the blue in the ER?
Wow. She is? Oh, I didn't know. I haven't seen that yet. Darn it.
Bottom middle comment. I'm in the ERs. I may have to leave when the doctor comes in. Okay, well, calm, exhale.
Oh, wow.
Everything slow. Turn the outside world off and the inside world out. And everything's going to be okay because you're able to type and we are able to read what you're typing. So you cool. And we're centered, cosmic Om. Chant to you, Om.
I hate to hear that. Okay. Jennifer's here. Hello. Good afternoon to all the Earthlings. Yes,
I saw her message early.
I'm guessing there could be non-Earthlings watching too. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
We have to automatically assume that because they're here, there, and everywhere.
I don't know.
They're on Earth. They're in the cubes and they're on the planets and. We expect that our show is viewed later in the future. So
wouldn't that be funny if we were like their programming? If we were like their entertainment, wouldn't that be funny?
Yeah.
They're watching us like Truman Show or something.
Lifestyles of the Nibiru and
I know, it'd be fun.
Yeah.
Oh boy. There's Ninja.
Watching our little
oh yeah, sure enough. Doobaloo. Darn it. Sorry, you're feeling rough. I know you wouldn't be there if it wasn't like that. Katie Jo is here. She's in New Jersey.
Just to be public, I was seasick from Wednesday on till Friday, and Friday later, I finally got my stomach back, like Friday evening. But I've had the weirdest stomach, minor off and on headache, seasick. Stomach issues where I was spinning out all the time, and I have a lot of friends that were talking to me all week that said the same thing. So if you're feeling weird and you think it's you, it's not. It's exterior people. And if you remember that you'll be able to get through these weird damn events that are happening to everybody. They're happening.
She's losing time, flying time, etc.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. I look away.
I have a theory. There are scientific people who believe that time is relative to the nature of your star. The farther away from your star you are, the slower time becomes. It's a possibility. So what happens, say, for instance, that we, like what we were talking about earlier, that this larger star is coming toward us? Would it not create a time distortion? Would time not be speeding up because there's a larger star that's not 93 million miles away, but maybe is 90 million miles away, or is 87 million miles away, or closer, God forbid. And in this factor, I want to be wrong from what we're seeing, but we are seeing sun separation, and I think the larger star is on the wrong side according to what I would hope for. So anyway, let's move along.
All right.
People, happening, big stuff.
Things are changing, right? It's 15 Celsius for Jennifer. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. I have to look that up.
Gillian will tell us.
I know. What is 15 Celsius? How warm is that? Or cold?
Probably in your 60s.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Warm for Canada. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's 67 here. I can look at maybe check again.
58 for Colorado.
68.
Actually ideal.
They got one.
I'm like a 50, 60 type of person. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, it's oddly cool in places and oddly warm in places. But, God, you wouldn't believe what's coming. Anyway.
Yeah.
And it's starting today.
Tara's here.
59 degrees.
She's in Texas. Yeah, that sounds right.
59
Good to see you,
16.
Tara. Good.
Hey, no,
to have
that's
you
not bad.
here.
That's actually, that's what we want. We don't want to be 80 degrees yet.
No.
You see, it's 17 here.
I know.
Well, we had 87 here like 2 weeks ago. So weird. And I saw Stacy was saying that she was hearing a nonstop humming over there in Great Falls on the eastern side of the state. And the hum is back again, people. We're in for like our 6th stage of the hum of the trumpets, for those of you who read Revelations.
Yeah.
Been looking all of that stuff up lately again. God forbid.
It's Bruce, Sam, and he likes your song that you sent him. I guess.
Good. Yeah, I once again, I must publicly apologize to everybody. I had an odd week, and I bombed everybody with music and metaphors behind it, because Source leads me and guides me to bring spiritual listening to all of you, and in a new way to get people to listen to the music, and hear the lyrics and let them guide you through this turmoil of whatever we call that's happening right now. God, this is crazy. It is crazy what's going on.
Okay, good to see you, Bruce. Good. I'm
Thank
glad
you.
you're here. Tara says it's not chilly in Texas. It's not chilly there.
No, you guys had some more.
How was
I just seen something crazy. I put the TV on to see if the podcast could be going larger than life. Then I seen the Benidorm in Spain had flooded yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, like,
and it's cold for Katie Joe. 65 is cold.
Everybody goes to have holidays here.
That's kind of chilly, especially for Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, it is. It's like a holiday weekend, isn't it?
The holiday weekend, and it's supposed to be. This is the day, on Memorial Day is when all the pools open.
Yeah, I would recommend everybody stay home this year. I'm not a party pooper, but stay home and make sure you have a roof when that way you don't have to come home to no roof. It's going to be a nasty next 5 days. They're getting bigger. Oh God, the stuff that I saw this last week. Okay, now last week I talked about it with everybody on the show, and we were talking about the open illuminated core in some of these storms versus a supercell versus a tornado. And I said to everybody, well, we'll have to wait a few days for that information to come in. May 16th through the 18th was unbelievable, people. Go look that information. If you see a tornado movie or a video on YouTube, anywhere from the 16th to the 18th, and of course we talk about even what went on in April, etc. But anyway, unbelievable weather behavior, including we were seeing snailfoot and we were seeing Nepacity. And by the way, they've done the dance on us. And a week or two ago, Rebecca, you were saying that you captured Attu in the South by Southwest, and I didn't believe that. Remember?
Yeah, and then I seen it too, but you said.
And guess what? It is actually happening. They are doing the dance, and Attu is moving from the north to the south, while Nepacity pulls in from the south to the northeast. In that view, right next to Uri. and
sunset.
Yeah. Well, that too later on, but yeah, at sunset. No, I'm talking midday.
Oh,
The dance
midday.
over the top of us over Nepesity and Attu are switching places in the day. And you were right. And I was going, God, are you sure that your directions are right? And I was arguing in my brain, and I have to reiterate that you were correct. And I was not taking into account the dance that Attu and Nepesity do, because all week long afterwards, I saw all these sightings, including out my window, of Nepesity in the north. And I went, what?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Why is Nepesity now due north? And it moved. So next month's site drawing is going to be that Attu and Nepesity are trading places.
Oh, that'd be cool. That'd be different. Okay.
That'd be really different.
Yeah.
Oh, and while we're at it, Saru. Oh my God. Did you see this week what Saru did? Well, come on. Yeah. Oh my God.
I did.
You mean the glowing
videos
core?
and all of that.
You mean the glowing core, that big pole?
Yeah. And how fast and how big and how close, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, in our faces now. And I've mentioned this over the last 3 or 4 shows, going, I bet she's sneaking up on us. I bet she's sneaking up, and wow, bang. And then I did my drawing, and then immediately, there it is,
Within a day or two. I'll get it pulled up.
And Christoper did his Saru video the same morning I made that drawing, but I didn't go online that day because I was so seasick I couldn't even bother to type. But I did the drawing. I was sitting in the living room, and I thought, oh God,
Oh, is that the day you did the big Saru drawing?
Right. And then immediately right after that, the next day, all these pictures coming in. Yeah. Yeah, and I actually put the landscape in for once, and I usually have been leaving that off for like 2 years now.
Oh, so Tara's coming to talk.
I know. I haven't been able to ask her about that. But here is that picture or new drawing of Saru, right?
Look at
and
that.
Yeah,
look
God,
at
look
the next
at
day
that.
that came out.
You leave this up for the next 5 minutes. People, you have to. This is not a base cloud we have seen, is it, Rebecca?
No, I knew it had to be Saru because it doesn't look like anything else.
And look at the size of that.
I was doing the process of elimination, and it had to be, right?
Right, and look at that.
Because everything else has got like different layers. I mean, like 3 bands.
Here.
And
I knew.
Clouds and
because this came out after the drawing. And I'm like, yeah, it looks just like it. I love it. And
there's been 8 or 10 other really phenomenal captures this week as well. And I'm going to have to correct. Yeah, that's another one. And that is that really, remember we talked about how hugely thick and bright Saru's open core was. And that is not Nepesity core.
No, there's no zigzags. No zigzags.
I would bet money that we're looking north from New Zealand, because this is New Zealand. I bet he's looking due north. And Saru, I knew Saru. Remember I said Saru was going to come in by this summer. Boom, here she is.
Let's see.
Look at the bottom. Now I'm still debating this picture, although, because look, there's 3 rings.
Yeah, I was like, that's not it.
I think, and I did. If you go back to that one, I want to describe this.
Okay.
I think this is Nepesity, with Yuri behind it, with Saru behind it, because Nepesity has moved from the south in a southern, due south to southwest position to now into the north sky within the last week.
So this must have been when they were transitioning over. So
well, they're rotating over the top of us in their 2-armed octopus, and we're moving in our arc of our summer orbit, and that would mean that as we're looking this direction, Nibiru is directly behind us in this picture, and it's a brain thing, but it's just awesome. I mean, these are the most intense photos we've ever seen, and they're going to get smaller and they're going to get more defined. But, oh my God, that Sarah one, I saw it. I just sat there with my jaw wide open going, oh my God. Yeah, that one. I saw this picture and I just got goosebumps galore. And I got goosebumps off this video as well.
Is Does Saru have a moon? I mean, what's this little ball thing over here?
No, but there's asteroids on the other side of no, in between Saru and Uri, and we would be to the left. No, I don't think so.
Because Lindsay kept asking me that. She said, "Ask Sam about the little green moon thing that came with Saru." She's seen.
Well, that little group, that was the size difference between Nepesity and Saru. Way
No
back
way,
in the
you
old.
mean that little green moon?
Yeah, the little green dot in the early pictures of Saru was Nepesity. It is so
she's talking
small
about
compared
Saru
to
2016. She saw
Satum and Nepesity and Matim are all tiny in comparison to Uri, Saru, and Nibiru. Completely vastly different in size. Although when they're close passing, they look huge, but they are nothing in comparison to Nibiru, Saru, and Uri. Huge difference in between their sizes.
So
And
does
that was the thing in the
Saru
early
is
years.
closer than Nepesity?
Excuse me?
Is Saru then closer than Nepesity, or is it just because?
No,
it's so big?
Nepesity's over the top of us right now. And Saru is coming towards us and going to rise past us just like Nibiru did 2022. I knew she was coming. I knew she was coming this way because I kept watching and I pay attention. And and she's a little earlier. I expected her by June, and she's here now. And this is God. I mean, if I could have this as a tattoo, I would. I mean, this is that damn good. This is the base core of Saru, and look at the green blue. And the base, look at the blue area, not the white area. That is not Nepesity open core. There's no fingering, none whatsoever, and it's got that rolled open core.
That's something else. I mean,
another
version.
Also Saru, yes, correct.
Yeah.
And it got here 2-3 weeks ago, where all of a sudden, predominantly in our faces, as everything else is going over the top of us. Come sunset, this has been sneaking in, and I don't have a great western view, but yeah, she's got here. So it was expected, but wow, that was quick. But that's all. It always happens that way. It's always faster than we want or faster than we expect.
Sweet. All right.
And that's why Montana Skywatcher and Nibiru Falls is number one in the field of this topic, and you will find no one else that will ever tell you this with the accuracy that we have, because we have been doing it longer than anyone else. No ifs, ands, buts, ors, facts, not fear. Period. I dare you to prove me wrong.
There is nobody else.
When you come into Tulsa, Tara?
I know, that was my next question.
When?
I've been shocked. That's because that's a pretty good distance. I mean, from where she is, several hours.
Get your guest room ready.
There you go. Right? Yeah.
Hey,
well, you have to fill me in, Tara. You have to message me. Let me know what's going on. That's exciting. I mean, I'm excited. We're gonna see each other face to face, most likely now. Well, cool.
Go someplace nice and have a really good espresso or a cappuccino or a mocha, and then don't forget the biscotti, and then be calm and spend a nice event, and then talk about the planets. Okay,
Sam. I know. I'm excited. I've not met anybody in person.
Well, Tara, we know, but be careful. I've had a lot of people. I actually had, I had public talks for a while, and people flew in to actually come to them in the early years, and we lost a lot of those folks because they went and got quiet, which is okay. There's a lot of smart people that are smart enough not to comment, wow, what a world. Be ready for that because it can get weird. You guys may remember that one lady showed up here for 2 weeks and she forced me to bake her a pie, and that's another interesting
I love that story.
And I've not made a pie since. But anyway,
trauma.
Moving on.
Pie trauma.
Yeah,
I don't know what
pie trauma.
Someone demanding a pie. I guess you just give
Well,
in and
remember
make
there
pie.
for a while, I was actually posting the pictures of my pies that I would bake for the kids.
Yeah, made her
And I
hungry.
haven't done that since.
Right. No pie now. Let's see. Hey, Richard Brooks is here. What do you know? He's here, everybody. Good to see you, Richard.
Hi, Richard. Glad you're here. Thank you.
Always nice to have you.
Please share the
And
information with your friends. Like, subscribe.
Experimental
Hit the
here.
notification bell.
I'm glad to see you too. Very much so. And Audrey is in South Africa.
Hello,
It's
Audrey.
like,
Glad
I don't
you're
know,
here.
midnight, something like that. It's getting late. That didn't stop her. She'll stay up till 3 or 4 in the morning. So
We're actually Audrey
Let's get
fans.
started.
It's not.
yeah. That is cool. Let's keep moving. Hey, I know that name. That's Thomas.
Hey,
Our friend
that's that
Jeremy.
hairy guy I saw on the
Yeah.
internet today, isn't he?
Hairy guy.
Yeah, did you see his major photograph?
Nice.
So
I haven't
Yeah.
seen it. No, I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, he
Oh
went,
yeah, I seen him like.
I'll have to find it.
he went full Northman on us. So
Yeah. Why
Uh,
not?
yeah.
Get up.
Let it grow.
I
Let
of
it
course sent him some music in return. So
grow. Cool. All right. Well, it's good to see you, Tom. He might be joining us a little later. I saw
oh boy.
on my messenger. So just keep that in mind. We might hear from him on our shortly. Maybe. All right. And I will also add, multiple times in the last few days, I've been scrolling on TikTok and I find him. He's on live and he's got a group of people and he is showing our pictures and talking very much in German. And he has like many other people on there with him. They're all like, talking back and forth, all in German. But they're talking about, and he's explaining to people, translating all of this to his friends in Germany. So I was impressed. I am impressed with what he's doing. He's doing a really good job. I've been sending him, lots and lots of pictures to use and such. And he's turning around and going live on TikTok and showing the world in German. So can't ask for more. So thank you, Thomas. Thank you very much. I can tell he likes doing it too. So I see. So that's cool. Let's see. Oh, Egg. I know better than that. She says, I don't travel anywhere. Okay. One day it's here, next day it's Florida. No, I'm kidding. It's probably like me. I don't go anywhere either. I don't even know when I left the state last. It's been years. So.
Well, when I leave, I always come back to Montana and go, why did I leave?
Yeah, I just want to stay home. I don't even want to,
Yeah.
I'm not much into sitting in the car for hours.
Oh, God,
so
no.
I'd rather just.
And then again, I'd rather have a rental car than take my own and
I gotta
risk
take
it
care of my
going bad
cats.
on me. Thank God I did that the
You
last time.
travel when you got 5 cats or 6.
Yeah, that makes a
Those
difference.
count.
You have to feed them every day, and you can't
Right.
go 3 days
Really
away.
like Taylor and I have talked about it. Like, would we take him in an RV with us if we went somewhere? And I'm like,
Yeah.
can you imagine?
Cats
No.
do not like cat carriers and RVs. I promise you.
I bet.
I
don't
just
wanna
seen
go
a
anywhere.
post of somebody here in Scotland that had taken their cats around Scotland, and one of them
Hey.
jumped out, and now they don't know where the cat is.
Right.
Yeah. There's a guy. His name is Oliver. Or no, that's his cat's name. Anyway, he quit his job. He cashed in his retirement and he bought a boat. And then he learned how to sail for the next year. And then a month ago, he left Oregon and is arriving in Hawaii. He sailed from Oregon to Hawaii with his
Oh
cat.
my God, big buzzer.
And yeah, I mean, he's a big, he's got a lot of followers on most social media, of course,
Well, I can see hugging the coast and going to Santa Barbara or San Diego, but me, in 1 year of sailing, do a full deep ocean sail, depending on the size of his boat, you'd have to have at least 60 foot of boat to sail the open ocean, first of all. And we have proven in time that I have no seasick stomach. You tolerate that boat. That guy, good luck to you, sir. Whoa.
He's done well, actually. Yeah, he goes live post every day on TikTok and updates. And he's had airplanes like drop him little gifts, like packages with food in it and this and that. People are following his journey, and they're just
and being funded by
what he wanted to do.
Facebook. Okay, lucky
You know,
you.
he'll live his
Hey,
life.
we'd like to be funded by Facebook too, wouldn't we?
He's gonna stay in Hawaii a few months, and then he's gonna take off again and go somewhere else in the world. So he's gonna travel around the world. So
how far down the list are we with the people? It's now Nancy Gallo.
Nancy, you got it, girl. Yep, Nancy's here. Good to see you, Nancy. Good to have you. Always is. And hey,
Gillian.
I know that name. It's Lindsay. I haven't seen you in a minute, Lindsay.
Hi, Lindsay.
That's cool. It's cool to have you here for sure.
Very,
She's
very.
been around longer than me. I know that. So she knows her stuff.
Man, we're wondering where she's been hiding.
I know. She's around. She's around. Okay, let's keep scrolling. I mean, we maybe bear with me. I'm seeing a lot of duplicates, but I don't want to miss anybody. Hey, it's Jackie. Jackie's here.
I don't see all the same names as you. It's really frustrating. You have to keep hitting, like refreshing the chat bar or whatever you want to call it. All these posh things you've got to learn to do on podcasts.
Hey, we're down on the bottom.
I know. We did it, y'all.
Yeah, we got there.
We're good. Okay, everybody got their hellos in.
Dun 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 dun. Now to the fun stuff. Yeah. Sorry, I'm being silly today.
I know. Thomas was asking me how come I'm not live on TikTok right now, and I don't know why. I've had trouble every time I pull TikTok up. It freezes. Like TikTok freezes, and I don't know. I'm gonna try it again, and I'll try it again shortly. I like it because we usually have a good little crowd on TikTok that watch.
And Maria said, "What about the round object to the right? What do you mean, Maria? Is it the Saru picture? There's an object, a round object under the Saru picture."
Okay, let me get it back. Pull it back up.
One of them's got a round object. See, Sam's got like a couple of big bubble clouds.
Well, on the base there are some bubbly clouds.
Go to the picture, look there. There's a bubble there.
The Saru base cloud has a lot of gaseous rounded clouds to it that are weather cumbersome, and there are probably a few asteroids that we have yet to account for in between Uri and Saru. So let's pay attention, because there could be a whole bunch of asteroids we don't even know about. Saru, last time Saru was visible, she came forward in 2012 from below the horizon in the northern hemisphere, and then up in front of us for 2013, 2014, and then 2015. She went all the way up to our face and then above us slightly, and then backed away. And that's when everything in the rotation of the two-armed octopus changed over the top of us, where they went away and Nibiru moved, and it was weird. For the first beginning of when we could see them in 2007, 8, 9, way off deep in space, they were this little dot. And then they came up toward us in a spiral over the next couple of years. And then after, when they got close, they went right, left, right, left, right. And then during that, they lifted up in front of us and sort of pulled away for a few years. And that's why Nibiru was way far away. The Saturn was way far away after 2018, 2019. And then everything came towards us. So this is a far jog in the proximity, right, left, right, going over the top of us and exiting over our right shoulder as we stare at our star. So, try to figure that. It's the best way I could describe it. But we're going to see Saru go beyond us, and we've never seen that either. And this is a very close view of the bottom of her open core. And there's a whole bunch of cloud mix at her base core. And that's kind of what my drawing showed, and my previous past drawings showed. I drew those other drawings in like 2013, 14. I don't even remember when I did the original planet drawings. But I didn't copy anything. I just drew them out of my head. So, and 15 years later, they're accurate. Oh, excuse me.
Every day, all the time. They're never not accurate. Really. you know, let's see. I think I almost have it set it here.
Yeah, because that looks like a wee ball. That cloud just looks like a wee ball.
Okay, so let's drop that down. All right, sweet. So, where shall we start? Let's see here.
Oh, she's got a list today.
So, okay, got that. Oh, so there's this video, and I had several people ask about it on TikTok, and then Jerry messaged me this morning asking about it too. So let me pull it up, Sam, and see what you think about what this might be.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Finally, something in Anaheim happens.
They're saying it's not the sun. Oh, yeah, it said it right there. Okay. I checked it with the AI checker site, and it said it was not AI. It was like a 0.2%,
Oh, shit.
being AI, so it's not.
Now we have it in Super Live.
I wish we could see these actual things ourselves.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Or they have
I'm
multiple,
gonna step back.
people sharing it from
Or
different
like
angles.
multiple
Is nice.
people's posts of the same thing, so that you're seeing it from different angles. And it's verification. So.
Hey.
Very interesting.
It's just a big
If
chunk.
they could pull away from it a wee bit more again.
What do you think that is?
To me, it looks almost like Nibiru behind the standard red, or the standard red being so bright that it's burning a hole through the upper atmosphere.
Oh, man.
No way.
Holy shit.
Not a hole, but a heat burn off. Now, we've also seen pictures of an asteroid that has gone in front of the sun, but it's not that big. So yeah, this is something. This is a sun. It's probably not our sun, but I think this is the standard red. And I'm direly concerned. I am very concerned that we could be experiencing a very close pass of this big ass star, and we don't want that to happen.
Right.
No, because we're already frying, aren't we? We're already frying.
And we've never, ever, in 10 years, in the last decade, we've never seen a picture like this. Not one.
I've never seen anything like that before. It looks like there's a hole in the sky, literally.
It's sort of literally. Well, it could also be Nibiru behind the standard red.
You mean the dark area is behind the dark?
Remember, Nibiru is brownish orange, and that's where the brown dwarfs, black, invisible star, all that gossip comes from. Nibiru is a very large gas giant electron cluster that holds the two stars.
So that's the brown dwarf's like size behind Nibiru now.
Yeah, it's huge. It's massive.
Hmm.
It's massive, 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 massive.
Okay, I know we can't comprehend how massive it is because I remember back in South Africa, you tried to show me a plate, and, and you said no, that whole plate, like that whole thing is like that's how big it is.
We can't really. This is one photograph, but yeah, this is of course an anomaly. We've never seen anything like this ever.
Mm-mm.
And between Rebecca, myself, and you, Gillian, we have seen millions of pictures in the last decade alone. Not to say because we've gone past the 15-year mark now, and we have never seen this. But it is burning through the actual cloud base, so there are clouds there, and yet it's punching a hole right through that. So it's so hot that it's burning right through the clouds. And we know, I mean, you go driving in your car and you roll down your window and your arm is frying in 20 seconds. So we know this is a way brighter star than it should be. And I cannot wait till people realize just how much danger we're actually in. And everybody blows it off like, no. But oh shit, people. We've all said we don't believe what we're being, shown is our star. And the star activity doesn't look like anything we've ever seen as well. So, I mean, this could be a very huge undermining soft disclosure scenario where they're not telling people how much trouble we're actually in with. Now, I don't want to be an alarmist, but what if that big damn ass sun comes closer than 93 million miles? It could be really dire. We could really fry. I know we're going to this summer, but I mean, how far does that go? And I don't want to sound like a nut job or a conspiracy theorist, but the evidence we've already seen recently, the solar activity, the transition for the super cycle and all of this, and the coronal hole that has spun around 9 times right now, which is also partially affecting our internet and our electrical and our brains and our animals. What's going on is, and the Schumann resonance. Oh my God, the Schumann resonance is rated today at 42 people. Isn't 5 or 6 something like normal? So what's going on is really, as we call it now, suspect. It's really scary. I don't want to go there, but with this sun thing, and we have a video, where you can actually see the 2 suns, if you want to go there, if you're ready for that.
Oh, sure. We can do that. Yes. I've been still working on TikTok.
We are still in the early part, and give some people some information while they still watch us and don't turn us off, please.
I know Nicole is right.
We talk for 8 hours, and sometimes we.
That's what she's saying. She's like, it's already been an hour. It didn't feel like it.
Yeah. No, it doesn't feel like 20 minutes.
Started. We just said hello. Okay, I know. But here's this other video. Yes, one of the members in our group on Facebook shared this yesterday. Okay.
And it matches everything we've seen for the last 3 months now, including the South African and Australian reports. And we've been counting them up, and there it is again.
Right, I think you fuck off again.
See that? Similarly illuminated. Notice they're both got rounded orange on the outside of each of them. They're just about equally bright. Too large to be the blue asteroid, and it's not blue. And this has fallen into all those other 18 sightings. And 19 and 20 came in this week, and it matches what we believe is happening. And we think this. Now, remember, the smaller one is our star. The larger one is not. It should be going to the right side of the smaller one. It's not, which is what concerns me. Now, that could change because
it looks like it's in front of ours.
Right. I think it's closer.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen evidence of this coming from South Africa and from Australia for 3 months now, something like that. And we couldn't fully call it, but ladies and gentlemen, this is 20-some sightings, and it matches. We could be in deep shit, Barbie. And I don't want to come off. This is not what I want to have happen. But the evidence is pretty damn convincing. So thank you to the guy that sent that in. I should have memorized his name by now. I did reach out to him. So
nice.
What do we do? I mean, we want to share the science and the facts, not the fear. And I got the fear. You're going, oh, I don't want to, I don't want to talk about this. And it's pretty dire if that's what's happening. We might want to rethink what we're doing quick.
I'm just wondering how hot do you think it could get? I guess there's
I
no
know
way
it's
of
going to be a
it.
whopper this year that's going to be way worse than last year or the year before, and we've set new records year after, for God, like the last 5 years. It's only going to, I wouldn't even want to go to Death Valley this year, thank you. And Arizona, and we'll just have to wait and see, but it's going to be. And we're also in a drought scenario that's going on, and just like in the 1930s, and the derechos are occurring and all of that. And then now you add multiplier times 10 with the passing asteroids and planets and the close passes of the 180-day cycle, and here we go. And we've seen a lot. You did a really great compilation of purple lightning videos this week, Rebecca, that were unbelievable. and I did save most of them.
Pictures. Yeah, I'll share those in a minute. Yeah, there were just some.
And and what's going on? You know, this too is expected for the 180-day cycle, discharge electrically. And people have to remember, this is not somebody. I was talking to a local here the other day, and they go, well, you know, these are normal storms. And I'm going, oh shit, no, they're not. You know, I mean, well, we always have these. And, you know, I'm talking to a person in their early 30s, maybe late 20s. You know, to them, it's normal because they grew up with this crazy stuff that's going on, and they never saw what the sky used to be like back in the 70s and the 80s. And this ain't our sky, people.
Mhm.
Anyway, go ahead and go where you'd like to go.
Here's some lightning we can look at for a moment.
Yeah, look at that. Is that almost a core?
And say hi to Jerry. Jerry's here.
Hi, Jerry.
Okay. Hi, Jerry. And Andrew is here. Hi, Andrew. Good to see you.
Glad you're here.
And Thomas will be happy to hear that we are live on TikTok now. So far so good.
That is an illumination of Nepesity. And then the question is, yeah, that looks like Nepesity. Wow, she's big.
That is exactly
Mostly normal,
right,
mostly
Christoper.
normal. However, look at the suppressed top of the cumulus nimbus. This is a rain bomb. This is a core path. See the illumination center that shouldn't be. The supercell has a dark core, not an illuminated internal core. If it has an illuminated internal core, it's a passing planet. Because the planet is way higher than us. That's why it's illuminated. If it's a supercell, it's black in the middle. Because it's a cell that blocks out the light. And as Nepesity leads, see where it's going from the left to the right, or right to the left, excuse me. Nepesity is moving cross over the top of us now and doing its close path, weird shit. And Nepesity is really tiny and green. See the illuminated above? That is not a supercell. It's green. Not green in the tornado area, green everything. That's the Nepesity. This is Atu. The beginning of the snailfoot development. Right there.
Yeah,
And it is on the
looks
right
like a
hand side.
catamaran.
Where
Like
they're
a
doing the dance and they're
catamaran.
switching places now. I saw, got 10 or 12 really good shots of snailfoot development from the bottom of that tube this week. And of course, I saved them all. Yeah, 180-day close pass. Here we go, people. This lightning storm is freakishly insane. And people are losing their houses from it. Look at that. Bottom of. Those are asteroids right there. That is Atu's moon and asteroid. We know that because we watched it for 15 years. See how it flattens out on top? The illumination is coming from the left. So this is nighttime, probably the bottom of Atu. Normal. See, the cumulus nimbus is growing up off the ground. It's growing up and up and up and up and up, and it's not getting flattened out. This is normal. Until...
So that's normal? Is that
So
kind
far.
of cloud?
So far, until it starts to flatten out, and then it might be reaching the upper atmosphere. We know that there's close passing planets all around us. And that electrical connection between the planets does increase this activity, the moisture development. Remember, super electrical highway, where you're taking space gases, hydrogen, and you're mixing with oxygen, and what do? You get water, H2O. Okay, the light is coming from the right, so therefore that would have been either the bottom of Uri or Nibiru. Yeah, we never had skies like this in our lifetimes. The cumulus reach is the lower area that's going in front of us is normal clouds, and everything above that is not normal. Our atmosphere or weather doesn't go to 60 and 70,000 feet, but it somehow seems to be doing that big. Guess why? There's things above it that aren't normal. Also, again, the color of the lightning makes a difference. This purple lightning is high upper atmospheric, meaning way, way up there. So that also proves that this is something way higher above normal. And we start with the basics, when the sun came up in the northeast sky since 2011, that also screams people, not normal. The moon cycles, not normal. Photographs that Andy took last week where the moon looked completely weird, where you couldn't even identify it as the moon because it was so different than it was supposed to be, not normal. It's locked. Yeah, it's nighttime, but look what's up above.
A big
Illuminated.
thing.
Rebecca, wave your hand or something so you know you're moving. I think she's locked up.
Oh no. Just me, I'm not locked up.
Yeah, I didn't think she was going to hold her mouth like that for that long. You're still moving. We're still here, Gillian. I think she locked
You're
up.
still here.
Okay, everybody.
Rebecca, did you blink?
She's probably talking to us and not. She might have
I've
to
been
reset.
locked on my end for a minute.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, you moved.
Close.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna close some things out. Yeah. Okay. Good.
It's like a long box cube there.
Yeah. Sure gonna. Oh, it's over. That's why I think
Oh.
it's over. Anyway.
What?
We're at
Was
the
it
end.
finished?
It is now. Yeah, that was it. Okay. Well, good. All right. Oh, I thought it was. Well, never mind. It just keeps going. Neat. It's been a while since I've seen a big lightning storm, where I am. Like last year. We did get a lot of heavy rain though last week, like sideways rain.
Yeah, you actually sent me a video
Uh-huh.
or something when we were talking one time.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy for a minute. All right, that was it. Very nice. Yeah, wow. Okay, sweet. So, all right. So that was lightning. I've been hearing a lot of people on TikTok talking about, lightning with no sound. Like it's totally silent, just flickering
Kind of crazy,
lightning.
isn't it?
So that's becoming more of a thing here lately. I feel like Sam is locked up. I wonder. I'm like, it's not like
I think I hit mute and left it on too long.
Okay, I was like, you've been quiet for far too long, Sam.
Oh,
So
yeah.
something
Well,
is up.
I just said twice because it's up in space. The lightning with no noise is because it's lightning in space.
Okay. See,
You don't hear it.
that makes sense.
Remember,
And
the planets
Peter-
discharge off the asteroids, and the asteroids discharge off of Earth, and then the planets discharge off of Earth, and that's how they don't crash into each other, is because they electrically repel, and that's why we live in an electrical universe, not gravitational. Their charge and our charge are opposites, and we repel each other because we're supposed to, because this isn't the first time these planets have passed. They've done it thousands and thousands and thousands of times throughout 4.6 billion years. I mean, I don't even want to do I don't think my calculator can do that math. Probably not enough zeros. Anyway, 4.6 billion divided by 3,600.
So how would you explain, like, is gravity relevant at all?
Well, yeah, within the electrical field of our atmosphere, yeah. Gravity is part of the equation, but it is not the basis of the equation. We are an electrical, everything is electric, and you can't, that was the unification model that Einstein never hit on, and everybody always thinks in this dinner plate, rotation orbit model, when we go sideways and through static cling, and we're all connected to everything electrically. Not gravity is a piece of what's really going on. It's a smaller piece. And Newton and Einstein were both wrong. And because we're electric bodies, we stick to the ground, and we are positively charged, just like water is, because our body's 76% water. So we are positively charged entities living on a negative and a positive plane within a positively charged atmosphere, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And planets are protons, and moons are neutrons, and gas giants are electrons, and we're this big compound in space and part of a larger link, and with smaller links part of us. And that's the reality. Gravity does not play an issue. When they get close, because they're close and we're crossing through each other, we electrically repel. We do our thing, and then the transition happens. There's a discharge between the two stars, as well as a discharge between the planets and the asteroid bodies. And we're all electrically rebooting as we jump past each other for another cycle, only to come back 3,654 years and do the binary proximity discharge, as all binary solar systems do.
It's actually quite miraculous,
Yeah, it's the same. It's recompounding. It's connective reestablishment of its compound. It's non-paradoxical, stable compound with, and anytime things break off in any compound and become a radical electron, and that sort of could be looked at as being radioactive or whatever, decay. And then you have paradoxical occurrences from protons and neutrons exchanging places and breaking down out of the compound, which we are not doing because we're a stable. Otherwise, our solar system wouldn't exist. We'd be paradoxical and dead long ago. But yet, here we are.
Nicole is asking, I believe she's wanting to know if the separation of the suns is seen by everybody. Can everybody see it?
Let me ask, did you see, yes, as a matter of fact, but did you see the joining of the two suns from 2010 through 2012 by eye yourself? I did. I watched it every day, come up and it's sunrise. Back then I was taking notes and, with my compass and, watching the sunrise, and I was getting up, 4 o'clock in the morning for years, trying to document this and scream this to everybody. And yet it's sort of gone by the wayside, sort of like yesterday's, trousers. But, yeah, I saw the two stars. I watched it arrive from Antarctica from live cams in 2010, 2011, 2008, 2009. I was watching it by camera, coming big blob in the space sky at night. So it depends on your point of view. And if you're out there watching for it, yes, you should see the separation of the two stars, just like the movie Star Wars at the ending, where Luke gets to look at the two stars on Tatooine. And you can type that into YouTube and you'll see the two stars as well. And as a matter of fact, what's odd is there's a dwarf yellow and a big standard red, just like the movie. Gosh, wow. Yeah. Wonder why.
Right.
And I'm empty on Coca-Cola, and I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam. Is separation only occurring at certain times? I am not sure. I'll have to find out what Sam says on that. And Esri Colette is here. Good to see you. Supper and tea is almost right. Wow. What time should I get there, Esri Colette? Sounds like a party already. I'm glad you're here, though. It's good to see you. And Lori is here. Hello, Lori. Nice to have you, too. Let's see. And any chance of the sun's switching places, right, Jerry? I mean, based on what Sam has been saying, they already have, you know. Like, because for all these years that I've been studying this, the twin sun was always behind our sun. But, you know, a few months ago, that changed, and he believes they switched. So what we are normally seeing now every day is the twin sun, the big one.
They had announced that we're going through this strong solar cycle, and then we started watching the sun, and we were watching the hemisphere of the sun behave in ways that we have not seen our star behave in the last 15 years of my watching it regularly. And there have been so many people that said to me, God, that does not look like our star. So I'm still, controversially wondering what NASA is showing us. So, on stereo A and stereo B, we do not have all the facts, but there's something really weird going on. So, yeah, and we've seen, 20 examples of it over the last 3 months. So we do believe the separation is occurring. The farther it goes, I'm sure it could go on a hook and actually go in front of our star, and we might not see it again for a while. But when it does leave, we will be able to see that star leave along with the planets, because they will be past our light. And when you see and we're seeing nighttime illumination of At2 right now, daily, so at night and around the world. So it's going to be, as they leave, they'll be visible even at night.
So
less visible actually during the day as they leave, because then they will be, we'll be looking away from them, and you'd have to look away from the sun. As long as they're above us, you should be able to see them. But if they should stay above us too. So they'll be viewable in the day, but more also at night. I think we're going to see a phenomenal group of a show coming from that we never even expected in the future. And we did expect Saru to come in by summertime, and here we are. So wow.
So what about like the guy? His name was Pete, right?
Mm-hmm.
The video we just watched,
right,
where it had 2 orbs. Okay,
right.
If that is the case, if he's seeing that, how come more people aren't seeing it? That's what.
Well, we have been talking about this for 3 months, that the sightings have been coming in from the southern hemispheres. Now we have to find out where Pete is.
He's in the UK.
Okay. Yeah. And that matches a whole bunch of stuff we've been looking at for a couple of months now. And this is where, it was so well filmed, and I watched it, and everybody sent it around, and I got like 5 copies of it just in still alone. And I saw multiple live video copies sent to me. And I looked at it and I went, yeah, this is, it matches. So I figured we better call it that this is really happening. I hate to go there. I don't want it to be there, but that's what we're seeing.
Okay, and then Jerry, I know just to talk
they
about.
Could, yeah.
Places,
it could all of a sudden turn to the right. It's what I expect. I think that there is amount of because it came away from us and came towards us. So there is still a certain amount of that same trajectory angle towards us. And we've broken through or continuing on our way, the opposite direction. So it could still sharply swing over to the right, which is expected. But it might get direly warmer than we're used to. I mean, if you got a standard red 80 million miles or 50 million miles away from you, how hot do you get? So, this is stuff we're all, it's conjecture. I hate to go there, but we do have to take into the possibility of that this may or may not occur. And I'm aware of it. I'm thinking about it. We're watching. I hope that answers your question. I just, what we've been seeing that we're going on in this 9th rotation of the massive coronal hole we've never seen the like of. Is that a filament attachment to the larger star? Don't know. We know it's directly connecting Earth. We know it's affecting Earth. We've had 6-point earthquakes the last couple of days. And is it going to go around for a 10th cycle? It's very possible. I don't see that coronal hole vanishing. It's very large.
Yeah, it looks larger than our sun.
And it's oddly on the southern hemisphere, on the southern part of, I can't say the pole of the sun, but in the magnetosphere aspect, it's in the southern magnetosphere pole. Yeah, more asteroids. More, Natu's moon. This is, of course, an older shot. But they're beyond Earth now, and they're being sighted. Jesus got a great video of them last week. And then it's just doing this loop shit over the top of us crap. It's just blowing my mind. And here I think I know what I'm doing. And of course, a week later it says, no, Sam, Rebecca was right. You were being silly. It's like, okay. Look up, not out. Oh, the dance, Atu and
Nibicity. I know. It was in the north. I know.
It's just, crazy. It blows my mind.
Yeah, it's been in the north.
You think you know where stuff is, and then it changes every damn week, and it's like, what am I looking at? Duh. And the other day I saw, Nepesi out my north window, and I went, oh my God. It's like, wow. Can't argue with it. There it is, and usually it's been in the south. And then, so we know that if they're doing the dance, we've seen the transition between Atu and Atu's moon and Nepesi so many times now. That's why we call it the dance, because they switch on us.
Yeah.
And that has to do with our out view and the rotation. As they rotate, our out view of them changes.
I mean, if they switched Atu, that put Atu to the far, far right of the sun.
In some cases over during the day, yeah. And it comes in at us, and then from the right, and then goes past Earth at the later part of the day as the sun rotates. It's, it goes over the top of us in this odd rotation between the two of them that are directly over the top of us now. Atu and Nepesi are over the top of us. And Nepesi follows Atu in the spiraling rotation of the two-armed octopus spinning. Yeah, I saw these. These, of course, are objects going in front of the sun. Yeah, guys, the drawings are accurate.
Yeah, these are... Yeah.
And a lot of it's Saturn Jalamoon lead asteroid pictures. Gillian had one that she posted earlier today. And asked me about.
Yeah.
And Uri and the Tan asteroid and all the object cluster group, Salamander asteroid group, are commonly being sighted nonstop. There's been the majority of the pictures coming in all week. And then now we got the new advent of Saru doing her cameo role visitation after many years of being gone. I mean, it's insanely awesome. I love it. It's also freaky how fast it got here.
I've never seen Saru until the last year. This whole time.
Sightings of the red asteroid have been coming in at night and during the day around the world. And it's in our face. It's just like this picture right there. You're looking at the red asteroid at the bottom of the top picture there. And that's the bottom of Uri, and all those little illuminations. There are asteroids cutting off the sun. This, of course, is the bottom. This is part of the dance. If you look to the upper right, it's green. And if you look to the far left, that is Atu's moon and Nepesi in that shot. This is a few months ago. The lead asteroid was coming straight over the top of our heads and going outwardly forward. And this is, of course, 4 or 5 years ago. And all of the dance and the changes.
I agree with Katie Joe. It's been like that here too. It's like cloudy, then sunny, then almost stormy, and then it's sunny again, and then it,
Yeah, that's the stuff going over the top of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it can be you wake up in the morning and it's lovely and clear, and then just boom, within half an hour,
it all changes.
Coming up, boom, and there it is.
Right now, there's a lot of lightning going on in Mississippi. Like the whole state is just covered in storms and lightning bolts.
I can take a
Mississippi. It's or Alabama too. Sorry, actually,
What about Arkansas?
I believe
thought that
Alabama.
Carolina was saying that she was
Or where am I
seeing
looking at it?
lots of stuff as well in Arkansas, flooding and all.
I'm looking. Next red radar. Okay.
Look at all that. It's where all the
No, it's a rolling electrical storm, definitely, and it's going Mississippi to Alabama,
yeah.
Livingston, and Philadelphia, and Ackerman, and even in Houston. Okay, I don't think I was looking at Mississippi. I might be looking at what the heck am I looking at? Yeah, I am Mississippi. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Don't know the region well enough. All right.
Oh, in Louisiana. That's what I was. Yeah, it is
Yeah,
Mississippi. Okay.
Oh, I promise
I'm getting them
you,
more mixed up. Yeah.
Eastern Texas all the way through Alabama is going through a boil off and, of course, electrical and weather. So, hi, Irene. And she's in Florida.
Irene.
She's down there melting in
She's
Florida.
in Florida. Yeah. Oh no. Hope you're doing good, Irene. She always is.
Yeah, I'm
Good
sure
to
everyone
have you,
has
bud.
air conditioning.
Oh yes, please. Oh, let's see. Yeah, this is almost up.
Yeah, love the illuminated ion core tail. Hello.
Yeah. I figured it had to be. It's like that's where it is. Oh, that was the last one. Okie dokie. No, it's not. I thought it was. And that was from a fawn.
Yep. Yeah, I
That
saw.
oval
Thank you,
shape,
Afan.
very red asteroid-ish.
Afan sent in. I saved a whole bunch of his pictures this week, and we heard from Petty, and we heard from Robert
You guys-
Marshall Smith, and all those folks, and Sharon has been sending me all kinds of stuff.
So that's last
Lots
announcement.
of busy, wonderful members out there. Thank you, all of you guys.
I see Thomas is here. I see Thomas. He's munching away in the green room. I can see him. So eating all our cookies. All right.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
you
gonna go ahead and
are.
bring him on so he can tell us what's going on in Germany. It's probably like midnight or something. Let's
I'll
go
let
ahead
him
and see
talk
how
for a while.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Hey, Thomas. How are you?
Hi, Rebecca. I'm fine. What about you?
I'm good. I got TikTok working now, so you'll be happy to hear that.
Yeah, cool. Yeah,
So-
TikTok is a big platform, of course.
It is. So tell us about your new show. You have a new show on TikTok, I see.
Yeah, I don't have much to talk. I think you say all what you see. So I'm just talking about the stuff in my language, and yeah, it's the same
Nice.
like in yours. So there are not many people who believe this, and yeah, that's all what I can say. And yeah, and my weather is also not very special. It's like Gillian's weather, so it's not a far distance, and yeah, so I don't have much to say.
I tried to
well,
look
that's
up European weather
rarity.
this morning, and I couldn't find anything new. I'm getting everything is 2 weeks old.
Yeah, really?
Oh, it's amazing what all of a sudden the things that are stopping us from doing what we used to do quite easily. It's just amazing.
Okay.
It's amazing. I mean, I used to be able to type it in, and then there it is, and and I could look at NHK news or India news. Now you're lucky if you can find it.
Yeah, crazy. So they want to keep us from the truth, maybe.
Yeah, I agree. Ever since November, a whole lot of things have changed.
Absolutely, the weather has completely changed, and you have different. Oh, you mean the bots? Oh, okay.
Yeah, and our media and the onset of AI and all of this, and you guys may have remembered the onset of the Chinese new AI, and how that is deregulated the overall. There was this big, huge financial rush going on with American and Western AI, and then China came out with, and then it crashed the market, and it also slumped part of the economy because it was a false narrative. It was a paper house that was built up around Western AI, but that was also offset by, I believe, Meta, and he lied to Congress, and I can't even go on about that right now because I don't want to lose my account. But yeah, there's a lot of shit going on that I looked into that is really spooky, where we do need to discuss that there is a great deal of the eastern part of the internet is the bot scenario is unbelievable. So people, be careful what you listen to. Oh my God. Anyway, go ahead, please.
Yeah, you're right.
Well,
Absolutely.
Yeah, you gotta know your source on who you're listening to. You gotta know, like, who are they and who are they aligned with? You know, like birds of a feather flock together sort of thing. It's true.
Yeah.
You know,
But
I wouldn't want to trust somebody who's hanging out with bad guys. You know what I mean? I wouldn't trust them very much.
absolutely.
But here's
But
the thing that I know, right? They're everywhere. But Sam is the one that tagged me on this particular image, just showing, what is it for today? Yes, for today. Okay. And then look at that. Look at me. I'm under the red, the dark red again. I've been under the dark red for like weeks and weeks now. But thankfully, I don't see much happening, or, you know, Oklahoma's
And
big
this
enough
is what's
thing.
coming. This whole area from Texas all the way up to South Dakota, everything east of that, going all the way into Alabama and South Carolina and Kentucky and Virginia and DC and Pennsylvania and Ohio, all of that area is in danger this summer. And this is that transition change that happened in the jet stream from the Pacific Ocean going over the top of the Mexican Rockies into the Gulf of Mexico. All of that has changed. Now in 2018, the Gulf Stream even changed. So the weather in that area also changed. So the jet stream above it has also drastically changed. We've seen the change in ground direction wind. We've seen both hemispheres, and I haven't even paid attention to it recently, and I should do a restudy on that. We've noticed that both hemispheres' weather is going the same direction, and that is completely, absolutely not normal for planet Earth. And that all changed around 2018, 2019, 2020 also. And the fact that nobody's screaming about that is just amazing to me, because I've watched meteorology all my life. And this is, everybody knows, even Gillian. Oh, Gillian. Tell everybody how the toilet water spins.
Oh, yeah. And
Okay, come back. Hey, are you busy or okay, in when you're living in South Africa, what does the toilet water do?
Well, one it goes like that, and then the other one it goes like that. It's anti-clockwise and clockwise.
Right. And ever since 2018, 2019, our weather prior to that did the same thing. And now it does not. So Earth is tipped and Christoper's back. Dun, dun, dun. Both immense occurrences. Christoper's back and the weather changed.
That's interesting. You know what? I was having a conversation with just a lady. I don't know who she was. I was in line somewhere. And anyway, all on her very own, she was talking about how, Tornado Alley is no longer what it used to be. It's like shifted. And she said the poles must have shifted. That's what she said. And I'm like,
she's exactly right. Earth has tipped.
She's
we didn't just tip one way. We tipped two different directions. We're at an angle, an axis tip, and we are no longer geographically on the equator where we used to be. So Chris is now closer to the equator than he used to be.
Right.
Wow. You're like,
hey guys, I'm back.
Welcome back, Christoper.
Your world is like Mexico.
Wow.
Have you ever been to TJ or to Baja?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you know the weather.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
200
Somehow
miles.
it's cooler. Yeah. Somehow it's cooler there than in Vegas. Somehow.
Right. Because they went sub-equator.
Yeah. Wow, that's incredible.
That's why they're getting the moisture. That's why the jet stream has changed and moved. It's now going from the Pacific Ocean, from the equator, the equatorial moisture region in the Pacific, over the top of the Mexican Rockies into the Gulf of Mexico, and then up the eastern seaboard through Texas, Corpus Christi, and New Orleans, and Nashville, and all of that, straight up to Albany, and all of that. All of that angle change is the tip of the earth as well. And so we are not in Kansas anymore. And I keep trying to tell everybody, your old weather no longer counts.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, I saved a copy of this today. I mean, look at this, people. See, the angle comes from the lower left going to the upper right. That used to be a straight line running from Oklahoma City all the way to Charlotte. Not anymore.
See, things are popping up.
Howie's here and Sharon.
Oh, yeah. Just this year.
Sharon.
Hey, Sharon.
Hello.
Good to see you
This
too.
crap is just in the last
I
few
sent you a
months.
link if you want it. I'm just saying. Okay.
Hey,
Let's
where's
see.
Thomas? Is
No
Thomas
pressure.
Yes.
He's here.
Hi, Gillian.
Hi, Thomas.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
I'm always fine. What about you guys?
Good.
Yeah, but I've seen really weird stuff outside now. And yesterday, it looks like I caught a long box cube, but it was tiny. And I haven't even sent the pictures yet. I've just literally seen it. That's why I was staring down like, oh, what's that? It's a long box cube that was just down tiny just by the tree.
Interesting. So
It's not
I think
a leaf or anything. It's too far up from the tree. Or it's not like a bird or anything like that, because there was a bird as well in the next shot, and you could tell they're different. Well, not in the next shot, like a few shots.
Okay, so wind damage in the Tulsa area.
Uh-oh. You
But
all
Gillian-
Miles an hour, people.
Gillian, I think we have good weather here in Europe, isn't it? So we have not
unless
so
you're in
much rain.
Benidorm. Unless you were in Benidorm in Spain yesterday.
Okay. Yeah,
Here is
Spain.
fine.
I'm just speaking about Germany and England. So yeah, Spain and France have a lot of more problems, in my opinion. So Sam said the jet stream changed, and yeah, they all now get wet. And
Yeah, the
Yeah,
upper
but-
jet and the lower jet are going two different directions also. It's really weird.
Yeah, because the water here is going like clockwise.
You go up to
and-
700 millibars and they're running one way, and you go down to 500 millibars and they're running a completely different one. And we're about to see a sandstorm from the Sahara because of the 700s, which is weird.
Oh yeah, Katie Jo's been seeing some stuff as well, but I mean, literally, just you could actually see the physical box thing. Oh, come on, get it. No, no more sweeties.
Yeah, the cube, the long box was huge this week. A lot of really nice captures. People, yeah, we have pictures of it of the fleet, and then we try to mention it
Video,
everywhere.
Sam?
People, there's an embargo fleet. What?
That video that you sent me. I have the little Star Destroyers, you mean?
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
okay.
see
All right.
I can see it.
Yeah, it's a few different clips here.
Yeah, people, we have an embargo fleet parked over the top of
We're
Earth.
here.
Look. Like a long box cube, man.
No way.
Yeah, these guys are here, man. Check, I just caught one there, right there. It's solid as well.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there are hundreds of Star Destroyers parked over the top of us right now. And I don't have to see pictures to know that. And, go ahead, that Sam guy, he's being really crazy. He's saying there's all these ETs up there. Damn it, there are. And maybe you'll listen to me someday.
Yeah, when it lands in their garden.
Right?
I don't think so. We are waiting for the fake alien invasion from the government.
They're already here. They don't have to land. They're blockading.
Wow.
Look at that stuff.
They look just like some of the captures you've got before.
They came out of hiding in 2019, people.
All those shapes look the same as mine in the Aurora.
They offloaded out of the cubes.
Look at the spires coming out of the bottom and the tops of them. That is crazy.
Yeah, you can see the heat signatures. Look at them.
Oh, that's good.
Look at those things. They got wings on, man. It's like a miracle. Come on, guys. Break us out, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, those things look like Voyagers. You know, a Star Trek.
Yeah. We've seen
Where
what look like Klingon vessels, we've seen new weird ones lately. There are so many ships up there, you guys. And I don't know when everybody's going to start to listen. I don't. I keep wondering. I know they're up there.
They say, oh, we don't see these things. They're like, you guys must be imagining it in the clouds and stuff because we don't see it. And you try to explain very sweetly and nicely that like they cloak themselves. And that if you just
cold and the
look
sun
at
do
the
it.
shapes.
It's all about the light. If they're not in the light, you can't see them. If they're in the darkness, they're like everything else out there. They're dark, and you'll see them for a brief period of time, and then you'll see hundreds of them for 15 minutes, and then they're gone because of the angle of the light, how it shines off the bottom of the side of their hull, and then boom, there they are. And which is exactly like the long box, or excuse me, the Texas Cube capture that Christoper had in show 104 at 4 hours and 20 minutes. It just came out of nowhere, and there it was. And we know for a fact it's an absolute real sighting because the exterior shadowing, there you go, thank you, Rebecca. This matches a decade-old photograph to the T. So we know that it's, and we also watched it together, and we found it all together. It was real. It wasn't a created, fabricated sighting by Christoper. We know he didn't do that because it's an exact match to a decades-old photograph. So when pictures match and match and match and match people, it's real. Plus, I've been telling you for 15 years they've been here. They have been here. They are here. They are here. The Empire Orb got here in 2009, people. I've been screaming that. I know what's here. People, look at
Rebecca, I sent you some.
Yeah.
I sent you some pictures of the long box thing that I seen now.
Yeah, this is the best long box that came in all week.
Okay.
Yeah, wait till you see this. It might be tiny, but it must have been going away from us when I caught it by kind of accident.
Very big, very close. Underneath, in front of Isatum's yellow moon. On the right-hand side, long box cube.
Like you can so obviously see it too. Like there's a big square in the sky.
You can't make that up.
And then that one is a newer one too.
Every week and every month I say, okay, somebody comment in the comment section on the YouTube video about the cubes. I dare you. Never happens. I'm amazed. I am truly surprised no one ever comments on the cubes.
Maybe they just don't know what to say.
Or they are not interested in this because they have other problems. If you imagine how many people don't see this stuff in the sky, think about it. It's like in the Bible. Some people waiting for signs for God, but they don't see them because maybe God have a plan with them. So not God in a man, but maybe the consciousness, and they can't see them because they have a bad consciousness and do other stuff in their lives, or I don't know. So I'm just knowing about over 95% or more are not interested in this. So that's my that's what I am seeing here on my channel, and I'm talking to the people, and very low percentage is very interested in this, and yeah.
No,
Not my
I asked
problem.
that publicly also. If you didn't know that there was a parked fleet of extraterrestrials over Earth, would you want to know? And most people said, I don't know. That was the first thing they said was, I don't know. Now that's an older shot.
But it's a cool shot.
And when you get them time after time after time, and they keep all matching people, aren't they real? Come on, guys. We know that they offloaded out of the cubes in 2019, April of 2019. I watched them do it for a couple hours on my porch. We know they are here.
I sent you some pictures, Rebecca.
The Texas
I'm
cube got
okay.
here.
I'm getting it. I had one thing I
got
had
here
to
in
finish.
2015. The long box cube got here in 2017. That's when we first started sighting it. And then offloading in 2019, and ever since it's been nonstop, ship after ship after ship after orb after UAP after you name it, around the world.
Oh, Krista wants to know. She's curious. What does this mean for us? Is this the end of Earth?
2015. No, it's not the end of Earth. They're not going to destroy their factory and the factory workers. They need us.
But things are going to change a bit, though.
Yes, they always do. Every cycle, every passing. That way they reboot the commodities for the next pickup in 3,654 years.
Oh, man.
So big earthquakes and big volcano eruptions is coming.
Extra tectonic plate movements, subductive volcanic activity that changes places, removing of the minerals, reshafting of moisture and water through ancient rock to create crystals and gold and silver, etc., etc. And
Sharon is asking
our weather
about the
changes
doomsday clock. So.
Climate change every time.
I think they don't know the date, what's really going on, in my opinion.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, experimental, not the Borg.
Yeah, Sharon's saying we're not. It's not just exactly slaves, but we're commodities too, because we kind of belong to them, and they treat us like an experiment farm and examine everything and see if people are growing and stuff like that.
I think the doomsday clock is highly overrated and highly non-conclusive, because it's just a scare tactic to maybe hopefully wake some people up. But no, I've never seen that as an accurate representation of the doomsday clock of where we are.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a sort of like a public thing, like Mickey Mouse and Disneyland.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Krista wanted to know what food do you mean that we're food, Krista?
No. There may be some races that eat humans, but not the average. We're kind of valuable. We got lots of things to do.
and I don't want to eat people with all the poison in them.
Yeah, yuck, yeah. That's nasty. Put that back.
Yeah.
Take that human back. It's not very.
You're gonna eat that? Jeez.
Like that, yes.
Yeah, he didn't have a shower last night. Put him back. But mommy, I have to bring an experiment home.
I'm with Chris. I know. I was like, we're not
That
lunch, are
one
we?
is
We're not
rotten.
lunch or dinner.
I think that really, boggles the information volume as well, because so many people are so unbelievably misled about the fear factor of extraterrestrials, and little green men. And if you think you see little green men, then you're nuts. That's not what it is, people. I'm telling you, they're quite real, quite real. The little ones are a little bit more gray than green, but anyway, then there's millions and billions of other races, by the way. I mean, billions. We are not
I did
alone.
not expect
Never have
that
been.
to be so many, but why not?
The universe is very big.
Yeah, right. Very, very, very.
Okay,
But
experimentally.
we're so,
Let's start that.
we're led to believe we're the only ones, for starters. So it's like hard to imagine many more, plus some billions.
Well, there's a large populace of the religious community that believe that Earth is only 9,000 years old. It's like, what?
Yes.
Yeah, I
And I
remember.
am so sorry, people. I can walk out my front yard right now and find you a 60 million year old rock. So,
Right.
and that's one of the younger ones in my yard. That was about the time that England moved from the United States all the way over to the European continent.
Yeah, we were a piece of everything. We're squashed in between.
Well, Ireland and England, the northern UK, and Iceland are all pieces of the North American continent that is spread over from one side to the other of the mid-Atlantic drift. And it's taken 60 million years to get from the coast of Nova Scotia all the way over to Europe. It's about 3 inches a year. And we just saw and are seeing again. There were some earthquakes in Greece this week again, a rather large one. And we are seeing Africa moving north and breaking off that little island area by Madagascar there, and that's separation and movement. And of course, I do see that this is advanced tectonic plate advancement, probably due to the close passing planets. I think it's probably gone from three inches a year to possibly many feet a year. So, and we did record, there was like a 75-mile change in the size of the Mediterranean between Italy and Africa. So, and that was just within the last 5, 6, 8, 10 years. So it's 75 miles in a very short period of time, which would also account for the behavior in Santorini and what's going on in the lava fields of Italy and what's going on in Greece and Turkey and all the way over to Myanmar and Mandalay, all of that earthquake that just hugely happened. So as these planets are passing, I do expect very large possible shifts of tectonic plate. Oh, speaking of which, we've been watching an event this morning all the way till today, and I haven't checked it in the last hour or two, 2 hours, a little over 2 hours. There's an event going offshore of the coast of Oregon right now in the underwater Juan de Fuco region. They had we believe, a subsidence in depth. One marker was showing a 40 meter change. Another marker was showing 3 to 6 meters, and all the subsequent markers around it showed a dropping of over 3 meters, which I've never seen the likes of before. So it's possible that a caldera area under the seafloor has sank, and maybe that's due to the shift movement of magma from underneath toward that volcano mound that is going off under and off the coast of Oregon. So that's been a topic a lot of people have been watching. So go to the USGS.gov, check your buoy markers, and keep watching for earthquakes, and we'll see what happens. Now, it's possible the 26th something big is going to happen with that. So all kind of planetary alignments and all of that. There could be a big shift. So let's just keep watching, everybody. And nobody else is talking.
Sorry, I was getting all Gillian's pictures rounded up. And DB Man, he's here from Denmark, everybody. Good to see you.
Hello, thank you.
Yeah. And what else? Let's see. Okay, so let me pull up what we have. We have some pictures to look at. Some cool pictures.
Yeah, Krista, Rogers, Ferguson, there are going to be people in your family that will not see it, and you just have to be patient with them.
Yeah. They'll come around.
Yeah, we're still working on Christopher's dad.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how soon that one's gonna work out.
But... No, you've got to send him your Nibiru and your Facts Not Fear videos and let him watch those.
I have. I've sent him all my stuff, and
did he watch them?
He says he did. Well,
with closed eyes.
Yeah, he's just. I mean, like some of the, I've sent him a bunch of really good ones, and it's, so obvious some of these photos, and I don't think he's paying much attention to the skies, though. I think once he sees it for himself, I mean, he's taken pictures of it and sent it to me, like, and then he'll put like cartoon eyes on the clouds, and he put a pipe and a mouth in one of them. That was kind of funny.
Yeah, I still remember that one.
Yeah.
Is that your dad?
Yeah.
Oh, he would have gone well with my dad. He did stuff like that as well.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, he's terrible. He's terrible with drawing, so it's kind of funny. And then my mom, she's, when I first told her about it, she probably, thinking what's he doing now, and
now we have to save him from this cult. Yeah.
Right, something like that, or who knows. And then she lives down in Arizona, so she's actually taken a few good pictures recently. But the first picture she sent me, it was great. She sent me a picture of she's like, I took a picture of the sky for you, and she sends me this picture with you remember with the backyard and the rake.
Yeah, most of the ground and a little bit of the sky. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny.
When you're a newbie, you got to learn those things by doing.
Right.
And we encourage everyone out there who is new to this, be sure to look in the sky and look for the dark areas first. You have to train your eye to look at things differently than you're used to. And once you get that little edge where you first grab the dark areas first and work your way to the light, they'll pop out at you.
Oh, yeah.
And that's number one teaching tool we try to work on everybody. And then go out and take your own captures. And then send us a copy of it. We'll try to get back to you if possible, and we'll point out to you what you captured. And once you do that, you will learn more and more and more. And then before you know it, you'll be an expert like Rebecca there, or Gillian, or Christopher, or Thomas.
I'm not.
Yeah, but see, we have to, for the record, admit that Thomas is a non-willing expert because he doesn't want to know the planets as well as everybody else.
I know
that they're there.
I know they're there, but I'm not in all the details, your guys, and I'm not like the professional. So I know that is on the right side this planet, and I know they're on the left side this planet, yeah. But I'm not like this in completely detail. Oh, I must look closely, and where's the cube exactly? Like this? Yeah, it's not like this.
Right. No worries.
Yeah, no worries, of course.
From where in this shot? I believe upper.
I'll play this. Well, talk
Bubba,
from an account called Mr. Cool on TikTok. Okay, and I like his videos. I like it.
This looks like
I'm pretty sure
huge asteroid, long box cube, Saturn 7.
It looks like my sky, all skid marks and stuff.
Has the picture changed, or am I stalled?
It's stalling on my end too. Pretty bad. Darn it. There.
Yeah, that's definitely the long box cube. Look at it.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, now look at the dark blue. Look at the white stuff. Look at the dark stuff.
Wow.
See that flare? That's Tim cutting in on the left-hand side of the sun.
Wow.
That's why that blue shaft light flaring is going on. That's Uri and Atu's moon above, and then you spin all the way back to the Bessie, and Nibiru was back there in the middle of that. It spun so fast I couldn't point it out. Yeah, we're in the middle swimming underneath some big ass planets, people. Same thing with this. You can see that the light is being cut into from the left.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
By two things. Two skid mark lines here.
From that angle, it almost looks like Matum has gone past the sun over.
Yeah.
We could be seeing before. I'll have to keep that in mind. That might answer some of the crazy sky this week.
Always beautiful.
Definitely, Thomas.
Look at that. You can see the edge of that thing like that.
There's a lot of people going, "Oh, look, it's a winged angel," and I was like, "Oh God, here we go again."
I have a lot of people on TikTok who are talking about, oh, there are dragons. I see dragons, and
that's the dragon horns. Yeah,
yeah.
The triangle head and the dragon horns. Because it's around something.
That conversation with Joel this week.
But sometimes they zoom very in detail in the picture and searching for other people or other things in the clouds, and I tell them zoom out, not zoom in.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it looks like ribs across the sky a lot this week. The ribs. It's like fish ribs, you know, like a giant whale or something up there. Oh, look at that. That looks like a square thing there. Wow. Look at the ribs. The ribness.
Lead asteroid dead center middle. Ion tail side of the Saturn yellow moon. And behind it and above is Saru. Little liney clouds the side of Saru. And her land masses. Okay, we go for a ride now.
Yeah.
There goes my vertigo. Ooh, guys, I was seasick on Sunday or Wednesday. Don't do it to me. I'm joking. Don't do it again. Yeah,
wow, look at that big round planet on the right there. That big.
Yeah, that was the Saturn's yellow moon and lead asteroid, and the dark was, of course, Saturn's yellow moon. Very, very large.
Yeah, I just got dizzy watching that now.
Yeah, and when they start doing that to me, I kind of got to look away. It's like when they walk in commercials, you know, they walk to the edge of the building and look down. I don't go for that full
Look
ride.
at that thing.
Me and my vertigo. Oh, look, our moon. And look where the illumination is. The bottom side. It's not supposed to. That right there is the side of Uri.
Wow.
And asteroid and all the other stuff, the object cluster group, the salamander asteroid group cutting in. And look, see that big illumination dead center?
Yeah.
There's your tan asteroid.
Cool.
Brightly illuminated as drawn for the last 2 to 3 months in the monthly site drawing as illuminated. And it actually matches this month's site drawing. God, how does that guy do that? Yeah, Christopher, now that you're back, hopefully, it looks like we kind of lost Rebecca, but hopefully she'll show your videos. That's not the sun. The sun is over there.
That's weird. Look at that.
And that object over there that they're going back to, that is the tan asteroid right there.
Nice.
That's the bottom of Uri right there, and all the object cluster group, and up there, after that moon, and
Pen real quick.
and there's a little bit of nepacity above the light pole right there. That's nepacity. And then Atu's moon just poked its head up there for a second, and there is Saturn yellow moon, and the lead asteroid dead center. And there's the green asteroid just to the right of the light pole. You see it in front of is that very large Saturn yellow moon. Over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And this shit can't be made up because it's real. It's in the sky. And this is not color crayons, and these are not clouds. These are space clouds. Yeah, I got razzed again with the old crayon joke.
Oh dear.
But I see that monthly, so
Oh, did somebody get you again for crayons?
Well, I got to repost the little sign that says, I neither have the time nor the crayons to explain this to you.
Oh yeah, I love that one. And my T-shirt says that. I love that T-shirt.
And I do too. You sent me that one, and I still wear it. I neither have the time nor the crayons.
I loved it. I just
Yay,
thought
Rebecca's
it's so sunny.
back. Being our little busy executive producer, trying to keep all of the hamsters in the hamster wheel, making this work.
All the ducks in the road.
Mm-hmm.
I
Looks
got
like
Gillian's
Sharon sent
pictures
you a
ready
present.
to roll.
Sharon sent you a present.
Am I scrolling? Ah, thank you, Sharon.
Oh yeah? I need to make it screen smaller. Hang on. Sorry. I made the screen big.
You can
So
see
the
it.
TikToker.
Cool. How many
Right,
TikTokers
hang on.
are there
It's-
today?
Slow. 4. Hello, TikTok.
What?
Let's see.
Hi, TikTokers.
We hope to earn your subscription today.
What? Is there? Oh, there it is. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. I'm trying to get it to pop up.
Party.
Yeah. Hey, we're all doing Taiwanese today. It's the new world language. Taiwanese.
Taiwanese. Oh, that's a good word, Samuel. Taiwanese.
Taiwanese.
There.
Well,
TYPO-NEESE. And then again, we're looking at the tan asteroid and a couple of you were looking at Pappy and Lorraine. And there's lead asteroid, Saturn Shalom moon to the right. Oh, my ears are ringing, people. Yeah, there you go. Dan asteroid, Pappy and Lorraine are the two smaller ones just to the left of Dan asteroid. At the side of Uri, which is being illuminated. Those white clouds are the illuminated side of Uri. Just to the left of the sun. As in the monthly site drawing. Say that over and over again. And thank you, everyone out there, for tolerating
I say
me
that
and my
all the
mood
time when
here.
I'm like live on TikTok. I always say it's just like the drawing. I mean, and it is. It's like it's just like the drawing. And I say that all the time. Hey, Nina. Nina's here. You there? Wait, come back.
Wow.
We've had some shots this week where this, believe it or not, the spiral asteroid was right in front of the red asteroid. And it was like, that was weird. Because usually for the last month or so, spiral's been all the way to the right and just below the lead asteroid and sometimes near the green asteroid in the outview. It's weird. But it's all changing. Always does. I'm looking right there. That one little thing that looks kind of like a grape by itself there could be easily the red asteroid.
No.
I seen something that looked like a rainbow fish, but it was flying on the right side.
Well, there are a lot of asteroids out there that we have not documented. And they're getting bigger.
Yeah, this was a really fat fish, and it was on the right, going under the sun.
Even the new ones I drew in, had drawn in on this month around the lead object are also showing up in pictures. Sort of kind of like I know they're coming invisible, so I draw them in. And this is most likely, of course, the red asteroid in front of the cloud are the bottom ones, the side secondary clouds in the background, and up to the upper right of this should be the Texas cube, but it's in the dark. Right up there in the right corner, that white flip may be a star destroyer. Right up there should be the Texas cube, and right there should be the long box cube, and it's kind of there. You can see the little straight line in the upper right corner. And we know they're where they are because we get pictures from around the world every week. Lots of them. I wonder how long, 20 years from now, people are going to go, God, Rebecca, you guys were right. Gee, we missed it. How could we have missed this?
Oh, no, that'd be tragic.
You didn't tell us.
Could you
Yes, we
explain
did.
this to somebody? Can you imagine? Like you missed the biggest thing in the whole world, the biggest event. You missed it. It comes back in 3,500 years.
Right?
Maybe next time. No, I mean, I wonder if I saw it last time. I mean, maybe. Maybe we.
Well, they might have to wait for the movie.
Wouldn't that be funny?
I have to wait for the movie.
We found each other again.
I wonder who's going to play Christoper, and I wonder who's going to play Gillian, and who's going to play Rebecca, and who's going to play me in the movie.
Oh yeah. I wonder. Can we pick a star? Can we spot the star and choose a star?
We'll be on the red carpet.
There you go.
Then we have to go to those board meetings and discuss our emotions.
And then don't forget the coffee table book.
Yeah. Yeah, you're nobody without a coffee table book.
Oh yeah,
A color book, like a Barbie
My
color.
favorite pick's a Nibiru, 2012.
We have some of the best pictures.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
We have 500,000, 750,000, a million photographs saved.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if we got them all together from everybody into one? Wow. From around the world. Hello, people.
Gee, I've already killed 5 phones with these pictures.
Yeah, I've killed 15 computers so far. So yeah. Yeah, that looks
I
a
hope
little.
I don't kill this phone. It's very upset with me.
Oh, right. Yeah, I keep forgetting that I have to put all these photos on a thumb drive. I would cry if I lost these. Knock on wood.
God, don't even joke about that.
Yeah, don't even joke about that. I was just going to say, don't even say that. Yeah.
Don't even think it. Don't even go there.
Yeah. Well, we do have, fortunately, we have the movies. Or the videos. Movies. Well, we have this. Our 116th show, people.
Look at the shadow behind that. Look at that great big shadow.
Yeah, learn to look at the dark areas first. You'll see the planets. They'll hop right out at you.
Look at all those little squids.
And once you get past the fact that you're not looking for tiny little dots in the sky, you're looking for sky pillars. God, that took us, 5-6 years to get to everybody to listen. Because, 2012, they were already huge. And, we watched them 2010, 2011, 12, 13, 14, and then the little ones got big. And you guys have missed so much of this awesome story. I was so elated in 2019 when we started noticing, and we call that the Dr. Phil era, when we were noticing Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail were coming towards us in front of Nibiru. It's like, oh, goody, Nibiru's coming back. It was just insane. And I'm still chuckling. 2019 on, man. And now she's gone past us, and she's hard to see every once in a while. You do.
Look at that thing. It's beautiful.
That's a combination of about 3 different planets right there. That's most likely the side of Uri on the left.
Uri's very visible.
Yes, and the stripes. God, this last week I've seen I don't know how many pictures with the Uri stripes in them. Plain as day.
Yeah,
and if you don't know that,
my Ring doorbell had the two rings around it. You could see, and it was tilted on its side like that.
Yep, a little bit of axis tip now that's moving. It's going beyond us, so we're seeing a different base. We didn't even used to see the bottom of Uri, and we've been seeing the bottom of Uri for about a year now, a year and a half. She rose up, is actually getting smaller. This is rising up. Like humans should be doing right now. You can see the blue asteroid in this one, just to the lower right of the sun. I like this week's thumbnail too, by the way. Show 116.
Pretty.
Hi, Sandy Cheeks. We always ask, where's SpongeBob?
Yeah, look at that. What's that?
Sandy Cheeks is here.
That is the lead asteroid and the ion tail off the Saturn's yellow moon combining, along with the long box cube is in that darkness right there.
On the darkness up on the right there.
Yep. And the nib at the bottom left is where Casper is, under the sun. Coming in from the left and right next to the lead asteroid in front of Saturn's yellow moon, which is very dark and very big, and cutting into the sun on the right-hand side, causing some of this refracted light. Dark blue on the right, normal sky on the left. Again, it's the side of the Saturn's yellow moon right there. That dark blue is the Saturn's yellow moon. Very large, very close, very big.
So well.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the ion tail going around it. The other day, I was looking at the ion tail at sunset, due north, so unbelievably wrapping around this very large Saturn's yellow moon. And it was way bigger than this even. So this may be a day or two old or earlier part of the day. But wow, huge ion tail, people. And you can't miss it. It's number one, the easiest find right now is the ion tail. And moving right along.
Okie, yes. Is it just me, or do y'all see the comments from the chat up on the screen?
On the side there, yeah.
Oh,
I see them there too.
yeah.
That's probably from a live program.
Well, no, I just now noticed it's turned on. It says show comments on stage beta. It's like a new feature. I did not turn that on.
They're gone.
I did. Wow, that's too little. You can't even read them.
Now
That's
on
pretty
YouTube, when you watch the YouTube video, you only see the comments that you post in the lower left.
Yeah, it's different.
But that will over time eat over the top of anyone and everybody's picture on the right.
Yeah, I didn't even know it could do that, but now I see it. Something new they've added. But look how tiny it is. Let me get my magnifying glass out. I'm not gonna we'll see what they say. I don't know. It's tiny. All right. That was fun. Okay, so what next? What's next? Oh, hey, Thomas sent me some pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at Thomas's pictures. Let's see what he
Not
had.
much.
Let's see what Germany
I was
looks like.
Yeah, Germany. I was chilling in the
Yeah,
sun, and I
he's-
thought maybe I'd take some pictures. Yes.
Chilly. Yeah. Nice. Okay, well, here they are. They're loading. Bear with me. Boy, everything's moving slow today. Okay. It's trying. Sorry, everybody. There.
And the light is behind us to the right. So this is past Earth.
Like 10. There.
Hey there, Sandy Cheeks.
And I've got a cat asking to be fed. I'll be right back.
Okey-dokey.
Okay, Sam.
You don't want me
Is Sharon coming on today?
Okay.
Oh,
I guess she doesn't want me to feed her.
oh, did she run away?
She can, like, I sent her a link in case she wanted to, but she may have things to do. I
She
don't
might
know.
be busy.
So I have not heard from her as far as yes. Right, yeah. Lots of streaks in your sky, Thomas. Lots of streaks. Actually, it's
Yeah,
perfect
that-
time to take pictures too.
Those sky
It's like
scribblers were busy this week. Oh my word, those sky scribblers were busy.
You know, I'm just chilling in the sun, and I thought, oh, okay, well, I will take some pictures. But I'm always thinking,
I really
okay,
haven't
it's
seen
beautiful.
many. They
regular election, they completely rigged their primary. They prevented anybody from thinking what happened.
Okay. I just had a cat visitor. She wanted to be on my lap, but I don't think I'm going to enjoy that in about 5 minutes.
Daddy, pick me up.
Yeah, and she's like, whew. She wants to be on my desk now all of a sudden lately and sits on my paperwork. And it's like, no, thank you.
It was the last one. Okay. Sweet. Well, that was it, guys. That was what Thomas sent me. 10
Okay, thank you.
pictures, or 9.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah.
stuff flying over. There's
close
there's a thing in the bottom right here that's very, very interesting. Kind of looks like the Empire orb. I haven't even been looking for the orb, because all the UAP orbs, but the big orb, the one that looks like the Death Star, is definitely noticeable because it has a center eye and an array around it with other lights, compared to those micro orbs that are flying around and being sighted all around the world and being picked up by many people. There's a whole to-do going on about that. God, the back shows that everybody's doing on that one, on everybody and their brothers doing it on YouTube, including regathering all of the videos and reposting them on their own show. There's one I've been kind of watching a little bit. I'll just throw it out there. It's a guy called, let's see, Bryce is Right. He shows a lot of really cool stuff, some garbage, but some really cool stuff. So you can look that up on YouTube. He's doing a pretty good. He's capturing a lot of the sky anomalies, and I've many times wanted to write down his show and grab little excerpts of it, but I didn't want to go hunting for little, half minute long clips. But anyway, and we don't need to do that on the show because most of what we are showing, we do know what it is, instead of his show, and because it's another one of those guys that says, "Well, we don't know what it is, but here's the video," Sort of like Mr. BB333. Although we love his work too, but he doesn't come to any conclusions or summations like we do, because we know we've been doing it long enough before anyone else. So we know mostly what's going on up there. If it's up there, we know it.
He wants to run his business, so
right.
Maybe that's the reason too.
Right, gotta sell merch, man, and survival gear, and that special hunting knife and all of that. Yeah. And these dehydrated food packs, but get them now. Yeah. Well, and by the way, you should order early because shipping is only going to get worse. Because we don't sell any of it, but if you're going to do that, do it. But never overcharge your credit card because you can't pay for it. So don't. Anyhow, yeah, the world is in a screwy place, and I don't blame anyone for wanting to prep right now. I recommend it. I say have a family tornado plan, have a family disaster plan, have a plan how you're going to deal with one day with no electricity, or have a supply of water in your house that you can actually keep in storage.
Sorry,
in case you don't get water.
lagging so bad.
Is that me or you? Am I breaking up, Gillian?
No, Rebecca.
Just checking. If it was me or what. Yeah, of course it's lagging.
I don't know. I'm just having like such a bad lag.
Maybe if you close the TikTok live, maybe that's the reason.
Yeah, when you run your phone and your computer at the same time.
No.
We have that at my house where if the girls are playing games and stuff and I'm trying to do computer, they don't work all the time. And then you add the TV and we all go down. Otherwise, I'd have a TV behind me and looking stuff up, but I can't run the internet TV and them playing, PlayStation 5 and then me doing the show. Doesn't work. That's why you see my little face and the talking circle, because my microphone and my camera do not want to work on my crappy internet. So we do it this way. That way I'm able to attend these shows because I am so blocked and limited. I swear to God, my IP is flagged. Because, I had 2 comments on one of my videos the other day, Christopher.
Yeah.
And yeah, I had 2. Yeah, 2. 10 years ago, I'd have, 500,
522.
Yeah. And things sure have changed, but then, my daughter said, well, Dad, Facebook is for old people. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, we feel old after we've been a day at work,
Yeah, after I've been talking for 15 years, I do feel a little older, a little less patient too, I might add. There's days I want to just scream at everybody. I can't believe you can't see these stupid ass planets. My God, they're right freaking there. I do. I want to, just reach out.
Running things.
Look at this. Open your eyes. My God, people, come on, 15 years.
What's that funny noise?
I don't know. Someone was in the background. Hey, at least we haven't seen any pop-ups of, thumbs up or thumb down recently, Have you noticed that stopped right after you went off onto the laptop off your phone? Yeah, I think somebody hacked into your link on your phone. I thought it was amazingly funny, but
That's a good thing you sent me the computer too, because my phone doesn't work very well anymore. And of course, I went to Verizon the other day to get a new one. They're telling me I don't have insurance on the phone.
You broke up. Say that again.
I went to Verizon the other day. They're telling me that I don't have insurance on my phone, which is totally ridiculous.
The connection is not good.
No good.
I did not know that was the thing.
Okay.
I did not know there was phone insurance. Of course, I don't have one, so I. God.
Yeah. So too much. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, I got an advertisement in the mail this week for.
I used to have it on my phone till I realized how it.
Frozen Rebecca.
Insurance and. Okay, we just sort of vanished for a moment there. Everything on my end stalled. That would be interesting. That's Colette. Yeah, would I dare? Would I dare? I mean, we do sort of hide under the level of, being under the bridge. I'm checking to see if I was muted even.
No, you're not.
Okay. Just as long. Yes. That kind of goes along with, absolutely trying to write this down in an equation. I don't really want to flag myself, although I am trying to get everybody else interested other than the government public service announcement. But yeah, there is a huge, massive non-congressional budget being paid to hide this information, people. It's not going to be something they're going to go, oh, this guy might be right. That's not what's going on. They're going, this guy's right, and we have to make sure that nobody hears him. That's what's going on. And because we've seen enough evidence of that in the last 10 years alone. Right at November, they cut me off of my 16-year-long Facebook profile, and I didn't do anything. And I never got flagged for it or notified. I just got shut out of my account, which is where we lost control over Montana Skywatcher 2, which, in hindsight, we now know how not to have happen. But I didn't have another admin in place, and I wish I had. Anyway, somebody else talk. I'm going to do a Ricola.
The only one who can talk is Chris, because Rebecca's connection is maybe not good and she's doing stuff. My English is not good, so Chris, it's your turn.
My turn?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just scoot closer to the mic.
Yeah.
Pull your chair forward a little bit. You're echoing, like you're in an empty room.
I am. Let me figure out somewhere else to sit.
Well, you've got a microphone on your lapel there,
I'm
don't
just trying to figure out how to turn it on. Hold on.
Okay. Testing. Okay, now you're muted, Rebecca. I saw you blink, then talk, and then nothing.
Yeah, she's muted.
Yeah, gotta give little hand signs now.
It won't let me.
I hear something.
Yeah.
There you are.
Oh, there it goes. It wouldn't. I didn't mute it, and it would not let me unmute it.
I had that with
So, that's
Facebook
what that
today. It
means.
wouldn't let me change channels or
Yes.
post things. It would just stall and lock up.
Yeah, it's
But-
like what? I would not do that.
But Rebecca,
Back
so
to what I was-
try. Maybe you can try.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can try to close your TikTok live, and maybe the connection will get better.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That is
Maybe.
Atu's moon in front of
Maybe.
Atu. After,
Maybe
Just
now,
a
look,
try.
the light is coming from behind us. This is the evening view
Yeah.
of Atu and
I feel like
Atu's
that might
moon
be the answer.
beyond Earth. This is what's happening. Now, Jesus got the same capture last week, and this came in this week. And a lot of people got this exact same thing, but it was differently illuminated where they were, but they all got this. And I just chuckled and chuckled, going, yep, Atu's moon. Look where the sun is. It's behind us. So this is past Earth. After sunset, as sunset is closing. See the light on the building and to see the light on the billboard. It's all coming from behind us. And you're looking at Atu's moon, and we have copies of it that match from, let's see, 2020. So it's all matching again. And I'm briefly computer blind. Look.
Oh yeah, this is nepicity, huh?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. And look at the upper area, the green in the upper middle to upper middle right. You can see the edge of nepicity there. The light is also behind us. And you know the big thing is there's illumination inside the core, and supercells don't do that. Supercells are dark inside. Only a planet that's way high above Earth has a bottom illumination.
People always say to me, no, this is in our Earth atmosphere because it looks like that.
But it's not.
I know.
way high up, and it you know, that's our out view. And you know, I said this 1,000 times. They look really close, but they don't even look far enough away at all, and we see both too close and too far, and it just doesn't make sense to the eye. But that's what's happening.
Yeah, I know. I just want to tell. It's very difficult to tell people that because they always say, "No, that's in our atmosphere. That's a big storm or something like that." So yeah,
right. And that's why you have to. If you go back to 2008 and type in supercell tornado 2008, you'll get a thing with a big, huge supercell, and underneath will be dark. The tornadoes is dark. Oh, I love these.
But people are not interested to look this up and to type this all in Google.
Right. The friends that you're talking to, Thomas, don't they admit that the sky looks insane? Like,
absolutely, yes.
So they do understand that something is up.
Yes, they do.
Feel like it's too close just means they don't know what out of the atmosphere objects look like. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. But it's a lot for people to take in.
Yeah, and the connection now is better after you close TikTok, in my opinion.
Did I close it? Oh, wait, it is better, isn't it?
It is closed. That is what I'm saying. In my opinion, but let's see.
My live is not eligible for FYP. Oh, yeah, sure did. I didn't do it. They got disconnected.
Did they flag you again?
Well, we'll leave it off. I don't know. I was restricted, meaning I was not able to be on the FYP. It wasn't being advertised as live. I'm going to leave it off for now. It's better now, isn't it? Wow.
Okay.
Oh. It's cursed. Look at that rain bomb.
And the sunlight appears to be coming from the right behind us.
Oh, that's a fake purple thing.
Rain bomb of some sort.
Green.
And that is what they would just go, oh, look, an upside down rainbow. No, that's the bottom of a planet, people. Most likely the bottom of Nepicity with one of the big 3 asteroids showing on the left-hand side. Bottom of Nepicity. Who is now moving from the south to the north sky during the day, and that is from the right to the left. And if you see the ion drop tails here, it is moving from the right to the left.
Sorry.
That's awesome.
Wow.
That's the Samuel moon coming in and actually folding our atmosphere, shoving into us.
Not
1, 2, 3 little. Yeah, not HARP. Looks like some sort of a fruit tree. No leaves on it yet, so maybe it's older. I don't know.
Oh, look. Herbs. Look, they're
That's pretty
turning
cool.
corners. Yeah.
That's pretty cool clouds. I have no explanation for those. That's unique. And it reminds me of air bubbles that dolphins let under the deep sea, you know, clear blue sea, and they make
Kind of
air bubbles.
like,
They float up.
and you get those weird, like, wave ones as well.
It's got to be harp. I'm only joking.
Gotta be hard.
That's the catch-all for everything.
It's terraforming.
Alexandra is here.
Shapeshift and evil aliens can invade Earth. Yeah, right.
See you.
And sometimes people also said the Schumann resonance.
Right.
We have the machines, and the Schumann resonance are man-made, and that's not because other stuff. Oh yeah, people are
Right.
crazy.
Yeah, the stuff they buy into is so much farther fetched than what we are talking about, and we're so in the middle that we're maybe not believable because we're too normal. I mean, what? I don't know. I do not know. 15 years, people. I've been screaming this for 15 years, and yet, are you sure the sky is different than it should be? I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me.
No, the conspiracy theories are way more popular.
Well, look how many people will walk down the street with their cell phone in their hand and fall into a manhole cover.
Oh man.
Because they're not paying attention.
I was going to say hi to David. David's here. Hey, David.
That could be easily the spiral asteroid going in front of the bottom of Uri.
Whose pictures are these?
Different people's, just on the Facebook.
On the East Coast, I believe.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, the bubbly bottom of Uri, and that straight line is probably, it does not look like a sea trail, and it is refracting a shadow on the side face of Uri. So I would say that's probably the spiral asteroid going less horizontal and more vertical. And we've seen evidence of the changes in the spiral.
Yes, John, we can see you.
Nice to have you. Good to see you. Glad you're here.
Yes, Alexandra, please tell your friends and share, and all of that, and hit the notification. But everybody, check your subscription. Sometimes that's being removed. A lot of YouTubers are saying that. So check, please, double check. Yeah, those most of that is normal clouds with something dragging at it up from above. Kind of almost looks like eastern Montana. Weird. A little more south, maybe, like Colorado or I don't know.
Well, but it was a beautiful environment in Montana, like the videos.
Grasses, great view. A couple of farms off in the distance. Thank you, John. Yeah, oh wow. God, the other day I saw one of the most insanely red sunrises I've ever seen.
Cool.
And it was only there for 15 minutes or so. Oh, by the way, we're going to have a strawberry moon coming up. And I've never heard of a strawberry moon, but then, they keep telling us, these things reoccur, and then it's like, I never heard of that. This is actually a lenticular cloud. It could be quite easily. Let's see. The light's coming from, okay. This is a lenticular cloud over the top of this mountain. It may not have an asteroid in it, but it may have an asteroid in it. But this would be more normal than any time they've ever said lenticular clouds, because it's over an Arctic snow-covered mountain.
Right.
Pretty.
Yep. Now that's a cloud.
It's a cloud.
Well, people read, he sees planets that are clouds. And, it's like, dude, you should open up your eyes. That's really the thing. And we've had so many years worth of absolute proof that it's beyond even reproach that we even argue with the new trolleys. Okay, we've got, look at this. This is after dark, people. And you're looking at the bottom of 2 planets after dark. Argue with that one.
I figured.
People just don't have the energy to argue anymore. They just stare.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there you go. This is 3 planets. Looking at Atu, Uri, and Saru going off in the distance. That yellow line at the horizon is the bottom of Uri. Saru. The middle orange line is Uri. Then the top orange area and the nub to the left is Atu and Atu's moon.
Isn't that cool? You can see those like big, huge curves, one after another.
Yep. Stacked 1, 2, 3, going off in the
Ooh,
distance.
are you all wet, kitty cat? It must be raining again.
Wow.
It's raining again.
Yeah, our cat needs a good bath. She doesn't go outside.
Oh, goodness.
Let her roll in the dirt for a while. Get some dirt on her.
Oh, look, Sam, more harps.
Yeah, that would be that. Yeah, those things. I think this is stack up of, you know, when a planet comes in and it stacks and waves the upper atmosphere or the clouds around them.
Ripples.
You know, this could easily be necessity, but I think the light is wrong for that. This could be a Saturn's yellow moon for all we know, but it's a stacked wave pattern, and it's not HARP. HARP doesn't even do that. And again, the bottom of Uri on the left-hand side.
There's some information about Strawberry Moon.
Early June, and coincides with strawberry picking time. Okay, good to know. But it's actually going to be very, very orange, pinky month, June. Yeah, I think.
Oh, the big spokes. Get spokes sometimes. It's like blue-gray, pale blue-gray, and great big long spokes. Oh, look at that one.
That is definitely, let's see where the light is coming from. Well, that's a planet for sure, I can tell you that. Look at the big curve. Look at the blue at the horizon on the other side, on the left of us, because the light is coming from behind us. So that's most likely Atu or Uri. And you can see the light is wrong, dead center on this car in the middle of the picture. And then the light's over there and the light's over there, but it's not dead center over the top of you. The light is wrong, people.
Oops. Oh. We'll do that one first. Yeah.
Playful. Atu's moon, purple. Discharge. Stay away from Earth. We don't bounce into Earth. Push it away.
That one. Look at that. That's awesome.
Yeah. Some of the reddest skies I've ever seen lately. Awesome skies. The white in the middle could be Uri. The left corner could be Atu. The reddish at the horizon could quite easily be reddish from the bottom of Saru. We don't know, but I mean, yeah, the real sky is the yellow stuff after sunset. This is post-sunset or pre-sunrise.
Big spokes.
This is the development of the snail foot and the red asteroid dead center in the middle, behind the 2 telephone wires or power lines. But this is a matching thing that we saw all week, where the development of the snail foot from Atu, and it is also going over to the right-hand side of the sun, which is what we were talking about, the dance where Atu is changing places over the top of us. And then the snail foot forms as red asteroid and other asteroids become center visible, and then they drop this ion developing snail foot. It looks like a snail foot. That's why we call it that. It hasn't developed yet, but it's on the process of doing so.
Is that like the lead object in front, you said, or no?
No, it's the red asteroid and Attu's moon. And then Attu's moon reaches down with an ion drop tail, gathers in the red asteroid, and then there's this other smaller stuff, the little sister asteroid and a couple, 3 or 4 asteroids in front of it, behind it, that form into the snail foot drop when it gets close to Earth.
Interesting. Okay.
And we'll see more of that all for the rest of the summer as well. And discharging and stuff like that. Yeah, here the snail foot is totally developed. And if you look in the upper middle part of the picture, you can see the circle of Attu's moon. And the lightning is coming out from underneath Attu's moon and dropping down into the snail foot, which leads at the lower horizon on the left. And that big one cloud in the middle, which is dark on the left-hand side, is just normal clouds. But the rest of this is the snail foot discharging from Attu's moon underneath, and you can see it. And the light is coming from the left, and this again is, that could even be a discharge. No, snail foot coming from Attu's moon. It's got to be. I do not know if a Saturn doesn't create the snail foot. So we're not fully familiar with the base cloud of Saturn's yellow moon because we've never seen it this close. So we do need to keep studying that. And it might be extreme this summer. We do not know. It's all new territory. Look at that.
Whoa.
The 6 sisters. Holy cow. I've never seen 6 drop tails at one time before.
Never.
That is cool. They always call it the 2 or 3 sisters. Wow, that is 6 sisters. Wow.
They are together too. Let's
run, Forrest, run. That is insane.
That's different.
Yeah, tell me that's normal. Wow, I've never seen 6 before. Ever.
Oh, that's big eye.
Somebody call Reed Timmer.
wow.
That, of course, is opacity 1, 2, 3.
Unbelievable.
See the green inner core, illuminated inner green.
Well, that thing had 10 joules. It must be an opacity cocktail.
Yeah, it's got the 1, 2, 3 base core cloud level with the illuminated internal green core. Everything in the blue that you're seeing above the railroad sign is planet. The real sky is the yellow. Close passing planets, people argue. I just dare you to prove this wrong. Seriously, I dare you. There's your harp wave. I'm joking. That's an atmospheric. That's an atmospheric wave of the upper jet stream, probably 500 millibars. It's a rolling, fluid, harmonic river of liquid, and that's where we get those damn Godzilla monster-sized hail from, because they're flying around up in there with such high speeds that they can hold a softball-sized chunk of hail. And it's what the gods surfboard on, man.
Yeah, what is that? Look at those. How's the waves I thought of?
Okay, the light is behind us. So that could be the base cloud of Nibiru.
Where?
The entire blue thing. Remember, Nibiru is vastly huge. This is behind us, or beyond Earth. If it was first thing in the morning, that would be where Nibiru would be. Sun comes up in the east by northeast, so deep west would be where Nibiru is in the morning. Deep west by southwest. Yeah, in the AM, as the sun comes up. Nibiru is moving away from us and is beyond us already. And this could be the bottom of Nibiru. Because it sure ain't Atu, and it sure ain't Nepesity. Oh, look at that.
That is.
The abominable snowman and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer each behind the cloud. Coming to get us. Mumbles bounce.
It's like Wilson.
That's the light on the cloud.
Uh-huh.
It's not a castle in the sky, I promise.
It's a cloud doing that?
Yeah, it's well, the light is probably, okay, let's look at the time of day. The light is shining under Saru. The illumination on the left-hand side by the light pole and all those guide wires. See that core, that illuminated core is Nepesity.
Okay.
So you probably have a light shining under Saru in between the cloud that is right there in front, which is a cumulus nimbus that's being flattened out. And you see the rainbow crescent in between that, and that's the sun shining off the shadowing of the cumulus nimbus onto the bottom of Saru.
Wow, that's incredible.
Impressive.
Yeah, Saru's coming in big, fast, and hard. And we're going to have to completely correct everything what we're doing in our drawing. It's going to be weird. Oh boy, she's so big. And this is lead asteroid cutting into the why that's surrounding light. Lead asteroid is just to the right of the sun, and everything in the right side of that is its Saturn's yellow moon, is Saturn and the long box cube in the right corner, and the ion trails 1, 2, 3 at the bottom. Big doings. Look at the light on top of the plants over toward the left there, how refractively weird the light is.
Yeah.
It's a gray, almost light, because half of the sun is being cut off by the planet on the left-hand side, which is why the light is rounding about it in that shaft lighting. Tim and Yuri cutting in. Big, I don't know, Texas cube. Probably. That would be when the cloud, the Texas cube would leave behind at certain angles of light. As Christoper's photography has proven. Yeah, it's literally like we say the same thing. Oh, yeah, look at that dark blue there, blue purple. And the light is coming from behind us. This is Atu and Atu's moon.
Oh, that's incredible.
Huh.
Yeah, why is it up there?
Because it is if the light is behind us, mostly behind us to the left, and this is beyond Earth looking due west.
That's way.
Or northwest.
In the night sky.
It could be northwest, west. It could even be southwest. But it doesn't look like it's going to be because the light is on the left shoulder. So and that purple color is absolutely Atu's moon. And again, the real color is below it. Look at the real color at the horizon, people. That's the real sky. Tell me that that big purple right corner is anything other than Atu and Atu's moon, because we know it is, and it's being facially illuminated now because it's beyond Earth. Being facially illuminated, we're seeing her color. The farther away she gets, the more purple she's going to become. There's another example of it as well. The upper right corner is Atu's moon. Asteroids. There was a little speech impediment on that statement. Yeah, those are asteroids underneath Uri. And Uri's into the left, so it's a stuff crossing. It's the Grim Reaper coming to take Earth. Actually, it's Wormwood, people. The destroyer. Yeah, look at that. And it. Can't tell you exactly which one for sure it is. It's either Uri or Atu. Not Atu's moon. But it's Uri or Atu.
Wow.
Time of day, location, all of that makes it a variable. Yeah, this is that. Okay, yeah, look at that.
Look at that.
Yeah. Wow. Planet people. That's in the air. You're in an airplane. You're high above the sky. Look where the real clouds are. There aren't any. Everything you see above the horizon line is a planet, most likely Uri.
That is so cool.
You're in an airplane. You're above the atmosphere. Look at all the little land squares down there. You are way high up, people, above the clouds, and there aren't any.
So are the pilots must know that the show above is the truth, or isn't it? Because if they know they're flying above the clouds, they know.
Yeah, but do they even consider the possibility? Do they just in their own imagination accept the fact that there's more clouds above them? I mean, that's something you almost have to consciously actually fight yourself over to say that there's something other than our atmosphere above us. We go back to Jesus. He never expected the planets. He knew something was wrong. Rebecca never expected the planets to be this big, did you?
Oh,
Gillian?
No.
Nobody ever expected the planets to be this damn big. And yet
Why it took me like 3 years to see them. I didn't see them for a long time. No.
I was lucky to see them coming in, like just to have tumbled to the fact that there were planets coming in, but I didn't realize how huge they were going to get. Like it could be that close, or that there's shadows, if it's like shadows that are hanging over us, to be that close. You know, it's just staggering. It's a miracle. It's just incredible to me still. It's like one of those marvels I'll never get over. I'll always be sitting here with my mouth like, you know, but like,
Okay.
you try to keep it shut because the flies will go in, you know. So you just.
So you started, like the people are now. Look, I will tell it in that way. The other people know there is something in the sky, but they don't know what exactly. It is the same like you. So they just need to reboot their brain and to get educated. But they know there is something wrong, in my opinion. Not all, but a lot of them.
How many of the people you talk to, Thomas, think it's the government doing it? They think it's HARP and.
Oh yeah, of course. With the chemtrails, of course, they're saying, "Oh yeah, there's chemtrails," but not all people. So they're saying there's maybe something different in the sky, but they have no explanation of this. So, but yeah, there's a lot of people who saying, "Oh yeah, that's chemtrails," and every time the same and the same.
It's like they become like a cracked record. They go like, no, it's just the chemtrails. That's the.
Of course, there's way more streaks than planes on the Earth.
Yeah.
Only there's like, you know.
Of course, I always said to them, okay, go outside and count the airplanes, and after count the strikes and do your math.
Very good. Right. Because I keep count like when I'm out doing lives at sunset, and I might count 15 to 30. I mean, it just varies. Maybe not even that many, but you know what I mean.
Depends on how busy your sky's about to get.
Right. As it's a really knockout sunset, it'll be like.
You would be looking at blue sky, and then suddenly, wham! There's a striper right there. He's up there, and he's going for it. And it's very, very high, and it's so high that you can't even see the airplane. It's just like a dot.
Yeah.
And it's just moving away from you. But other times it looks like a falling thing, and it goes like that.
Yeah.
And
but
I find it hard to decide if it is something that is actually falling over our atmosphere, and then the doodle will just go and race straight through it. So, like,
look how high that goes up into the atmosphere. That's the Saturn Jello moon. See how high that goes up?
You see that's pulling right up, like right.
And the black cloud in the front on the right is the ion tail in front of a very large. It's an interaction between Earth and its Saturn Jello moon. This is the beginning of a very close pass, and the base cloud of a Saturn's yellow moon, and wow, holy crap, look how tall that is. That is absolutely not Earth weather.
Samuel.
Way too tall. Way too tall.
Sam.
Yes.
Ever since I could, ever
That's
since
right.
I've seen those black clouds that's like black, like smoke, like it kind of confused me. It was like 1 minute they're all beautiful light and stuff, and then suddenly they look black, like they're
Shadowing. That has to do with
burned
light
out,
angle.
like
When
burned
you're
out like
looking at
smoke.
the sky, understand your angle of light. Yeah, look at this. God, I saw this and I just sat there and I couldn't believe it. This is Nepesity. This is Uri and Saru all in the same shot.
Cool.
How's that possible?
Because Nepesity has moved in the last week, and now she's doing this run to the left side where Atu was going to the right side at the same time. This is the dance we were talking about earlier in the show. And I saw Nepesity this big out my north window. And the light is setting, so this puts Nepesity in the place there at sunset. So, and that's right before the snorkel starts to drop. Sort of the jellyfish bottom just before it creates the snorkel. And of course, the discharge, purple lightning.
So yeah, she's also purple.
Well, it's because Atu is to the right, just to the right of it, up. So it's also being hit by light, so everything is turning purple as well. And we're seeing purple effect in our skies right at dark and after dark. And we're seeing the red because over to the right of the sun is a very, very red planet, is Saturn. And so all of those colors are being introduced, including at sunrise.
Yeah.
As well as sunset. Angle of light color refraction. And you can find that when you put a mirror in a bowl of water in front of your window, you'll see where it breaks down into a prism effect. You can get that through even shining into the ocean. You can get all kinds of prism effects in the sky above from the sunlight shining in the ocean and refracting back out into space. Yeah, I saw this. Everybody freaked out. Oh, look, it's angels. It's angels. This is possibly the effect of Tim cutting into our light. Other than that, I have no explanation for you other than it's an angel. No,
AI.
It is kind of cool.
you can always tell every, some of the pardon, and I'll just leave it rather than quantifying. It's Jesus coming back to Earth, guys.
Yeah.
But
we
a
are
lot of
time, so it's very soon for Jesus to return to Earth. So we're waiting for the seventh seal to be opened.
Yeah, but I talk to a lot of people, and a lot of people believe, we are in the end times, but they don't understand the planet stuff. But they feel it, and they look around and look the politics and the wars and all the stuff, and they're thinking, okay, we are in end times, so they have a feeling of this.
All I have to do is study. You go to read the tablets of Thoth, the Emerald tablets, and it makes more sense once you understand the binary system. And so does the Egyptian lore once you understand the binary system, or Sumerian, Anunnaki descriptions once you understand the binary system. All of this fits once you understand the binary system. And this is like that pink-orange sky thing that's going on with the light refraction off the planet is Saturn. It's at sunrise and sunset.
It's weird
Sunrise,
colors, like the sky, the clouds, or what are they? It's like dirty black clouds, and those red ones.
Well, that's angle of light. It's all angle of light. And you got to watch the transition. If you see just one set of it, then you're going to not understand it. But if you see it start off, I suggest you go out, half hour before sunset, and then be, tell yourself, well, I'm going to sit here until, half hour after sunset. And you will see the show of your lifetime. And you will never see skies like we're having right now. Just, and I watch it all the time up to what I can see because I'm in the mountains. So I can see one way and not the other, but, off and on. Sunrise is pretty darn cool here, and sunset is cool, but in between, my south view can be robbed depending on where I am. If I'm driving from here to Walmart in Missoula, then my view is awesome. So that's usually when I get my best sightings. Walmart parking lot 360. Here we go. Yeah, look at that. Okay, the light is behind us. Look at the yellowing. This is the bottom of Attu, believe it or not.
Wow.
Yeah, it's close. Attu is doing the snorkel, and Nepesity is doing her snorkel, and this is part of the weather, and there's asteroids underneath Nepesity. There's asteroids underneath Attu, and they're damn close. And this is why we talk about the 180-day cycle, because when the planets are close and the crap underneath them is even closer than normal. So this is where we're getting the lightning discharging, and you can see these events after dark now. And watch your colors. And these are the most. Did you ever see that in your entire life in 1980 or 1990 or 2005? No, never had skies like this ever.
It's CGI. It's CGI.
That's it. CGI. Well, you know what?
I love that. Yeah, that's cool.
This last week, they said it was AI movie. Like, I don't know, it was just a short clip, but apparently AI is going to start making movies, and you cannot tell them from a regular movie. You cannot tell the difference. It looks like regular actors. It looks like people. All of it, all of the above. It looked totally like a set on Hollywood.
Well,
set,
there goes Hollywood.
Yeah,
Maybe
there
that's
goes
a good
Hollywood.
thing.
It needs to go anyway.
Yeah, I've just seen a couple of trailers, and for a minute I thought it was actually trailers, but then I realized that
Well,
it wasn't.
the studios aren't even releasing any really good films anymore because there's no theater market, and because I got a copy of the yellow guy and Deadpool,
Wolverine.
Right. Well, brain wasn't working to grab his name. We've only been going 3 hours. Yeah, Wolverine and Deadpool. I got a copy of that before it even hit the market at on the shelves to buy the DVD. I bought it anyway, but after I'd seen it, but because I wanted to keep a copy of it. But I did not buy the new Captain America because I also saw that on TV and found out it was not a good movie. And the one where they meet the Red Hulk also, I saw that one as well. And so that's killing the movie theaters. It's because these guys in Asia are dumping it on the market before it's time on YouTube, and not even talking about Netflix or any of that other. And so these people are, there's a lot of pirating that's going to change our Hollywood market totally. I still have not gotten you the Milo.
Yeah.
You're cutting out.
The guy that's
Uh-oh. Where are you going, Sam?
There's Milo.
Hello, you're
robot.
Okay, well, I tried to give it another YouTuber. We'll let somebody else talk for a minute.
You know what, guys? I just now noticed that Sharon is here. She's in the green room, and I bet all the snacks are gone. Not because of her. I bet everybody gobbled them up before she got here. So,
but
let's go ahead.
Were lovely.
I know, right? We didn't leave her anything. But let's go ahead and bring Sharon on and see how things are going in Australia. Okay, here we go. There she is.
No snacks for that woman.
Hey, Sharon.
Greetings, everyone. Hello.
We missed most of that. It was too low. Yeah, do that again. It was too low. You would blow your camera.
Do that again.
Yeah, do it again, Sharon.
Do it again. Do it again.
Yeah, we can see
You were below the camera. We only got to see the top half.
We only
I'm sorry. There's no snacks left in the green room
Again.
for the human.
Yeah, raise it up now so everybody can see.
No,
There you
no
go.
snacks for the
Yeah,
human.
that's
There you go.
gorgeous.
No snacks. No snacks.
Yeah, we want to
Especially
go to
the
your
green
toy
M&M,
shop.
my favorite.
We want to go to your toy shop, man.
Oh, look, I reckon I could open one too. How is everyone? Good? Everyone good?
Doing good. Doing
Of course,
good.
yes.
Sorry to keep you, Gillian. I know it's late there.
I've been patiently waiting. How are those babies?
Oh, growing very well. Very well.
None of us hardly talked during the week. Sam texted me. It was like, wow, 2 times. And we've got lots of music. I've got lots of music to play. So I've got 2 pretty songs. I'll be able to put them on now when I go to sleep.
Well, I
Yeah.
also dumped a
Hold
whole
on.
bunch of really hardcore, heavy techno. I mean, it was almost demonic techno this week. And I sent Christopher a bunch of stuff, and I sent a bunch of. I spent some time in spiritual stuff, and gave everybody good messages because we're going through hell right now. And remember, everybody's
everyone-
exterior.
Has everyone's aches and pains lifted yet?
Getting better. Yeah, I was seasick from Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It got better Friday night. But I mean, I
Yeah.
was just oddly seasick as hell Wednesday. I was completely useless. It was just like every time I turned around, I was going, "Oh my God!" You know, I was like in a small boat. I was like, "What the hell is this?" And that was
I
supposed
had
to
3
start.
days. Yeah,
That's the
I had
start
3
of this
days.
planetary alignment as well. You know, of the
Yeah.
moon in Gemini, and
Yep.
the alignment between the moon, the sun, and Saturn. And now we're going into a new phase of Saturn, and that's also posted on my personal page. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say I had 3 days of back pain too. It was just excruciating. Every time I wanted to sit down and do something, it was like, oh, you got to put on back the heat pack.
Yeah,
So-
my knee hurt, my hips hurt. It's like, what? What is this? I didn't even move. You know, I'm sitting here. Why is it, like internal bone cancer? I mean, Jesus,
Well, I sort of
It's
knew what
not-
it was. As I said, we've had all that rain over the last couple of days and
A little flooding.
throughout the week.
Flooding.
In the low light areas, like Sydney's in a basin, so we're below sea level. So there's a lot of areas that do, experience low level flooding. And it's been going on for the last 200 years. You can't stop that.
Right.
But at the same time, it hasn't been significant enough. Even though we've had huge amounts of rainfall, it dissipates quite quickly. But I have noticed that during those 3 days, during all the storms, I could still see the planets behind the clouds. And I think I posted some of those on Facebook on one of my reels, where you can actually see the clouds and the planets directly behind them, influencing the
Yeah,
rain.
that reminds me, the word reels. I think I did 3 just before we came on. Thank you for reminding me. I'm into auto zombie mode now. It's like, just watching the pretty pictures.
Nice.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's nice to get chilled out with everybody and just kind of sit there and talk about our clouds because, while I was working, and you said to me anyway, didn't you, Sharon? Because you did text me. You text me. Yeah. Because I said, I'm doing the walking stuff, so now I'll be able to see stuff. And you said, well, at least you're outside. So,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think everybody's
And-
caught up in the rest of the real world too right now. I notice we keep talking about the time thing. Time does seem to be a little bit displacing faster than normal, and that could be that second star coming towards us and might be displacing
But I
time.
notice it happens at a certain time of the day, Sam. Well, for me, I mean.
Well, start writing it down. If people take some notes, keep a pad and paper nearby. Take the notes, write the times down, and let's correlate a pattern. Remember, we're going to have multiple examples.
I was making it happen then because I kept going, I just want it to be slower at this. It would be a really good idea if it was slow on these 2 particular hours because you need like an hour within an hour to get done at some of your shifts. So I thought, oh, wow.
And you're always running. Run. You never seem to stop.
What, me?
Yeah, have you noticed? Everything seems like it's on fast forward.
Yeah, it's like nothing. Yeah, everybody's like, no, faster. You're like, what? No, you're kidding me. My hands don't go that fast, because...
And we're not walking through mud. It's not, we're not the Bionic Man going in reverse. So,
Remember the Bionic Man? That was cool.
The $6 million man.
I digress.
Oh,
Do you remember that?
1970s. Ooh.
Him and the man
Good
from
stuff.
Atlantis. Like, I couldn't decide which one I liked more. I mean, one was on Tuesday night and one was on Saturday. Gee, no, I'm just thinking about South African TV.
Yeah, I think I got everything from Battlestar Galactica to the A-Team. So.
Oh, do you know what they had? I found a trailer for today, and you guys were just talking about AI movies. Like, you can almost not tell it's actually an AI trailer, and it's really clever. It was the Babylon 5.
Oh yeah.
And to me, it was just
I did
really
enjoy that one.
bizarre because I walked up this street and this young lad, I mean, literally, he must have been about 15 or 16, and he was proudly wearing his Babylon 5 t-shirt and his cap that way, but he had his earpods in and that, and he was like, he's on it, and he's so proud, sticking out his chest with the Babylon 5 stuff on. And I said, oh, you watching Babylon 5? Yeah, man. I've just watched it for like the third time or something. Hi, dude, if you're watching. Well, I don't know who you were, but you're probably not watching. You're probably like that still.
Well, that's
in your
why.
bed with your cell phone.
Well, that's why I've been putting trailers of Doctor Who and Star Trek in our groups, our chat groups,
But
so
did you
that
see
people
how
can
cool
sit there and
Doctor
see.
Who looks as well?
Yeah, but look at what they're promoting too. Like in Star Trek, they're talking about the federations, and they're all fighting their own intergalactic battles, and then there's the power
Everything's
struggles.
incredibly dark and busy, and the female characters are so angry and
And macho, it's so. But my point with that is if they're emulating that on the screen for us to see, how do we know that's not what's happening up there as well?
And that's what we've got to be like expecting, or just assuming that that's there, and that's how they want us
Well,
to.
just gauge their strength and their tenacity and the way they think. They don't have empathy when they're fighting, do they? It's kill or be killed, and this is what I'm saying.
Correct.
And this
Why
is
do you
what
think
I'm saying.
why do you think there's times that I'm sitting here going, guys, you got to take this more seriously? Why do you think when I talk about that there's a blockade parked over our heads right now, and we're giving up commodities? You don't even know what we're giving up, and the cost is insane.
And how many times do you see in mainstream media, China released another 9 satellites the other day? Hello? Were they really satellites, or was it commodities? Cargo?
Right.
We know
about the tube
question
ship.
things.
We know about the space tubes.
That was.
Yeah, and when the technology above us in our sightings and our reports for a decade now are matching both Star Trek and Star Wars, it's insane. I mean,
I know, it's like, and then you get folk like Gina Marie, and this poor woman has been sending it out for ages. Yes, hello, Jesus, and to just look at her pictures where she's got the definition in the layers of the ship, and you're like, no shit, man, I just seen that in the Aurora, and I thought I was going mad. I thought that I honestly thought, nah, man, Sam's havering. He's telling me that to be nice to me, that you can actually see the ships, like multiple of the ships in the Aurora. And it's because of the line of sight and the way the light is shining on them. You can get absolutely excited, thinking, oh my God.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't be in the drawings.
No.
They would not be in the published drawings had we not cited them thousands of times.
And that's what is the highlight of all of this.
Sam, sorry, Sharon, that those shapes that I was taking, I thought I was moving too much in my pictures, but really I don't. I try my best to be still. And the thing is that you can see multiple clusters of these things, like clusters, and they're all the forms, like, and some of them have got the bow shape, you know, that shape, and then that ship that's got like the bit and that's like great big wing things on it, and
I had a TRB over my head in 2018, and that's when I went, "You're joking. I hope you can't see me down here," because to them I would have been like a speck of dirt.
Well, but remember, they have high definition cameras above and beyond ours.
I know, that's why I went, "No, you can't see me."
I'm still chuckling over the release when the United States government released that footage over the Air Force bases and stuff of the Imperial probe droid.
Yep.
And then we recently got another live version of it, and there was like 3 or 4 since in between that and the government release, and they're all matching. And you add a couple of weird extra tubes and cables on the one that we saw, or remove a few, and you literally have from Star Wars #2 on the Hoth planet, which is the Imperial probe droid that Han Solo and Chewbacca shoot at the beginning of the movie. Literally exactly like it.
Hey guys, I see Jesus is here, so I wanted to bring him on and let him tell us what's going on in Utah. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring him in here with us. Okay,
Sharon, tell us what was going on in Australia too. Oh yeah, floods.
Yeah, of course.
My brain is in time retired.
Here he is, guys.
I just walked straight past the car that I was in the other day and didn't even remember where it was parked.
How are you?
Hi everybody, how y'all doing?
Hello.
Nick said we got on right at the same time, Sharon. I was just getting on my computer when I saw you come in. I was like, well, it looks like we got a full house today. So
yes.
How's everybody doing, Thomas?
Well, thanks you. I'm fine, man. What about you?
I'm good.
Getting back to the AI.
Interesting day I had yesterday, but it's been relatively boring. A lot of cloud cover. I've never seen as much cloud cover here this often. But yesterday was a very interesting day. I sent you a video, Rebecca. I don't know if you noticed that, but yesterday was freaking awesome. But it didn't last very long. It just came and went and it was gone. But it was so cool.
Yeah, you get excited when you get that like 15-minute little show. Yeah.
Did you see the clip of the kittens I sent you?
I don't think I have. Yet.
No. I'm talking. No, that was directed to Gillian.
Okay.
Don't worry.
I texted her while she's working to keep her company.
I text her while she's working because she says she's bored in the laundry room, and so I sit there and I think, what can I send her? So I sent her a clip of the kittens the other day.
Yes, of course. Hi, Katie.
They're getting big now.
Well, I was bored at my lunchtime. I had stepped outside to eat my Chelsea bun outside, and I thought, I need something to look at that just. I want to see the kitty cats.
Sorry, Gillian, you went outside to eat your what?
Chelsea bun.
What's a Chelsea bun?
It's like a sticky bun, and it's got usually sultanas and things through it.
Like
you probably think of it like a cinnamon roll with sultanas.
My sugar rush, Jesus.
Yeah, and it's usually got
about one of those
sugar
bun.
Yeah, it's about like this big.
Did you call those sugar buns here?
It's in a circle, and it's got
Yeah. It's not exactly like a cinnamon roll, but it's kind of rolled.
But it does have cinnamon and stuff. It depends on who makes it.
Yeah.
It's like a bread. It's like a bread.
Yeah, it's actually
the one day for the one shift I had hot cross bun, and the other one I had the Chelsea bun. But I really just need to take like a yum with me, because by about one-ish, when I say like, somebody talk to me for a minute, I'm just outside getting my Chelsea bun and
a honey bun. That's it, Tara. A honey bun. Yes, that's right. No, but so mine is Uncrustables. I love Uncrustables. That's my favorite. It's
Uncrustables.
It's peanut butter and jelly with no crust.
We're really all
Great.
very motivated
Great
by our
with-
tummy tums.
Great with
aren't we?
coffee. It's my favorite thing. I have it once a week with a cup of coffee. Amazing. Love it.
Gosh,
And there's a tiny little bit of protein in there, so I get that's good. But
I
yeah,
must
honey
be
buns, Tara,
boring.
I love honey buns, but I gotta limit myself on those. But they're really good.
Gosh, I'm boring. I eat 8 slices.
What
Look
is
at
that?
wee baby.
It's an 8
Look
slice.
at that cutie wee baby.
It's got carob on the outside, not chocolate. So, see, I told you I'm boring.
Hey,
That baby's
those are
sick
good
now.
too. I'd like to go get me a
Pardon?
cup of grapes or something. But anyways, hi Nicole.
Yeah.
How you doing? I haven't. I don't think I've gone back to you on your last message, but I will anyway.
Getting big now, hey, Gillian. They're getting big.
They're gorgeous.
My
You're
daughter wants
keeping
to
them.
call them. My daughter wants to call the grey one Havoc, and she wants to call the black and white one. What was it again? Can't
Where's
remember.
Michelle? Get her to come and tell you. She in bed.
Hardship. She wants to call him Hardship because he was the one
Hardship.
that had the rough start. Yeah,
Oh.
I really had to look after him.
Are you frozen, Chris, or are you just? Did you hurt your hand or
No,
something?
he's just listening.
Are you raising your
Hey,
hand?
how you doing?
He's doing
No,
one
I'm
of
trying to
those
figure
calls
out
to
the
India.
microphone thing.
No, I thought you were frozen with your hand raised.
Meditating on my
Ladies and
earpod.
gentlemen,
Hello, my name's
Meditating on
Christopher
my
from
earpod.
Vodafone
How
Call
you
Centre.
doing? How are you
I've called
doing,
to tell you
Chris? I
about
like-
your insurance.
I'm good. How you doing?
I love your last two trailer videos. They were awesome. I love that. They were awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah, play some
Rebecca
of these
should play
videos,
them.
man.
I
Play
keep
a trailer
getting-
video.
I'm getting horribly late notifications for everybody. So
Yeah.
if I don't react to something because I haven't seen it. I missed you. You put a time lapse. I think last week, and it was like a month or two old. I'm like, what the hell? This is so cool. Why did I miss this? All my
In
notifications
one
are
of yours,
just.
when did you do that one? Is it Saturn and its moon on
The
the?
one I posted yesterday was the one I posted. Well, I posted it this morning around 5 a.m.
Wow.
That was from yesterday's sunset. I was
that's
out
so awesome.
at the Great Salt Lake.
Yeah, that thing at the
Great-
little fire cloud.
Great
and
place to
everything.
take pictures. There's no obstructions. There's really no mountain range. I mean, there's some mountains, but it's big skies out there. I think I found a new spot, but it's kind of far from me. So, I mean, maybe 20-minute drive, but
It's worth
it's a
it.
nice spot.
Nice. I have a compilation of the videos you sent me. Well, I added the videos you sent me to the videos I already had lined up.
Nice.
Pieces.
No,
So-
no,
So they'll be a part of that clip, okay? The ones that you sent me. So you
nice.
why don't we go ahead and take a peek at it? So let's see what Utah looked like here lately.
Blowing
That's
up.
how it's been here, Nicole. Nothing but cloud cover. I've never seen it this. It feels like we're in Washington or Seattle or something. There's just so much cloud cover. It sucks. And a lot of rain as well.
Marquez, like there's an O. What's the O?
I added the O after I divorced for a few
Oh.
reasons. This is a Saturn's moon a couple of years ago.
Look
Look
at that
at
thing
you
bubble on
could
itself.
see you could see the two curves. You see the curve behind it, and then the circle in front of it, just like Sam's drawing. Can't even deny that one. 2018, one of my favorites. One of my all-time favorite ones there. How can you deny that one, guys? Come on, how can you deny that one?
Oh, I just got that, but it's smaller.
Yeah,
So
that was
that must be a
that was a
fraction of
little old. That one's a little old. That was 2008.
I like it. I like it.
It's one of those that I like to
again.
keep alive because, you know.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful.
You cannot say, I mean, there's the drawing, you know, come to life right there.
Yeah.
I had to block somebody over this video, actually. Somebody who called himself my friend, but I think he was drunk. I don't know what's been happening with people lately, that they get drunk and then they kind of go on a little rant. I'm like, you've been holding that all this time.
The truth comes out when you're drunk as Zeus.
Yeah.
So,
and I honestly, I
you know
had kind of expected it.
Yeah, I thought that
on some level.
look.
Because we were so. The thing is that we were so far apart on what we believe is happening.
Yeah.
I just can't reconcile the differences. We were just so far apart. And that and a bunch of others and a bunch of other stuff. But I try to make it work, but it didn't. And that's fine.
Zeus.
It happens.
That's not on you, okay? It's a natural phenomenon. We come in contact. We come in contact with people. We vibrate with them on a level, and as we accelerate or awaken or ascend to a different vibration, they stay in theirs. We can't match theirs. They can't match ours. So that's where we part. New people come in to replace that vibrational field. So
you know what? When I lost, this is when I lost it. This person thinks it is his belief that a certain orange man that is creating a lot of chaos right now is actually from a time traveler from Nibiru that has sent him.
Oh my God.
To save America.
Oh Lord.
Excuse me. I got to get back in my chair.
I knew you were gonna love that. See, that's when I just couldn't. I'm sorry, buddy. Like,
oh my God,
if you're listening right now, I'm sorry. I really should have been honest with you. But
I gotta cut pizza. Please keep talking.
I didn't know how. I'm sorry. I couldn't, buddy. I couldn't. You have your right to believe whatever you want to believe, but I can't. I just can't. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't do it.
Crazy people outside.
Night passes are been very prevalent recently, guys.
I've noticed that too. No stars in the sky. So that's how you know they're above your head.
You can see those big dark circles.
Mm-hmm.
But Sam, I really thought he was joking at first, but he wasn't. He really wasn't. Not a whole 20-minute video I was supposed to watch, but I couldn't do that either. See this was yesterday. Look at that, guys.
Yeah.
It's kind of freaking believable. And I knew it was coming because I saw a lot of yellow was happening. I was like, where's this yellow coming from? My other camera caught the yellow very, very bright. But yeah, this was on the Great Salt Lake. All that you're seeing down there at the horizon, that's the Great Salt Lake. Inland, about almost a mile. The tide is so far, it's so dried up. But I mean, who's looking at that anyway? That's a great place for sky watching. I'm gonna have to go back. I see you added this one in one of your trailers, Chris. That was cool.
But the camera doesn't do the colors justice.
No, it doesn't. It does not.
You know, what we see with our eye is nothing what
well,
we capture.
Well, the thing is, Sharon, is that because of the camera lens, and you're recording towards the sun, there's a lot of glare there. And there's a lot of glare. And sometimes lenses are good, but sometimes a little darkening. When I go home, I try to, after I have a night of shooting pictures in the sun, I like to go home and just kind of clean it up a little and kind of get rid of
Absolutely. And the best one is just reducing the contrast.
Most cameras, they're just not made to be photographing towards the sun. They're not.
No, and they're auto focus too, so they just capture what they.
Exactly.
You know, but if you have your own, you can set your ISO to whatever you want. You can check the camera lighting.
like the
And
drawing.
that's why Alexander's are very cool. He's got all the equipment.
There.
Alexander, I don't know what camera you're using. I think he said it was a Canon or Nikon, but I love what he can
Get
do with
zooms you've never seen before.
That's it.
What could be making boom noises?
Good stuff. Good stuff, Jesus. Good stuff.
Have you been getting them too?
Huh?
Boom noises.
We've been getting the booms the last couple of days, primarily late in the
I just got
afternoon.
notifications on my one group back in South Africa in Gordons Bay, and the people are freaking out because for the last 3 or 4 hours now they've been hearing what sounds like boom. Like
we had that last night. So if whatever time it is in Africa right now, what time would it be there? Late at night?
Yeah.
Always at night time. Yeah, because it's at night time. Our loud bangs started happening about 6, 7 in the afternoon. Like sunset here is now anywhere between 4:50 and 5 o'clock. So it gets dark here early, and that's when the booms were starting, about 7. So if they're, what time is it here? It's 10 here, so it should be about 10 o'clock there, I think.
Well, it's actually 1 in the morning here, so it'll be like 2 or 3, but they're saying that it happened, say, somewhere between, it sounds like they said 3 hours ago, so that would make it
about 10
in the evening.
so
Anywhere
that's
from
when
about 9, 10, 11. It seems to be like there's bangs and booms, like explosions.
Yeah, well, same thing here, and I do believe it's the particles in the atmosphere rubbing with the planets, because they are coming around and they're actually staying a bit longer. I've noticed you'll see them here, and then 3 or 4 hours later they'll just drift around. I don't know whether it's just my perspective, but I have noticed they are not traveling as fast as they were before we went into winter. So as we've moved up and you guys are getting more of the sun, so you're tilting forward, we're getting less. So I seem to think that they are hanging around us a bit longer.
They go like some are going
if they're coming up from underneath us.
No, they're long above beyond from underneath us. They're over the top of us now, and we are in the middle of them, which is why they're here longer.
Well, that's what I meant. So they were coming up, and now they're in this different position. So that's probably why we're getting more visual.
They spent a short time underneath us, and for the most part, after 2012, 2013, they started coming closer and closer to the middle. Where you folks in Australia, South America, South Africa, could see the planets at a different angle, like Gillian did originally. She was seeing them at a different angle, and she sort of like hinted at things that I was going, "What? How could that be?" And and of course with Robert in New Zealand and all of this, and it depends on the angle you're looking at. And what's really cool is you guys do greatly help your angle versus ours up here. It does add to the information greatly.
Well, didn't you say it gives you a mind splat looking at
it messes with you, and until I started thinking about my view all the way back in 2012 when I was looking and seeing the origins of the early planet Nibiru and Saru. Those were the first 2 that I saw because they were so big, and I was looking south by southwest and south by southeast, and there they were. So they were down below our planet, but I was actually just up here in Montana looking due south.
Yes.
So that really screws with your head and your point of view. Am I looking out in space? Am I looking up in space? Am I looking down below space? And and they did show up in Antarctica visibly first in the live camps, and so you guys had a better view of it. And then Gillian was giving me information, on the suns, and when we were seeing the green dot and the red dot, which everybody was talking about way back then, was the red and the blue Kachina and all of this. And and of course that's long ago been called, and you still hear newbies talking, oh, it must be the red Kachina, and I'm just want to slap them. That was God. That was
very common when I first came to Montana Skywatchers. That was very common.
Yeah, but
Yeah, and
remember,
you know, it is
all
directly
that
related to
the,
that.
the lens flares were that red roseola thing at first, and now it's all blue things and green things and multiple blue things. All the flares, everything is different
Well,
now.
well,
It's just
I think
different.
there's some truth there to the red and blue Kachina. It's just misinterpretation
Isatum and Matim, when they were first visible.
Of Nepacity and Isatum, right?
What was most insanely visible of the larger planets in 2012 was Saturn was bright red, and Matim was bright blue, and the Nepacity was bright green. They were tiny little dots. And when we first started seeing Saru approach over the top of us, they were those dots under Saru. They're nowhere near Saru. In our outreach in 2012, 13, 14, 15, when Atu finally came forward with Yuri, was I giving information again? And we didn't want me to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's changed a lot since they were tiny, and they have gotten a lot bigger. And it's amazing the difference in the size between Saru and Matim or Isatum. They were dots of color compared to the larger planets in the early years.
Yeah,
Andrea, I do think there's something there, but I also agree with Rico that he's really leaning into that. Last 2 weeks, I thought that's all he's been posting about was the flickering lights.
Yeah, but
I
since last November with them lights.
Yeah, I believe it's it's giving him views, but also I can't help but think look over here while everything's happening over there, kind of shit. And also, I don't trust him. I just don't. I've given my reasons why. I've had my run-in with him, and I didn't.
Who are we talking about?
Mr. MBB.
And Mr. MBB 333.
Oh, okay, all right.
He does. He shows some cool stuff, but I feel he's not forthcoming about a lot of things. But
don't worry, Jesus. I've had my little quirks with him too. Suggesting that it's not right for him to be putting out their information on a narrative that he doesn't truly understand.
Yeah, no, he.
He's not an expert on anything. He's not an expert on anything. He's just a reporter. He just takes clips that people have given him and make it public, and then he tries to link it to something else.
So he's farming.
I'm just going to say one thing that crossed my mind was M is a 3 turned sideways, and then you got BB, which is 322, which is Skull and Bone Society, and that's a big deal. 322 is a big deal.
Is that really?
Yeah, 333 is 666. I mean,
I've been trying to figure out what does that mean.
It's suspicious for sure.
Well, the Skull
It goes
Society.
back to secret societies and all of their practices.
Most of the presidents of the United States that we've had for decades now have been members of the Skull.
And these people support the people on Nibiru. These are the ones doing the secret deals and, making up
That's what I mean.
the rules for us.
I got him to basically admit that I was a planet when I sent him. But as soon as he was public, as soon as I was public, he completely denied the whole thing.
And that's what I mean. And the thing about these people, they can scrub that shit.
Yeah, well, he deleted our entire conversation. Is what he did.
See?
He deleted the entire conversation. Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to be.
I emailed him a picture of a planet, right? And he said, "Yeah, that's definitely looks like a planet." So when I caught him on a thread saying that Nibiru was full of shit, I'm like, "Hey, man, look, me and you talked about it. You admitted it." He's like, "No, I never said that." So I went to my email. I got a screenshot of him telling me that. I posted it, and then the next thing, he just deletes the entire conversation.
Exactly. And that's when you jump on it. When you have conversations like that, screenshot it straight away so that you can sit there and go, but wait a minute, you said Don't backtrack now.
Yeah.
Your
Yeah,
credibility is on the
I
line
caught him
here.
red-handed. I caught him red-handed, but he won't acknowledge me anymore. So
One of the reasons why we're not getting very much traction here is because we're not going to be sellouts.
No.
We want
Don't
people
waste
to
your
come
time.
to us. We want people to come to us naturally with their own understanding of what we're trying to present to them. And we're not trying to save the world. We're just trying to make people aware.
Yeah,
and this
and
is
we're
why I
not,
get so upset with the doomsday prophecies. You know, I sit there and I think there's people out there promoting Baba Vanga and Nostradamus and this and that and the other thing. But it's all fear-mongering. There shouldn't be fear-mongering. Okay, there's things going on. And like you said, have a look over here while we do something over here. Because we're not going to tell you about what's over here.
No,
We're going to tell
yeah,
you what's over here.
that's what I think a lot of these channels do. Like right
Well,
now,
lately I've been quoting Baba Vaga and Nostradamus and Revelations lately to give the other side of the spectrum of what I believe is going on, the sixth seal. And normally we don't usually carry that as a topic, but there has been so many cross-reference deep dives been going on. I figured I would share that equal information. For the record, I have also been discussing it.
Look, I would more trust in the reliability of what you know about Nostradamus than some of these backyard donkeys that believe every alliteration of every translation is the truth.
No, hey, I'm a front yard donkey. I am a front yard donkey. Yeah.
Well, I'm not dismissing what they're saying.
Right, I agree. Yeah, you're right. There are a lot of people out there that,
but also,
and everybody's got a microphone.
They're scripted or they're changed.
Well, yeah, Jillian. I was just going to go there. I was seeing a report recently that's saying that we'll never get rid of misinformation because
their story this week.
Misinformation is so incredibly profitable. Especially,
it's so clever as well.
I don't know who was it, Andrea or was it Ricola, who was just saying that Mr. MBB's channel is like clickbait now. That it's been getting worse. It's been getting worse since the Orange Man came into power. It's been getting worse.
And we are also having to bite our tongue a little bit more. We are being censored by that same spirit.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've had evidence that we've been screwed with. All of us have been screwed with in a number of ways in the last few years. I lost my 16-year-old Facebook profile just out of the blue. And more.
Yeah, and all my
well, imagine, Sam,
mess up, really?
If I'm getting your notifications from 5 days ago, could you imagine? I'm in your feed often, right?
Right.
Could you imagine other people?
Yeah, others aren't getting it. Well, like I said to Christopher at the beginning of the show, I saw one of the posts I stuck up on Montana Skywatcher 1 today, and I had 2 likes.
Yeah, me too.
Nicole, this is why I think it has to do with the administration, because one of the things that he was saying during the beginning of his term in power, coming into power, was that this is the way he sold it. He dressed it up as freedom of speech, and everybody should have freedom of speech. And ever since he passed that law or whatever, that there's no censoring, he dressed it up and sold it as it's for the people. It wasn't. It's just to be able to get away with all the misinformation and the propaganda that we're seeing exponentially increased during these last few months. It has. Like, clickbait is insane.
And computer-generated bots galore.
The amount of misinformation going around right now is insane. It's increased. It's doubled just in the last 3-4 months. It has.
And this is what's perpetrating the minds of the collective at the moment.
Exactly. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm all for free speech. I am. But I do feel that it wasn't about that. It was more about being able to dump more misinformation on people and misguide people. And
you know what?
From actually knowing the truth.
Confusion.
There's a receiver in the palm of everybody's hand around the world, and they are carrying their propaganda billboard in their hand.
Yeah.
The black
Guys,
mirror.
I can't stress this enough. I cannot stress this enough. You have to be very diligent where you get your information from. Be very diligent, and also be careful with what you consume. I mean, recently, I don't give into. I had a moment where I was like, I really need to change what I'm consuming online, and then so I started to. Somebody told me, one of the younger generation types told me, you could train the algorithm. You can, be careful what you consume, because it could get you really worked up. If you're watching a lot of political garbage, especially, that gets you really worked up.
Bingo. That would be me.
There's so much right now that's going to get you worked up, and that's the point. That's the point. The point is to get you worked up so you're not thinking straight and you're not thinking about what's really happening, because an angry person doesn't think properly, doesn't think correctly. He
they're not living in the moment.
Just reacts.
Yeah.
So be careful. Try to. I like what you say, Sam. Stay in the middle. Stay in the middle and just kind of see how things play out. And then kind of make a more educated opinion. But be careful what you consume, and be careful what you are, what you take as real, as truth, because God, it is so bad. It is so freaking bad out there.
Yeah. But we can't underscore the importance of what's going on either, and there's a lot of people burying in their heads in the sand when it comes to the astrology of these planets and the effects on our bodies, and us losing our friends, and us all feeling poorly or irritable or anxiety laden or depressed or in pain, and all of this. And
what was that quote? This is the new normal.
I hate that term.
Yeah, it is the new normal.
Me too. Nothing's normal.
God, I hate it. But they're really clever. These little things that they do to kind of play things, to downplay things, and people are like, oh, okay, that's normal. I had recently, so during the day recently, it was like 75 degrees, right? And then overnight, it dropped down to like 50 degrees. Close pass. I'm thinking it was a close pass of Atu's moon or something, right? But somebody was saying that it got that cold because of the humidity. I'm like,
okay,
maybe there's some truth to that, but I mean, talking about 30 degree drop.
Logic. What happens when you compress a gas? What happens when you compress a gas?
Temperature goes
Come
down.
on. It gets colder.
Okay, so that's okay. All right, yeah, that's
okay. So that's why we put gases in bottles. Gases have a lot of energy. You take that energy by compressing them down and reducing their space. They lose the ability to move around, so they actually absorb energy.
You run it through a coil, and you have a refrigerator or a dehumidifier.
So it's why during Zatu's moon passing in 2018.
Yeah,
I got to remember. I couldn't even hold the camera with my hands because it was so.
Yeah, and you got to remember
so it's a pressure. So it's a pressure thing, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
And also a shadowing. I would imagine, right, Sam?
Yeah. Well, all you got to do is watch the live next red radar flow across, where you see the whole United States, and you can watch the strange shadow go across the planet regularly.
Yeah, I remember those. We used to post them all the time.
And I stopped doing it because nobody was ever commenting on it. And I had just been, so I've also sort of stepped a little bit farther away from.
Honestly, Sam, the first few times that I saw you post that, when I was still new, I'm like, what the hell is he looking at? It took me maybe a few weeks, a few months to kind of understand what you were actually trying to point out.
Still happening.
I guess what I'm trying to say is sometimes we have to spoon feed it to someone. We have to remember that a lot of like we've been doing this for a long time, but there's a lot of people out there who barely know what a CME is.
Let's talk about the light shafting.
We have to be a little patient. I've really been telling myself to just be a little bit more patient with people because people are starting. You have to kind of meet people where they're at.
When we see a shaft light, blue shaft light going up and down from the front of the sun, we know that the light is cutting in from the left, from Tim or in Uri. When that is happening, that rounded light shaft or a straight up and down light shaft is occurring. The half that is in the dark on what's in the sky will also show you the shadow on the planet Earth. The other side of the planet will be illuminated because that's where the cutoff shafting, the cutoff halos, the cutoff refraction, where all of a sudden the sun goes hourglass shape or Oreo cookie with a bite out of it, or a flash of something going in front of the sun, which is, there's many pictures that came out today and yesterday about that as well around the world. When that happens, there is a shadowing on the face of Earth, and that you will see an immediate temperature drop. And you'll also see a solar wave refraction change because the amount of pressure on the Earth from the solar winds. It is not just light, it is solar energy that is actually traveling, and it has a pressure to it.
Oh, sure.
So have you ever seen the photographs where they take aerial photographs when they're having a solar eclipse and they have the dark spot on the planet?
Yeah.
Same kind of effect.
Yeah. I love that we can do that. I love that we have learned to see the world in a broader way, because that's a big problem with why people ain't seeing what's happening. But Sam, remember?
Well, those double rainbows everywhere.
Yeah, the double decker. That's
We talk about a backlit crescent flare. Now, if you look in the sun in these photographs where you're seeing this really cool double rainbow, right? If you notice, the sun is directly behind you. That is the sunlight shining through the atmosphere of Earth out the backside at a centralized, illuminated, lensed focal. But we in space are seeing backlit crescent flares where we know that we're seeing the backside of a planet. It's dark. The sun is on the other side, yet we see this rainbow shaft out of the center backside, which we call a backlit crescent flare. That's exactly, if you were standing on that planet and you were looking in the opposite direction of the sun shining on it, you would see that same double rainbow.
So it's basically a reverse local bone.
It's a backward crescent halo, but you're on Earth looking out.
Yeah,
so imagine light hitting the circle. You've got this circle here, light's hitting the circle, and it's just refracting out.
Yeah.
And it's centralized.
Only we're getting
centralized shaft out the backside.
So we're just seeing the opposite side of the backlit focal wing is what you're saying.
Crescent flare, correct.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That actually makes so much sense. That is, wow. Yeah, that makes so much sense in my mind. Sam,
and I don't
remember in 2018 or around that time, Ad2 was crossing the sun from left to right. Do you remember that? Right in midday, it was crossing the sun. During that time that it was transitioning across the sun, if you took pictures, you could see the dinginess. It wasn't a full-on shadowing, but
it's like a mist.
You could tell that suddenly, even if there was no clouds in the sky, it just got a little bit dimmer. Just a little bit dimmer.
Yeah, well, there was far less light. What the hell just happened?
I never understood why people didn't notice that, because I always noticed, like, why is it like all of a sudden it's just dark? There's no clouds. There's nothing.
We saw that this spring. We saw it in February. And it was famous day because Uri was cutting in on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side was Saturn's yellow moon and lead asteroid cutting in when they were tight, close, and now they're both spreading apart because they're going over us. So they're not spreading apart, but our out view has them spreading apart, so we're actually seeing more of the sun. But in January and February, we were way short on light, and everybody missed it.
Yeah, we always we get a lot from people saying, "Well, wouldn't it block the line?" It does very
It
often,
does.
but nobody
Well, yeah,
seems to
we
notice.
last
Everybody,
year,
Sam, everybody
Saturday.
has in their mind, "Oh, the whole 3 days of darkness," and that's what's going to happen. It doesn't. It doesn't work that way. And maybe at one point we might get, or probably not, but
Oh,
it
we've had
doesn't.
Yuri go in
It's
front
not
of
the
the sun.
same. It's not the same. Like we get shadowing, but we don't get into complete night because of a planet.
Yeah, but when
passing.
the sun is really refractory and very dimly lit, we get clouds everywhere. We get fog. I mean,
Yeah.
the Earth, the temperature changes. All of a sudden, the barometric pressure between the dew point changes, where all of a sudden the temperature drops and meets dew point, and then you get fog, unless you're in the desert, in which case, I imagine those guys are getting a shock. Oh, could you imagine being in flatland desert and looking up and knowing what's going on? Oh, my God. Or even Alaska and the Inuit. I can't even imagine what they can see up there. Or some really cool people down in Australia. Can you
No, I
imagine what
can't.
they're seeing down there?
Tasmania, yep.
I can't tell you how worked up I get when I imagine what their view is like.
Oh, and currently the jet stream going around the South Pole right now is insane compared to the North Pole. It's absolutely opposite of what it used to be.
Yeah.
What used to be the North Pole behavior is literally
used to come in this way.
Yeah.
Now it's coming in this way.
Yep.
And it's screwing everything up. All of it's coming up through the Pacific and doing big swirls now, where it used to come in from the Indian, the opposite direction. So that's all mucked up.
Yep. And that happened 2018, 2019, 2020 when the ground direction wind even changed. And now we've got multiple directional winds at different levels on the ground at 500 millibars, at 700 millibars. And it's just insane what the weather is doing. And the jet streams there's opposing forces, and there's these cutoff omega, all this crazy shit with these, what they're calling anticyclonic low pressure systems, which are actually northern hemisphere hurricanes, or they're calling them cyclones, bomb cyclones, which is a hurricane, people.
Yeah.
And wow. Have you looked out your door yet, Rebecca? It's 7 o'clock where you are, or is it 5 o'clock?
It looks really green.
Is it 5 o'clock or 7 there?
It's 7:20.
Okay, yeah, Earth rain.
What am I looking for?
Well, I mean, has your weather changed? Did you get stormy or?
It's just cloudy, but with a green tinge in the sky.
Okay, wow. Look for the open core. It could be close past. Because they've been warning what's coming for 5 days now. I mean, they're saying 5 days of trouble. So what do we got coming?
I know.
Hey, people, store your water ahead of time. Put it. Get some big 5-gallon jugs and put 4 or 5 of them in the basement with you, and some quick snacks, and check on that storm cellar, or go to your bathroom and get your mattresses ready in your safe space. Anywhere from Oklahoma on.
I don't know. I don't even know where I would go for sure, but
because I was
We're all going to Sam's. We're all going to Sam's. Remember? That's
okay.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out the other day.
I'm sorry, that's my bug. That's my bug out.
Plan.
Sorry. I'm just going up north. I'm going up north. That's what I tell everybody. If shit hits the fan, follow me up north.
Yeah, go up here. We have a short growing season, but
I'll hold my own weight when I get up there, Sam. We'll make it work.
Yeah. Because when it comes to Rebecca, I was thinking the other day, how are they so precise at predicting their weather models and things? So I was looking into it, and I thought, are they actually including the planets that are influencing us, or are they just looking at the surface stuff?
I've wondered the exact same thing, Sharon.
I've wondered that as well.
I've wondered the exact same thing. When they're giving us these weather reports, are they taking into consideration those things?
Now, the computer models are run by the G7, and they are no longer allowing meteorologists to do it. They're running off of computer modeling.
Yeah, because that's what it says here. It says meteorologists predict the weather by combining real-time observations with sophisticated computer models that simulate the atmosphere. So they're not even real. It's the same as you, as me looking out the window and going, oh shit, looks like it's going to rain. So it's all. So how do you know these aren't AI generated too?
Well, I remember on one time, Sharon, where we used to get like weekly reports on the weather, and they were relatively accurate. Not anymore.
And now they're 5 days old when you get them.
Yeah, that and they're not very accurate anymore at all.
And that's what I mean.
The only live actual radar footage.
Yeah.
The only actual live radar footage that we see now is old.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you how often I get a storm or something that wasn't predicted on the weather report.
Exactly
so
the same.
often, it's so often that honestly I don't even look at the weather report anymore. I just kind of go by what I see outside.
Yeah. Well, we have the thing come up on our phone of the temperature and stuff, and there's only occasionally we'll look at it. And on Wednesday, it said it was going to be sunny and beautiful. And what happened? We had thunderstorms, rain for 3 days. And I went, who's making up this stuff? You know, I can look out the window and go, shit, it's going to rain. I'm not going anywhere. Why should I rely on these guys telling me what I can see with my own eyes?
I trust what I can. I trust myself more than I trust any meteorologist these days.
Again, and that's just one of those things that goes through my mind. I think, where are they getting this stuff from? Who generates this? And now it specifically tells me that they just look out the window and get their computer to come along and go, oh, okay, we've got this high here and this low here, barometric pressure here, blah, blah, sea currents, temperatures, and then the computer puts it all together and goes, hey, there's going to be a big storm over there based on this previous data.
Jesus Christ! Wow. So just basically look out and predict the weather, your own weather. That's where we're at now.
They've been doing it for hundreds of years. Sailors just look out. Stars, navigate by stars, look at the storms. Red skies at night, sailors' delight. All those sayings have meaning.
Hi, Audrey. Welcome back.
So, yeah, it makes me wonder, do they take into account the effects of the other planets moving about us and what they're doing?
Yeah, and all we get to see is computer modeling now. We don't even get to see real live. We get a layover by a computer generated. Now, like again, Ryan Hall and Max Velocity, they do a pretty good live job. But they don't pull back out and show you the overall systems either. And these rotational superstorms, they're always focusing, well, you know, on this county. And if you pull back and look at the United States and would watch if they would cover that, you would see a much larger scenario going on with these reverse oscillating cyclones that are affecting literally from Texas all the way to Minnesota at the same time. They are that big. And these are these rotational storms, which could be easily laid out to match the bottom of either Attu, a close pass with a snail foot, or Nepenthe core drop as well in these anticyclonic rotational patterns instead of normal cyclonic storms.
You brought a point the other day, or often actually, that they're only reporting locally. Like they don't attribute these storms as more like global occurrences.
Right. And
it's
we watch like
a local thing, but they're not reporting on how some of these storms start on, you know, southern hemisphere, whatever, and the coverage, it's more of a planetary occurrence than it is.
Right. And it runs all the way out to Spain and then all the way across to Turkey and Yemen, and then it hits India, and then it hits China.
Exactly. And in order to get it, you have to look at the big picture, guys. You can't just think locally. You can't just think my weather.
You can't just follow the storms.
That is a problem with a lot of this, is that people are looking too small. You have to learn to think globally, to think, you know.
Yeah, they don't.
Planet size, but no, you got to think entire freaking solar system.
And once these low pressure systems that are wiping out parts of the United States go into Canada, you don't hear word one about them after that. And Canada weather is literally not available. I have the hardest time finding Canadian weather.
You imagine just their weather, how erratic some of their weather is up there.
Well, yeah, they get the storms that go past us over Washington State, over the tip of Montana. Yeah, Canada is weird weather. No, I get my NextRad and stuff, and I don't study Canada often enough. I really should pay more attention. But I kind of stopped looking at the North Pole.
Everybody's always ignored Canada because they don't really mess with. They're just there.
They're nice, good old people. Eh?
Nobody really ever mentioned the Canadians until
jelly, donuts, back bacon, and beer. Eh?
Yeah, that's
Bob and Doug McKenzie. I love Bob and Doug, man.
Yeah, but they're hiding behind a lot of brick walls too, so
absolutely.
That's
and
why a lot of their stuff don't get out unless you know someone that lives there.
That again, that boils down to the UK, Canada, and Australia all have a higher set of
restrictive rules.
Yes, we'll leave it at that rather than saying
no, don't give it credit.
Bringing the truth. Okay. Yeah, the Crown has more rights than the American habeas corpus, but our habeas corpus is currently being shot at the
bunch of other things.
Street level. There's a war going on against habeas corpus in this country. Well, we've stepped into a fascist regime. That's all there's to it.
I understand our Magna Carta is being examined.
Yeah, I've actually read a good portion of Magna Carta, and which was established in, I believe, the 15th century in England.
Yes.
Was it 1500s or the 15th century?
Yeah, something like that.
1580 or 1520, so the brain it's not in my brain, but I know about the Magna Carta, which was the basis of our American independence, which is also a basis of Greek and Roman law.
Yeah, well,
which, by the way, they got
right
from the Mycenaeans, which are gone now. Anyway, Santorini and all of that.
But that's the thing, people don't look into those. They don't read between the lines either to realize just how much sovereignty we have over ourselves.
Oh my God! Don't even get me started.
People don't.
Let's talk about gas tax. Just gas tax alone. Because they said, years ago in the 70s. No, I can see charging some to clean up the environment, but that money isn't going there anymore. But we're paying state tax, gas tax, and federal gas tax, and our gas would be like 75 cents cheaper, and so 75% or 75 cents on whatever gallon purchase is, whatever percentage that is. That's a lot of money that's going to the government. It's just insane. And then that's just one level of the tyranny of it.
And that's the thing. And they pledged our fuel excise taxes to fix the roads. They haven't done any of that, but they're building all these other major constructions and airports and everything. But all the little people that need servicing, no, it's just like Rebecca's roads. I guarantee you, she fall into a pothole, she'll go to China.
The southern roadway
another
system
country,
is really
$4 billion this week. Aren't we great? And it's like, it's hopeless in a way. Like you're not going to turn around and start doing
why don't we hand that? Hey, let's hand that $4 billion to Social Security.
Yeah.
Let's hand that $4 billion to the SNAP program or Head Start that they yanked off. They passed that damn bill, that big ugly bill. They passed it in the House. It's not gone through Congress yet. Knock on wood. Everybody call your congressional office and say, if you vote for that son of a bitch, you are out of office. Call them, whether you're a Republican or whether you're a Democrat. Call them in Congress. If you vote for that big damn ugly bill, you are out of office. Anyway, there's my political speech for this week.
Well, they're still grumbling away in Gordons Bay about the explosion because,
Yeah.
There was 3 of them. Boom. And then
Where?
Boom. In Gordons
Africa.
Bay. Back in South Africa.
Gordons Bay.
Cape Town, Sam.
Oh, well, I hadn't heard about this. Was there explosion? 3 explosions in Gordon Bay, South Africa. When?
Just now, like in the last 4 or 5 hours or so.
They're talking about the
complaining.
booms
okay.
in the sky.
They keep hearing booms, like bang, like
Oh,
explosions. and
okay,
there's
okay.
nothing.
Well,
There's
I was just talking
no
about with this.
transformers went. They've all still got their power. They don't understand what the noise was. It scared people awake. Other ones were like, "What? How come you can hear it when I'm in Greenways and you're down mountainside and Panderstel?" And now it's gone as if a whole area, like all the areas in that area where I was, could actually hear it, like boom, 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 boom. Is that ground
Okay.
movement? Or
Could be a
something
lot of
else?
things.
Well, we real quick take a look at South Africa. Well, there was a centralized 4.4 in Chad today. Let me get zoomed down here and drop the number equation to all magnitudes.
Because I used to hear
Nothing.
like something
No earthquakes
like,
reported on the USGS anyway. There are other sites that usually. Anyway, I don't see any earthquakes on USGS in South Africa. Remember, people, the sky sounds can also be, if we go to Revelations again, they could be interpreted as the sounding of the 6th and 7th trumpet. Remember, the 6th seal was opened in November of last year with the strange full moons and all of that. And the strawberry moon, this is another step into the conjunction of the planets and all of that. So here we go.
I just wondered if that was linked, see, because of the conjunction.
Well,
and the
sky
pushing
sounds
and
are,
pulling, and
we've
must
been
be
hearing it
sky
for years.
sounds then, because
Yeah.
I've actually heard the thumping that they're talking about, but what I heard sounded more like sonic booms. So I think what they're talking about is actually sonic booms, and they don't realize they're talking about a sonic boom. But that's how it
Things
sounds.
could be popping in or traveling faster than the speed of sound. Things could be tectonic plates down there could be moving. Harmonic rub. Now there's been talk about Antarctica actually icing up instead of melting down.
Yeah.
So the weather and everything there is different.
They're saying it's
way more
freezing.
chaotic than it used to be. I don't think
colder
anybody's
there.
actually sailing to Antarctica currently because the South Seas are so bad, from everything I've heard, that shipments were
What
being
about that?
stalled.
The mountain collapse, is it in Sweden or something like that? Switzerland? There's a whole mountain
Yeah,
about
that's
collapse.
wild. That whole side of a mountain. I was watching it on YouTube.
Oh yeah, things are moving,
Yeah.
guys, up and down all over, and we did yesterday and all week. We've had some really large earthquakes. We had some 6-pointers go off, and there
Yeah,
was a
some
6-pointer in
6-pointers.
Greece, and that's
Yeah.
big for under ocean around those islands. So, and the whole planet's doing shit, guys. And remember when Atu goes over the top of volcanoes, they blow up.
Yeah. And
Don't know
No,
why
you know, and like I
why
said,
are people not listening?
on the 26th, we finish another alignment planetary wise where we have squares and trines and all kinds of new shit coming. And it's entirely possible we'll see tectonic, we'll see volcanic, we'll see weather, who knows? We'll see sun. I mean, these are different pullings and pushings that's what yesterday was, and that's what today is with these alignments of the planets and Saturn and the sun and the moon. And the moon moving into Gemini and all of that. So this is all stacking up. And, is it the big domino going to push? And are the continents going to all move and wiggle a little bit? Or are we going to have a bunch of new volcanoes? Or, or we're
I
going to
think
have planetary discharge?
What is it? Venus, the moon, and Saturn form a trine.
Right.
So,
You're
yeah.
correct. And then there's a bunch of other squares and trines going on, all with the other rest of the normal planets as well.
Yeah.
And we don't know where, how to place that with the extra visiting planets. But you add all that together and, there's some pretty tight, effective forces going on here. Watch the oceans. There's that event that's going on right now that I've been watching all day. What the hell's going off on the Juan de Fuca under the ocean there with that volcano? Because we did see a drop in the water. So that means a plate sank while the plate next to it, the Juan de Fuca, is probably gone up or something, or will go up. Maybe that sink is a even tighter winding of the spring, going to push something in 2 days and free it, and maybe the Juan de Fuca is going to move, because there was Sacramento excuse me, dry throat, San Francisco earthquakes today all the way into the right where it goes off of California under the ocean as well, and that one smaller, I can't think of the name of the place, but anyway,
San Andreas Fault.
Yeah, well, yeah, right where it submerges north of San Francisco under the water out into the Juan de Fuca, right at that corner. And one of the larger drop was off to the previous era out to sea farther than the Juan de Fuca. So that area is subducted, and there's a listing on the USGS that 40-meter difference occurred. And then on the surrounding, which set off the buoy marker, but it's not showing a standard, wave of a tsunami, like, which is what they're made for. But it registered a difference of 40 meters. Now, a change in a wave usually of 3 to 4 meters is extreme, but we're talking 40 meter. 40. It looks like it dropped. And then on subsequent near shore buoy markers, they are not going off, but they are showing a tidal change, a drop of 3 meters in water height. They didn't go off, but they dropped in height. So that means that area back there out to sea sank, and so the water sort of outflowed at shallower areas, and that's what I'm watching so far, and it's still ongoing.
Crazy.
I'll need to go to bed soon.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I know, right? I just saved your video again. I updated it with the pictures you just sent, Gillian.
Okay. Yeah, but
So,
could you see that was a little cube? Could you see that was a tiny cube?
Yeah.
It's
tiny
so weird.
looking.
You catch them really small like that, and your
sometimes I
pictures
see them like that
randomly.
too.
It's very strange. I've never
Maybe
seen
they're
one that
miniature
small.
aliens.
Hey?
I don't know.
Well, we've seen smaller cubes. We have seen smaller cubes.
I don't
We've
know.
seen,
They're like little
2 or 3
tiny aliens.
cubes in one shot before, so there's got to be smaller ones.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
but it
Okay.
must have been going away
We
from
talked
us.
about-
Come on, Rebecca. I mean, they can't always be like.
Maybe it's far
I don't
away.
understand how
Right.
they can be big and small like that.
Hey, but Gillian, think of it like this. They're riding around in their little cubes. They're riding around in their little cubes. They're probably thinking they won't notice. They're expecting something like an aircraft, not a cube.
Right.
Yes,
They're
this
clever.
little bugger right down inside Scotland.
Oh,
See what
gosh.
happens.
Yeah. Let's buzz the planet.
All right. Let me get it pulled up. Let's see. Okay. Here we go. This is what Julian sent me for this week.
Hello, cube.
Isn't he cute?
He's even got a little
Or maybe the
tail.
bottom of it poking through the clouds.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's crazy.
There's definitely like a long box shape. Look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is not a cloud. Definitely. The contrast of blackness is really extreme.
Yeah.
That's how it was. That's how the sky was. That is it.
Mm-hmm.
Only they had a window, huh? Hi.
Hi, guys.
Go glass bottom boat between the clouds.
Oh, look. They've got the curtains drawn.
And there's Gillian.
There's Gillian. Hi,
Get her.
everybody. I know. I over dramatized this. natural to there. But I'm trying to show you that it's a solid thingy.
It's a definite box.
Really far away.
Sometimes it's necessary to adjust the colorings and stuff.
Yeah, look at the light. Look where it's going. Look where it's not.
Yeah, we're at a different angle now, man. Everything feels like it's gone a completely different tangent. And this purple stuff. Look at it. This purple.
Yeah, the clouds are different, aren't they?
Like chemical clouds. And they're white out. Beautiful big halo.
So what time was this, Gillian?
That's in the morning, about 9 or 10, between 9 and 10 a.m.
Because it's a common thing now that about the same time we get the halos. Because sunrise now here is 7 o'clock in the morning, sunset's 5 o'clock, so our days are definitely shorter. And on the 21st will be the shortest day of the year. 21st of June.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can believe it.
Yeah. I want to see what my point of view at looking at these things are going to be like.
Look how dry this grass is.
And you said it's been really hot there, Gillian.
What's that?
You said it's been very hot there.
Yeah, for near.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, remember this is Scotland where it's always wet.
You're supposed to say your name. Yeah.
Well,
Never
they haven't
mind.
had snow for years there, have they?
Snow? What's that?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because we have friends from Scotland too, and they said it hasn't snowed there for about 10 years.
It hasn't really snowed much. I mean, I've been here 7 years, and it's snowed on and off, but nothing like what. You know, my brother was very dramatist, and he said, "Oh, snow is like feet, like yeah, you'll be driving your truck through that." I said, "Well, I'll be driving a truck. You know, I don't drive."
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it never did snow like that.
And this is what I mean. The ones that are more inclined in their age, that were born and raised there and then came out to Australia, they remember how much snow they used to get, and they say it's nothing like it used to be. Well,
yeah, a lot of people here say that when they're on a good day, when they're being honest, then they'll say to you, "Yeah, you know, it's not like it used to be." Or a lot of them will say that, and then other people will go, "Wait a minute, do you remember the year that?" And then it was way back in the 80s, before the system arrived and before things changed and went really weird. And
that's what I mean.
Say,
you know?
So many times I drove a pickup. Anyway, different cars, but whatever. I had so many times, you know, driven in really deep snow. Let's say that, you know, and I have not driven in snow in like 10 years, 15 years. It's just.
Yeah, you see, when I landed
it snows once in the winter, about that much.
There's the snow, and it was in a clump in a bush. And then we were driving down the A96 to come to Nairn, and they said, "Oh, you see them sticks? That's for when they dig us out of the snow piles, the snow drifts." I'm like, "What? Snow drifts? Yeah. Well, you know, it's winter now, like, so, you know, there's going to be snow drifts." So what? When? And they said, "Well, you can never tell. It just could be like any day now." And then 4 days after I got here, Lindsay says to me, "Look out the window." And we looked out the window, and she's like, "See there? That's Atu like welcoming you to Nairn, because it was purple snow. It was like purple above us, and the snow was about 2 inches maybe in our garden, but only against drifted stuff." I'd never seen. Like, I'm looking at the snow going, that's mental. I remember when I was 12, I think I was 12 when Diana got married. And then it snowed in Johannesburg. Oh, sorry, dry throat. I'm doing a Sam now.
Yep.
Cats.
But you look at reports coming out of Japan now; they've got 4 meters of snow.
Yeah, insane. They got a
You
tunnel
know,
for it.
hello, I can't even imagine 4 meters of snow above me. No
I'd get
thanks.
claustrophobic just thinking about that stuff.
Having to dig yourself
Have
out of
you
your
seen
own
that
house.
kind of snow, Sam?
We had up here in Montana when I was living in East Missoula in the 90s, we had 11 feet of 11.2 or 11.7 feet of snow in one weekend. And I did have to unbury my house and my roof and everything. And when you fell off the roof, you didn't even hit the bottom of the snow.
At least you didn't
So-
hurt anything.
Yeah, you had to. We actually had to go up there on top of the roof.
Did you get that a few years ago too, Sam? We got a lot of snow a few years ago here.
Not
Like,
really.
70
We've had.
like-
I think 6-7 years ago was the last time we had any deep snow.
Yeah, we've been like that here. I mean, up on the mountains, on the tops, they get their share, but down here in the valley, we've been getting very little. A few years ago, we got so
Hi,
much
blackberries.
snow, and we've had
What,
pretty much nothing since. It's been so weird.
what about Thomas?
Hey, blackberries.
I'm still here. What was your
How about your
question?
snow? Don't you get
Oh
snow?
no, we don't have much snow here, so it's just a little bit. If I was a child, it was more, but now it goes it's very less. But I'm happy, so I don't need snow so much.
Like,
So years before, I just have a motorcycle. I drive every time with a motorcycle, so I was happy with less snow. Yeah.
perfect. Oh.
So that was cool, yeah. So the weather here in Germany is not so bad, in my opinion. If I'm looking for Spain or other countries, they have more floods and all the stuff. And yeah, so I'm happy here.
Whereabouts are you in Germany?
It's near to Cologne, about 40 kilometers from Cologne. So, you know where Cologne is in Germany?
You should send us a picture because I'm being.
I do.
Oh, go and look. Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So it's nice here. It's on the land and it's not in the city. And I have a lot of, I call it seas. It's not no big seas or no. Maybe it's not seas. It's not the other word. Of course, I have water here, so I can go swim in the summertime. And yeah, I enjoy my time here. It's good.
Yeah, and you don't have any piranha.
Hey,
Like
you're actually quite close.
Yes.
You can come and visit. Sorry, Sam. He's close.
Yeah.
You can come and visit.
Yeah, it's close. I told you. So we have the same weather.
Yeah, that's right.
Not big difference. And yeah, it's not like Gillian goes to America, Gillian goes to Germany. It's very near.
Yeah, it's close. Yeah, can't see.
Yeah.
Huh.
I can see just water. I don't see it what you have on your phone.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Like I can see Cologne and I can see up in Edinburgh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I understand. So I think maybe 1,500 kilometers or something like that.
Let's see.
It says it'd take you 12 hours to drive it.
Ugh.
Yeah.
you have to go through the tunnel under the ocean or under the strait between UK and France, en français.
Yeah.
And then you'd have to head north for about an 8-hour drive after that.
It says if you drive, you'll be 15 hours and 36 minutes. If you went by train, it would be 12 hours, 54 minutes. By a bus, 24 hours.
Oi!
It's 921 miles.
Okay. So about 1,300 kilometers or something like that, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Take the Euro, man.
So yeah,
that would be
But
freaky. I don't think I would want to drive under the, from England to France. Thank you, through the tunnel.
I hear that it was leaking and stuff, so I wouldn't want to go either. Imagine going in a choo-choo and it's like leaking water all around you.
Oh, you should see the corridors on the on the East Coast from Chicago all the way to New York City. They've got so much underground stuff that is 100 years old, people, leaking like sieves. That infrastructure package that got passed in the last administration barely got spent and then got put away. It never got paid for. It was allocated, but it never got spent.
But I hear that we have also tunnels from the ancient civilizations, for example, from America to Europe and something like that.
Cappadocia,
yeah,
Turkey, Istanbul.
They are all connected in the underground. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of distance between us and the mantle. The upper crust of Earth is probably, not to mention natural caves, let alone dug in previous civilizations or recent civilizations of all kinds of underground things that they don't talk about, where money vanished to over the last 3-4 decades. Morlocks and Eloy from Time Machine.
Andrea says that it was in 1981 when it snowed in South Africa. Audrey says 10th of
Sorry,
September,
guys.
1981.
In 1982, we had Mount St. Helens. Or was it 1980? I don't remember. All I know is I remember Mount St. Helens. Anyway. Been cleaning
No,
all
we were
that.
just talking about the underground and stuff like that, Sharon, and about
Under the
how
earth,
far
old
it is
civilizations,
from,
new civilizations, past civilizations, and current ones who are digging when not telling us.
Yeah, or the inner Earth, also very interesting.
Oh yeah, these days we could talk about Agartha.
Yeah, there's all sorts of really interesting civilizations and
Imagine, ponder the thought if other civilizations that lived under Earth did not go through the exterior cataclysms that we have had in the last, say, 5,000, 8,000 years. Imagine if they hadn't gone through that, where their civilization would be compared to ours, where we keep having to start over and over and over again.
They are protected.
If you wanted to avoid the Anunnaki, maybe you would go underground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how many places are there that sort of suggest that they went underground too?
Oh my God! Have you seen
those
the
kind of people?
the cave works in China?
Yes,
They have
that's crazy.
tunnels that are so big you wouldn't believe, and they go for miles straight. Yeah.
And look
even
at all
in
the
South
tunnels
Africa,
and stuff under
those
France,
mines, they dug down
Ukraine.
like modern mines into ancient
Don't
mines.
forget
Sorry.
one on the North Pole.
And,
Admiral Byrd or whatever found.
Yeah,
All
the
that.
entrance to the inner Earth, to the other civilizations. They have a whole new technology and all of that stuff. It's crazy.
Well, they had caverns in the Grand Canyon that they wanted to keep concealed, and you still
Yeah,
can't
with
go
Egyptian
there today.
technology and Egyptian hieroglyphics, plus multiple other races as well. Whistle.
Mummies, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, giants were there, weren't they? The giants.
I was just going to say, remember the Smithsonian destroyed all the evidence of the giants that they collected over the last 80 years? Yeah,
Well, they
so,
did
you
that
know,
with
all
all
of this
the
is
mounds.
manipulated.
God knows what else they've destroyed.
Well, why do you think they made the Grand Canyon a national park? Because it's one of the largest metal resource values in the entire world, and yet they're not using it. Yes, it's beautiful, but you know, why take the entire area and close it off? Because there's a lot going. Now, the Bureau of Land Management has done that all over the United States as well. They took all the mineral land titlery and deeds long ahead, from the Louisiana Purchase on, And they've kept all of those really treasure-rich areas for themselves. They worked for BLM for years.
Australia's got lots of that kind of stuff as well, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, the government owns all the major assets.
Yeah, well, that's what's going on with Greenland right now with the whole.
Yeah, Greenland's almost like a mystery to most of us.
Well, I mean, as all of this happens, it's gonna become a very rich in resources, and it's already
water. Water alone from the ice.
Water alone.
I don't suppose anyone's mentioned the Golden Dome yet.
No, I just heard about that last night, actually. So.
In the news, Donald Trump has announced he's going to build a Golden Dome over the USA as a defense mechanism.
Yeah, which is the same thing, which is a cross-reference to the Iron Dome, which is a defense system that Israel uses. He wants to call his goal. Yeah, big money going to this new technology, and he did his commencement speech today, and claimed the might of the army was due to him because he made the army better now. In actuality, we've lost so many servicemen you wouldn't believe.
Oh yeah, they're all dutiful to him now.
He made the people he gave the government contracts to rich.
Well, you should see they're doing.
Or they're going to replace a few Air Force airplanes. It's not good.
Yeah,
they want to decommission the A-10. That
Boeing and all of them are in trouble, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Lockheed Martin, they're all in trouble at the moment.
And look at all another plane crashed in California yesterday.
Oh, God.
And 6 people are unalive. And there's more plane crashes this year than in the last 30 years in aviation combined in the United States.
And it's getting worse.
And it's getting worse. And don't fly out of Newark, because everybody knows that one.
Wow, I didn't know it was.
Yeah, it is that bad.
More than the past 30 years. That's insane.
Combined.
And it does have a lot. This is just me speculating, but I think it does have a lot to do with the fact that they got a lot of their funding cut and a lot of it. But I also think it's other things as well.
Cutting corners.
Well, if you know that something drastic is coming and you keep refunding it to fix it.
Yeah.
Why bother fixing it if you know it's crashing?
It's the same with other projects here. It's like, how often do they, upgrade our rail network? They'll commission someone to go and build all these new carriages and trains and locos and whatever. And the ones that are 30 years old are still functioning fine. There's nothing wrong with them.
Right.
It's just
It's
cosmetic.
a problem with building the way. Well, I mean, we have this. Everything we do now here in America it's like it's just to be recycled over and over and over.
But that's what I mean,
it's basically the economy here, and I'm gonna say the whole world, but mostly here in America because this is where I live. But we have a revolving economy where nothing lasts enough. Like even the building and say for instance, the way people build homes and buildings in Mexico is completely different from the way they do it here. Out there, it takes a little longer because they don't use drywall and all that cheap shit. They build mostly out of cement, concrete, and all the pipes and everything are actually in the wall, not in the floor. So you have a very good for fire resistant, and you have a very good structure that's gonna last forever. My grandma's house is still standing, even after it was it was ransacked by what's happening in Mexico, but it's the building is so different. It's so different, and I guess on one side it does keep people working, I guess, but at the same time it's such a waste of resources. It's such a waste of resources that we're doing.
But at the same time, the level of skilled workers is reduced too.
Yeah.
You know, like I was listening to something the other day, and they said that doctors from India, and this is why a lot of students here are now getting up in arms for the medical side of things, is that they can come over from India and their doctor or piece of paper is equivalent to these people that have spent 12 years doing it through university at a cost of probably 300,000. And a lot of these documents aren't even certified documents. So how can they make them equivalent to kids out here that have struggled all their life to get to that level where they can go and practice and help save lives if they're just bringing in these people that have no qualifications and they're the ones that put the system under strain?
Yeah. Which is weird.
This is what I mean.
This is only an India thing, I guess, because I have an uncle who was actually a doctor in Mexico.
Yeah.
Successful. Well, I mean, for a while he was successful practice, and then a lot of the violence reached where he was at. And he had to leave. Well, he works in a retirement home now because his degree is worth nothing here.
Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to insinuate. The people that are coming over there, that I don't know how they get their education or whatever, but we have very high standards here. And what I'm trying to say is you can't compare an apple to an orange.
Right.
You know, they should come out here and have to, you know, show to the rest of us that what they've learned is equivalent to ours, not just hand them the silver
have some kind of something.
But that's the way it's going now. People are getting desperate because there's not enough real people out there doing the jobs anymore. Everything's getting replaced. Everything's being robotized. The human factor is being removed from everything.
But that's the plan for the future.
We just look at China at the moment. You know, besides their deserted cities, all the factories are shut down. All the shops, even in the big cities, there's no one there. All the street vendors have gone. The population has been decimated, you know, and how can China recover if it hasn't got the people? And yet people are still going on their phones and ordering from Temu and Amazon. Where are all these products coming from? You know, buy 3 products for 99 cents. Free shipping from China. They must be in desperate trouble if they're giving shit away like that.
Who has kids in the background?
I was gonna say.
No.
Where's the kids at?
They're not here.
I'm alone.
She must have her earpiece on still.
Must be my wife and her mother.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I got a feeling that's Chris.
Hold on.
I know Gillian don't have kids. I know yours are grown, right, Sharon?
Oh, mine are adult, yeah.
So
I don't know.
And it's not.
I don't hear them now. Okay. You're smiling. It must be Chris.
Yeah.
Aaron, you're half asleep looking at his phone there. You know.
I did that. I think I did that last week. I was having a conversation.
I'm just like trying to keep myself warm.
I think I did that last week, where my entire conversation with my friend was transmitted live.
Yeah, we were enjoying it. We were going.
Yeah, I
smile about that. Yeah,
I didn't turn off my mic. So yeah, that was kind of funny.
It can happen to the best of us.
It does. Thank God we didn't say anything stupid.
We can only look back and laugh and think, oh my gosh.
We didn't say anything concerning, so that's good.
Rebecca's back.
Ping! I'm back. I'm here. I didn't go anywhere too far.
How are you traveling, Gillian? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just kind of hanging in here. Like,
get the second wind.
I don't know
5 hours, 2 minutes.
All right. Katie Jo sent me a few pictures, so I was
6 minutes past 2
together.
in the morning. I think I probably should go and sleep.
Oh my gosh, Gillian.
Right, Gillian.
Yeah.
You should go to
You had a
bed.
busy day. You need to get some rest.
Well, I don't want to miss the fun. Like,
Oh man.
but I think for
later.
And I think for all people, also the sleeping time changed. Or I'm not right.
yeah,
So many people have problems with start sleeping or sleeping complete. So they wake up 1 hour or 2 hours and then awake and go sleep again. I think that's a big problem for all people too, huh?
In medieval times, that was normal. They called it first sleep and second sleep, and a lot of that had to do with heating your home as well as I don't know, but that was generically, and it is recorded in medieval times. You slept when it got dark, 9 o'clock at night or whatever. You went to bed, and then you woke up in the middle of the night, and you had a meal, and you stoked the fire, and you visited with your family, and then you went back to sleep about 3 a.m. and then woke up right before sunrise.
Yeah.
So it was like a secondary nap. They called it first
I hear
sleep and
that,
second.
yes.
Must be
Yeah,
a
that
hobbit
sounds
thing.
good. That sounds like us hobbits up here. So
Yeah. Well, that comes from the UK. That information.
yeah, it sounded just like us hobbits. I
But
don't
I
know
thought
what they do here is like you can hear people tottering about. I mean, I don't know. They can't possibly be going to shifts.
Well, I'm waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I hang out for a couple hours, and then I go back to bed. That's what I've been doing for well over a year
Oh
now.
yeah, that's why you send us music in the middle of the night. Like you send us music, and you wonder where the hell other people are, and everyone's like,
Not that I don't get
that
on the
was
computer.
my 2 hours when I was asleep. While you were up having your 2 hours of wake time, I was having my 2 hours of downtime, and then you get up, and then you're gone. And, I don't know.
Well, yeah, our
I
times
haven't
are
heard
different.
anybody all week. It's like I have to be here now, and I'm not.
Well, when it's noon here, I'm talking to people in your area, and it's like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. So just off different times.
Yep.
In time, out time. In time, out time. You know.
And look at the
Have you
beauty
got
of what we
anything
can
else
do
for us,
now.
like Christoper Saturn or anything else that you want to play?
She's
Oh,
busy.
sure. Yes, I do.
Tapping away.
I know.
I think her index finger on her right hand is smoking.
That finger's gonna be like that. That's gonna get like.
I do. Let me look at my notebook. I do have some.
You'll need a bandage for that thing.
Yeah, let's play that. Let's
Wrist guard
play
to hold it up.
what I rounded up from Christmas. I know, that's me. Let's see. Okay.
Bear stare. Okay, sorry.
And then I have some pictures from Tara to share and Katie Joe. So
Before you get into that, guys, I'm gonna head off to work. We'll see you all next week.
Have a good day. Drive careful.
I'll be listening, but
yeah, I know.
It might be dead now with everybody's kind of out of town for all this. Was it Memorial Day? I guess Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yep.
Holiday.
So what are you celebrating?
Well, why am I celebrating? Well,
No, I said, what are you all celebrating?
Memorial Day.
Memorial Day.
What does it represent, in other words?
Yeah. Thank you, Sharon. My brain's in
like
that.
Represent fallen soldiers.
Isn't it like Dia de los Muertos, but for Americans?
So
No, it's
like
fallen
our
service
Anzac
members,
Day.
and
Oh,
we
and
memorialize
Day.
the graves of the veterans.
Oh.
So it's like our Anzac Day. Go and pay homage to the fallen.
So barbecue time. I gotta go.
Yeah, it's
barbecue
the
shop,
start of
barbecue
summer.
grill shopping because we need a new one. But anyways, all
Take
right,
care,
guys.
you
We'll
have
see
a
you
good
on
one.
next week.
See you.
What you getting? What do you need a new one? Sorry, I'm like.
We need a new barbecue grill. It's
I
about
thought you
that
said
time.
a new Barbie.
No.
Hey, he only gets 2 Barbies instead of 35 this Christmas.
Yeah. Oh,
Hey,
by
Bob,
the way,
you know that means-
I did end up getting a refund for your headphones. We tried it. Apparently, Amazon sucks in your side of the world. I'm sorry, but well, no, at least I did get the refund. So
Oh well.
But I mean, you haven't been chirping for a while, so I don't know. Maybe maybe it worked out. So
Maybe they're not listening anymore. Maybe they're bored with us. We went and started
maybe,
listening to somebody else.
maybe. But...
You got boring,
Yeah, guys.
Gillian.
Thomas, Chris,
Come on,
Corinne.
Sam. You're supposed to tell us something else was at the church.
I wish you a great day. Bye bye.
You'll have a good one, guys. See you all next week. I'll be the
Bye,
same.
Thank you.
See you later.
Bye bye.
Drive safely.
Bye bye.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and play Christopher's videos for the week. So
Nice.
let's get that going. Hang on 1 second. There they are. All right. It's
Count to 3. What a beautiful shot. Oh no.
Give it a go. Give it a go. Come on, guys.
Technical problems.
Stalling over in my end. Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
That's a bit steep.
Yes, Pete Oliver.
Thank
And
you,
this-
Pete. That was an awesome picture.
This is that video of the two suns. Our sun is the one on the right. The larger star is on the left.
I see this with my own eyes too.
Yeah.
So they've changed positions too. It used to be the other way around.
I don't know, but I'll do
Yeah.
it. I see it with my own eyes.
Well, when it arrived, it was actually due east is our star, and northeast. So in actuality, if the distance between them has changed greatly over time, it is still pretty much on the same path. I just hope it's not getting closer to us. I hope it just continues to the right.
Don't forget the underground cities. For example, in Turkey, they built them for a reason, and I think the reason was heat.
Yep, I agree. I totally agree. You don't dig that much dirt out of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet underneath, going acres and miles of tunnels for just the heck of it, just to hide from the woman.
And it takes intelligent design to make sure they've got airflow, water flow, can have animals down there, can have ample room for storage.
We have the same in the world now. Don't forget the underground city they built. I sent Sam the last time the link. They built a city for over $21 trillion in autark city, and I think they're much around the planet. So the government knows and prepare.
Yeah,
There's lots of
and
stuff
this was
out
something
there
that goes all the way back to the 70s and the 80s.
Yeah.
And the Pentagon budget has not matched in 7 years. And we know that they were stacking, and they're still stacking up the DUMBs. And we were talking about last week how we believe there's a very large one under the Denver airport. At least that's the entrance, which is also can be known as the birthing staging area. So you can actually look that up in some Google information, especially if you look at Washington D.C., etc.
I shouldn't say this,
Air
but
Force
ours
bases.
is a tiny gap.
Yeah.
Yeah. And hello, Saru.
Amazing, look at it.
Big, pretty.
And these are, of course, the old shots way back 2013, 2014.
It's still huge.
Wow.
Yeah, this is 2014, 2015, right before she went bye-bye. This was as close as she got. This is 2012, 2013, where she's coming in, and you can see the bottom of the very thick glowing. There's the very much bigger 2014, 2015. You can see the very thick single Space cloud. Okay, Saru is it's marked. Good. This picture is 2015.
I
remember. I remember the center.
Not allowed to talk to us.
Great pictures, guys.
Oh, I had just been talking. 2015. The green, blue Saru on the left. Started Yuri on the right with the OCGs at the base. All the asteroids at their base. And in the upper right corner is actually Atu. That was the color different. Right behind where the last RI and Yuri is where Atu is. And this is the current green asteroid. Just give you a shot from last week, I believe it was.
Yep.
And it's pretty big, the green asteroid. For it's not that hard to find.
Yeah, she's right there.
To the right of the sun, just in front of us, that's the yellow moon. Locked up.
Oh dear.
Rebecca, it locked up. I think she locked.
She's locked up.
She's frozen.
Poor Rebecca. She's got some mild weather going on.
Mm-hmm.
You on TikTok again, Rebecca?
No.
Tiki-talkie. And tiki-talk not.
There's Katie Joe's pictures. Okay. Well, all right. Good. Yeah.
Well, I
it was
need to go to
apparently
bed. I'll go to bed now because I'm going to fall out my chair.
Okay, Jillian.
Okay.
I'm trying
Good
to
night,
stay awake and I
Jillian.
can't anymore. I'll just go.
Talk to you tomorrow. See ya.
I'll be sleeping down there beside Theo in a minute.
Talk to you tomorrow. See ya, Jelly Bean.
Night, everybody. Good speaking to you all.
Good night. Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
We'll see you next week.
Yeah. Well, let's try and catch up during the week, hey?
Well, yeah, for sure. Me and you, right? I meant.
Yeah, I was
everybody.
living like.
I know. Been one of them weeks. We just keep crossing paths.
Like that.
I know.
Because we're so busy.
You never know. Every day is like up in the air.
I know. You know how it is. I mean, real life, just you're busy 1 minute and then the next minute you're sitting there going.
Yep, life gets in the way.
Exactly.
And at work, it's like, zoo, 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 get on your bike. Zoo, get on your bike. Zoo.
I know. Hurry, get to work. Hurry, get home, go to bed so you can sleep so you can go back to work.
Yeah, and then you're at work and then you wash this, do that, pack this, do this, grab that, take it down, you know.
I know.
Stressful.
Yeah. I know.
For me, very stressful.
Not me. Yeah.
And then you're finished and you're walking towards your bike and it's like, finished now.
Right.
Well, now I just need to eat something. Oh, no, I have to make it.
Good night, Jillian.
Yeah. I'm going, Sam. I know.
Yeah.
Yes, puppy, let's
go
go
cook.
To bed. Oh, God, cook at 2 a.m. I just ate a roll with something tasty in it. It was nice. With 2 dogs.
Okay, all right. Prepare.
Go back outside.
I think my dogs are half lizard. Their tongues were going. But I'm off. I'm talking sherbet. Night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Tara.
So funny.
Yeah, I try. I just can't find the little red button. Can you please put me off so I can go to
Oh,
sleep?
I can help you. Sure. Okay.
Thank
Here we
you.
go. 1, 2, 3. Bye-bye. All right. That's funny.
Kick her out. Oh.
I know. I just can't finish talking. There's never an end. Not that. I'm
Well,
not
I know.
saying
Yeah,
we can always think of things.
we've
else
all
to
done
say.
that.
This is our little social
Yeah.
group.
Well, remember, didn't we add an extra hour the
She
last
doesn't want
time?
to miss
A
out.
couple of shows ago.
Don't worry.
What?
I talk to Gillian all the time too, and it goes from I've got to go, and then an hour
I
later,
know.
hang on a minute, I'm still here.
I know. I know.
Like a
Same
personal
here.
gossip group.
Like 4 hours later, we're like, I guess I should go to bed. It's like,
Yeah.
it's hard to get off the phone.
Yeah. But we've always got something to share. That's the thing. Always something important.
Right.
What's the weather like where you are, Thomas?
Again, say it again. I don't understand what you're saying.
What is the weather like where you are?
Also, the weather is always the same. Last days it's a little bit colder. Now we get a little bit rain, but not much. So yeah, the last, I think 1 week before we have ever blue sky and sun, and now it's a little bit more cloudy, a little bit rain, but I enjoy it. I love it. So I have no problems. But thanks for asking.
Oh, I'm just curious as to what everybody else is experiencing around the world weather-wise.
Yeah. So
Like,
everybody has different
expecting a
problems.
storm, and I'm pretty certain it's pretty dry where Sam is right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as I said, we had 3 days of rain, and it's overcast again. We had one blue sky, which was yesterday. Now it's overcast again. So, yeah. And Gillian's heating up. She's reaching some pretty warm temperatures where she is in Scotland. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's like Germany a little bit, yes.
Yeah, and I think it's warm during the day and cold at night, Chris, where you are?
Oh, the red man. Every time I'm seeing he's very red, and I think, oh my God.
He's hot. You know what I mean? He's hot. He's like, it's hot.
It's hot.
Where he is, it's very
and
hot.
then it's too cold in the house, so I'm like going in, I'm coming out, and people are being loud, so I'm trying to find a place I can sit, and I'm just not getting comfortable.
Not your week, Chris.
Right? I mean,
You would think with
Pretty
living
sure I can
there
see
your
a
whole
bunch of
life, you'd be
asteroids
so
now.
used to it by now, but
and I
You
think
would
you
be climatized.
and I think, Chris, you need to change your location. The next years it will be hotter. So don't forget we talked about the underground cities. They built them for a reason. Yeah, hopefully it's
Start digging my backyard up now. Go build an underground bunker.
you need a lot of money for that.
Well, just a shovel at this stage.
Well, depending on how you build it.
True.
Yeah, it depends on if you dig it exposed with a backhoe.
Well, I was going to claim it as a gold
You use a
mine,
backhoe,
so
you do a lot cheaper.
I was going to stake a claim and call it a gold mine. They don't need money.
There you go.
Okay, have fun.
Yeah, well,
A
they
lot
don't
of
need
work.
to know. Well,
Yeah, you
hard
have to
work
do
be
your
worth
prove-up
it.
work. So once you dig a hole, you have to bury it. And you can. There's nothing that says you can't bury a big box inside of that.
Exactly. Build a
With a
shed
secret
on the
entrance.
inside, and
Yeah,
as long as
call
I
it,
don't
it's
turn
a
out
shed
like the
for
Terminator with
mining
all my
tools.
weapons in there.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's a shed for mining tools.
Exactly. Yes. Well, I'm not going to be doing any Breaking Bad down there, put it that way.
Right.
If people know what I'm referencing.
I didn't see the movie, but
No, I only hear bits of it, and then people ask me all the time, "Is it really blue? Is it really blue?" And I go, "Well, why do you think it's that color?" Well, we don't know. When you don't understand the chemistry, you wouldn't understand what the color is about. So, yeah, that was one of the first things they did in chemistry, or in our chemistry lecture, is they actually put the molecule up on the board, and they said, "See this? This is this chemical. If we change one little bond here and put it over on this side, this becomes a poison." And I've gone, who on earth would want to do that? So this is why we have a lot of, we'll call them backyard experiments, go kaboom, because the process, and if you don't have the process contained, kaboom. Yes. And these are backyard people. They have no idea what chemistry is whatsoever. Anyway.
Scary.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
It's and very, very
It makes me
scary.
surprised at the people that do pull it off, you know, for making it and it not just, you know.
But then you've also got drug companies doing the same thing and infiltrating places too, you know, like look at the issues that the US are having at the moment. It's not coming in from Mexico, it's coming China, Mexico, US. So why are they flooding the market with that? You know, what's the latest one now? Trank or something that's going around, and that's because they can't get the fentanyl in the streets. They're now using animal tranquilizers. So again, you know, you cut one supply, another supply comes in somewhere else. So.
And it's creating a necrotic situation in people's limbs.
And this is why people turn to those things, because they can see the breakdown in society and they just don't want to be a part of it. So they escape reality, and it's the only way they can find refuge from that. But at the same time, they're doing themselves a very big disservice for what harm it's bringing to their body. But again,
yeah, it's horrible.
It's just another one of these things.
You know, if you want to look that up on YouTube, all you have to do is type in the streets of Philadelphia.
Yeah, the junkies, the zombies.
But the funny thing is, you have all of these things coming out from China, where they sit there and they laugh and mock at the US, going, "Oh, look at their homeless and their drug problem." But they have exactly the same issues. It's just that they have theirs hidden behind firewalls. It's not made public.
Right, you're not allowed to film in public.
Not allowed to say anything.
They're very serious about it.
Exactly, very security conscious. So don't think
even the natural citizens, not just the police.
No, it's everywhere. And then you've got the other side of the coin.
It's a national pride in China to not release information to the rest of the world. Even the citizens will get mad at you for filming.
But look at the other things they do. The propaganda that they teach their children. There is a place in China where you can actually go and stand at a wall and you can actually look across the bay and there's Taiwan. They teach their children, "Taiwan, come back home, bring your goods back home." Why? Because China's falling apart and Taiwan is where they make all our chips for our phones and our computers and things.
Yeah, mass unemployment. They have the do nothing movement.
Yeah, and they're a first world country and China's slipping behind, and this is why they want Taiwan back. So, and this is why they have all of the ships in the harbours around Taiwan, because they have to protect them, because they know what they're up to. The world knows what China's
They overextended themselves with the Belt and Road Initiative really bad, and they've got their hands in many, many seaports around the world, especially Africa, and they've got a lot of money, and their video linked into around the world in ways that you wouldn't believe. And they've got that AI has now hooked through Meta, and Meta, Chinese AI are really a force to be reckoned with. And I think it's going to jump up and bite us all in the ass. I really do.
Well, how many of the people have come out and said under the table that they've increased and written all these legislations and signed off on things? It was the other day that what day was it? I think it was Wednesday. We had something to sign off about public discourse and the amount of communication and misinformation and all that kind of stuff. That went public again the other day. And we don't hear about all of this stuff in the background because they don't want us to know. They make the decisions on our behalf.
Well, did you know that in the United States, everybody around the country got all of these new traffic cameras and new traffic lights everywhere? Yeah. It happened literally all over the U.S. and it was shitloads of money spent. And that is linked up to that real-time facial identification / license plate tag reader. They can follow you through every intersection in damn near every town in every county in every state in the United States. And China is doing that around the world.
We have the same
using
here.
it. Now, Walmart has that same AI facial recognition. Yeah. And if you walk into a Walmart in Miami, Florida, and you walk into a Walmart in Los Angeles County, California, that computer will link and put you in the same profile, and they know you from state to state to state, not just locally, around the United States in Walmart. Walmart about facial recognition AI patterning.
We have little cameras.
That's how they're now catching up with her.
We have little cameras positioned in all of the aisles in every supermarket.
And
nobody
in China,
knows about it. They're
there's
all
a camera every 50 feet.
Yep.
In China, it's
we
every
have them
50
on
feet.
every racking system, and our racking system would be what 2 meters, so 6 foot wide. The racking, so every 6 feet. An electronic eye following you around the place.
All about controlling, and it depends always to the 15-minute cities they are talking about, and it's getting to the same system like in China. So they have a point system, and then they say, "Oh, you have this point or this point, or you can only do this and this." It's catastrophic in the next years.
Well, that's why they're trying to put everybody on a universal living wage.
Yeah, remember 10 years ago, everybody was screaming about George Orwell and, the Big Brother and the cameras and, oh my God, we're going to be militant. We're not going to allow that to happen. It already
but in China, it's normal.
Yep.
And not only that, we're all walking around. Well, we all got a chip in our back pocket on our debit cards.
Yes,
and that is linked to a satellite. Every person linked to that debit card, and that little tiny chip in your back pocket is linked in space. Each and every one of us.
Yes.
Yep.
And that
all
is,
the data is
just a
going into what
microchip.
deep seek and things like that.
Yep. Deep seek. Yep.
So
and more and more and more.
Computers know us better than we know
spending
ourselves
algorithm,
right now.
our body temperature.
Yeah. So they know us better than we know us.
Yeah, and anytime you go anywhere with your debit card in your wallet, they know exactly where you go when you go.
That's why they want to know what we're spending it on. That's why crypto and all the rest of it is very essential for them.
Between state and local police don't have access to that information, but the feds do. If they have a nationwide manhunt, all they do is look for Christoper's debit card, and they know exactly where he is.
Yeah.
Hell, your
just look at his
phone.
transaction history. Bang, he's gone.
Talked about years ago, putting remember they had the little chips they wanted to put in everybody's wrists. It's in your phone.
Yeah, that was the mark of the beast. We got one in our wallet.
They're in our wallets. They're our phones. We literally agreed to it.
There's trackers in your car. There's switches that'll shut your car off. There are switchers that link to the cell towers, and then will down your television, your smart TV in your living room downloads after it's shut off.
Yeah. And don't forget the 5G towers and the COVID stuff. So there's also stuff going on with this. I heard about it, but I have no confirmation. that the
We won't talk
people.
about
Yes.
they release into the air.
Sam's right. Look at the phones. You can't pull a battery out of the phone.
No.
Before you can pull the battery out of the flip phones or whatever, and that turns the phone off. The phones never shut off. Even if you turn the power off, they're still on.
So
and even when you're in privacy mode on Google, Google is still tracking you.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Even when you hit a privacy setting or airplane mode, you're still being tracked.
But okay, so maybe you could get a prepaid phone.
A burner phone.
And then prepaid.
Hey, I have an idea, guys.
If you
I
want
don't use
to,
one.
lay under the.
Yeah.
Yeah, you blow them up, don't you, Sam?
Yeah, that's the problem.
You don't. My body has a self-destruct, bad, evil kill switch where I touch those things and I kill them.
There's a new
I had a friend bring
series on
over a brand new
Netflix.
iPhone and I touched it and it died. I have not.
There's a new
touched one
series on
since.
Netflix where these women are now getting these electricity powers. So, yeah, so I was curious to find out about that. I saw a trailer the other day, how these women just sit there and go zap, have electricity coming out of their hands.
Yeah.
They've got to learn how to control it.
It's a crazy stuff, but
I wish.
But just a question back to the vaccine. You know that people have a IP address inside them. Some of them.
Yep. MAC address. Yep.
Yeah.
People are getting pulled up on their Bluetooth with a MAC address.
Yeah, absolute.
Because they're now antennas. We're all antennas.
Yeah, and wait for the future with the 5G towers. If they rise the frequency, what's then going on?
Well,
So
think about it.
Well, they're
We're
already up.
antennas and they're uploading and downloading using us as the source. What are they using? What are they uploading and downloading? You've got to ask yourself that question.
Yeah.
Well, we're all tired.
Who's picking up the signal?
So I have no vaccine.
Just stuff that goes through my silly head.
How far down the rabbit hole are we really? We don't even know it. And here we're screaming about the planets and we can't even get a percentage of the masses to even watch, 5 hours, 35 minutes of our show. People, are you listening yet? And we're all intelligent people and we're not crazy conspiracy theorists. Not one of us. Because, we weed those guys out. I'm only joking. We bring intelligent people who are aware and awake and logical, and we don't jump into the crazy clown car at all. We work, we wait before we say anything is real, only through a lot of time-proven evidence. Sometimes it's a little bit rushed, when, topic of the day, like whatever's going on off the coast of Oregon right now, which I should take another look at real fast. So anyway, go ahead, somebody.
Rebecca, I think, is waiting for showing her pictures. So.
You guys want me to go outside real quick? It's looking pretty wild.
Oh yeah, you want to show us, Chris? What's it doing?
See if,
okay.
See what's on. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, those 2 event markers are still going off the coast of Oregon.
Wow.
They've been doing this since this morning.
We had a 5.3 in Dubbo, close to Dubbo the other day, so it's definitely ramping up if we're feeling it in Australia. Big changes.
Yeah, and the North Atlantic Ridge or the Atlantic Ridge has been quite active. Iceland, of course, is still doing some new stuff. The crack is getting bigger, and there's been,
Had that one in
of
Japan
course,
the other day.
Kilauea has just been spewing away. I haven't checked it in a few days.
What about
yeah,
Iceland?
Japan had the
Anything
new one
that?
picked up.
How's
So
Iceland?
they're
doing?
watching Tonga again. So a lot of activity volcanically. And, like whatever just went off on the Buko, if there was a subduction going on, we may see a loading of the spring. And again, for 2 days from now, this when that planetary alignment is complete. So we'll see what happens.
Yes.
A big boom this year. In my
I typed
opinion,
in somebody. Big bada boom. And not only that, there's the God, it's the 26th, the 27th. There's a July date, and then there's the August 13th big ta-da date that they're advertising all over the place on YouTube right now. And I mean, that's gone crazy. Before they were, they made you watch 25 to 30 minutes of video before they gave you the date. But now they've come out in a lot of other shows talking how Nostradamus is saying, August 13th, 2025. So, put a big circle on your calendar. Don't sell the farm or anything or pack up and leave to Cleveland. But
it's
why is my mom on the bus on her way to Cleveland? Okay, anyway, that's from a movie. Go ahead. What?
I just said that's 4 days before my birthday.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, why did I just send my mother to Cleveland? Tell me what's going on, really. Yeah, so that was in the movie. I can't even remember which movie.
Yeah,
it'll come to me later. Anyway, yeah, there's all these dates going off this summer, and it's been highly interesting trying to weed my way. And I'll watch a couple of them just to pay attention to what they have to say and what Nostradamus said, or Baba Baga, or Edgar Casey, or this guy or that guy, or the Anunnaki. And some of these films, I mean, I make it 20, 30 seconds into the film, and this guy's out of his mind, or 5 minutes in, okay, maybe you just lost it. Credibility, goodbye.
And they waffle on about the same thing, and I keep hearing Nibiru, it needs gold for its atmosphere because it's breaking down, and I sit there and I go, you guys don't know half of what we know, and yet you're just repeating the same.
And the whole basis of Earth, well, they're avoiding, by saying that, they're avoiding the reality of what mankind actually is, and that's that part nobody wants to hear, that we're clones and that we're guest workers that were placed here and created not by God. Because by God, then wait a minute, what's Jesus? And then we're into a whole new can of worms.
Destroys what? 80 religions? Just like that.
Well, only two. You could say Catholicism, because there's still Hinduism, Taoism, Buddhism.
Well, that's what I meant. How many religions are there that are just going to have a brain meltdown? Going, what?
Most of them are Abrahamic. You are correct.
Yeah. But the other ones, like the Buddhist and all of those, where they actually focus on chi and all the rest of it, they're completely different. They believe in the oversoul, not a god.
Yeah. Oh, that's shit. What Christoper's got.
Look at that.
Yeah, hold on. You guys see it? Right here.
Yep.
Yeah, a red nose.
Yeah, all these damn palm trees are in the way, but
poor Christopher.
Light is to the right, and you're looking at Atu's moon, and the red asteroid is right there behind the palm trees. And Atu is the dark blue at the top.
I knew it. There's all these weird little.
And somewhere in there, right above the right palm tree, is the cube.
Yeah, you can see the cube clearly. That's why I went outside.
Yeah, right there on the right-hand side by these palm trees is the cube.
Yeah.
It's huge right now.
It's sticking up above that one white cloud right there.
Yeah.
And
wow.
I sent Rebecca a couple of photos that came in today, and then an older comparison that I dug out of the file that I hadn't seen in a long time. And if she has those on deck, we can use those afterwards.
Well,
because that is a really cool photo, and I have not used it enough. No, it's because it's not.
Yeah, I was like, I thought, okay, it's Uri, and then I looked at it for about 5 minutes, and I'm like, it's not Uri at all.
No, that's Atu.
Wild. You could see.
It is, because the sun is setting in the west, so you're looking southwest, right?
Yeah. Yep, directly southwest.
Yeah, that's Atu.
Wow.
And that's where it moves in the middle of the day as the sun rotates, because it's directly over us, and it's sort of doing this small circle over the top of us. Well, that's why Nepesity and Atu are trading places as the sun moves throughout the day. It's weird, but that's how it works. Oh, God. Cat hair. I'm sitting here getting ready to sneeze. Woo. And
All right,
Uri
I'm
is
gonna
right
take a
there
picture of this. I'm
behind
gonna
all of
walk
that.
back to the house.
Okay.
Okay.
Look at that suntan. Yeah, poor Christopher's down there getting his copper tone tan a little early. All right, Rebecca, we have a black screen. Or is it me? Am I alone? Did they leave me?
No.
Oh no!
What happened? Oh no!
I'm alone. I'm in darkness. Someone have a match.
Oh no.
I was getting my kitty
Oh.
cats, or trying to get my cats in. Let's see.
Open your eyes. Open your third eye.
Uh-oh. Hang on. How do I get this back up here? No.
There's you. There's me. There's the chair. And there's Thomas.
I guess that'll work, but it's not how we usually have it.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, Rebecca.
Christopher left his
No.
laptop running.
Rebecca again.
I guess it's that for now. I guess that's right.
Yeah. Till you play your next whatever, if we have any more.
Yeah. I wonder what happened to Chris. Did he just?
He said he had to go back to the house, and
Oh, it was over.
yeah,
Okay.
and so
All right. Sure. Okay. I see Tara.
Boy, it's dry in here.
Well, let's go ahead and play her video of pictures. And
okay.
the first video, the first set of pictures, her and I have been like, I think it's probably either Isatum or Nibiru, but probably Isatum. And she was thinking, I forgot now what I think she thought it was Nipicity. So you have to be the one that decides,
Okay.
Sam. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead. And
I
get it
won't
rolling.
run to the little scientist room while we're
I
doing
know.
that, I promise.
Well, we'll see.
Even though I've drank like 2 gallons of water since we've been on this show, and 2
Excellent.
pops.
Cross your legs.
I went a little cheap this week. I had Dr. Thunder.
Oh, okay. Right.
Oh, that's me.
What? Capacity?
To the right there. That
Uh-huh.
is Yuri, and that's been so quickly. Yeah, right there. That's the Saturn Yellow Moon. That's Nipicity right there.
Which one? Like
The big one in the dead center. The one behind it, over to the left. Up to the right. That is the Saturn Yellow Moon. And that is Nipicity. And they look like they're right next to each other, but they're really not. One's way farther away, one's way closer.
Nipicity is in front of
Right there, yeah.
Isatum.
Okay, and the bottom weird cloud on the bottom is the big 3 asteroid group under Nipicity.
The big 3 is on the right of the sun now.
On the left. Well, Nipicity is crossing from the right to the left as the day goes by, and by sunset, Nipicity will be due north right before Isatum Yellow Moon comes in. So you'll see Nipicity move out of the way, and then boom, there is Isatum at sunset. So I don't know what time of day this is. And I don't know where this is. This is Tara's?
She's in Texas.
And she's in Texas, right?
Right.
Hmm.
Look at that.
Yeah, that base cloud pattern, that base cloud planet pattern has to be weird. No, maybe I'm wrong. It may not be Nipicity. This could actually be a Saturn's yellow moon. And that pattern may be the faceplate, the crab faceplate on his Saturn. Because look where the sun is in this capture. And look what's in the background of the right corner. That's bubbly like a Saturn's yellow moon. But the pink clouds look very much like base cloud of Nipicity, but
See,
I don't see Nipicity.
I think it's too little to be Nipicity. I've never
Right.
seen a
You
Nepenthe
could-
just a little
you are
tiny
right.
space. And it's
Okay, that is the
right at the sun.
face plate then of that's the face plate of the yellow moon. Gotta be weird.
It's little to be.
Look where the sun is. Look at the shadow right there that you just turned at.
I'll go back.
And that's where necessity would be right there. And actually that's moon, and then Nibiru, and then that's some yellow moon straight. Wow, weird. There was green there for a second too. Yeah, that is the second yellow moon right there. And then don't forget that the lead asteroid is in that mix also. Then that would be the spiral asteroid right there below.
Michelle's here. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. I was like, big three on Michelle.
Yeah, that's oddly the faceplate, that weird faceplate on the front of the Saturn yellow moon. And it's in a different pattern than we've ever seen before. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, that light says that's the site of Uri.
I'm glad you're here,
The
Michelle.
Dan asteroid.
She made it. Yay! Party! We can party now. Michelle's here.
Michelle.
Oh man, she's like, that's not the first time I've heard that.
Yeah, we do sometimes have to talk amongst ourselves to figure out what the hell we're looking at.
Yeah. Well, right. I'm gonna look at the drawing. Turn to the drawings. Let's see.
And that would be the red asteroid dead center in front of. Weird. Very large. Now the light is going now in these shots. The house finally got too warm.
Yeah, I had to turn my AC back
Again,
on.
out of Uri.
Like 1 minute, I'm freezing.
Well, it's 66 outside, but it's damn near like 78 in here. And that again is back to the right hand side, so that would be that's the yellow moon. And then on the left, that's Uri and Dan asteroid,
I
etc.
have not seen necessity that close to the right of the sun either, and their drawing.
No, it can't be. It looked very much the necessity like, but the more I stared at it, the more it didn't make any sense.
December, your drawing had necessity up above the yellow moon. Not in front of, but clipping it, I guess. Yeah.
Right, and it is moving further to the north than that shot too, so it can't be necessity if it's a previous photograph.
Okay. Now we know, Tara.
Apologies, guys. I can stay longer
Yellow
now.
moon in the base plate.
Oh, okay. Welcome back, Sharon.
Interesting
Hey, you.
photo.
Yeah. We're still hanging out. I got
Don't have to run away today. I'm good.
Oh, sweet.
You see the straight lines in that right there. That was long box. Wow, there's a lot right there. Still a Saturn. This is, of course, wow, this is
We
the
see-
sun is on the far left. That means this is aiming toward where Nibiru is.
I still needed to do
Can
my
you
yard
remove
work.
Michelle?
So. Oh, sorry.
Remove Michelle's name off the main board. I'm trying to look at the horizon.
So we see more and more asteroids now, Sam.
Why is it still there? I took it down.
Yeah, I was trying to look at the horizon where you have the Michelle Cox on the
I
screen
know,
there, and
Sam. I
couldn't
took
see
it
beyond
down. It's not going away. I'll back
Oh,
it up. I mean, I don't know why it's there.
It's screwing with me. It's doing it on purpose. It's messing with me. Make it quit.
You see it? Oh, wait.
They don't want you to see.
Yeah, I can see the horizon. I need that horizon to know what the hell I'm looking at.
Let me back it up.
This is Atu's moon.
There.
Yeah. Okay. The light is that again is Uri and an asteroid. Because it's on the left.
Look how big it is.
It's getting hard.
God.
The light is heading towards sunset. This is where Nibiru should be. The light is coming from the left, so we're looking. We're looking northeast at sunset, and this is Atu's moon, red asteroid, and the cube. Cube's in the upper right corner. This is again facing at sunset. It would be northeast. And that would be Nibiru is back there, and this is bottom of Uri again, and an asteroid upper center.
Yep.
Again, probably Nibiru. See the long finger clouds. They're really big, though. And this again is where that's Atu's moon. You can actually see the craters in Atu's moon in the blue left corner. The light is coming from the left, so therefore this is the bottom edge of Nibiru. Very large Nibiru. This is Atu's moon again. You can see the craters on the Atu's moon in the dark blue center. Cube is up in the middle upper right. This is light under Uri, I believe, or under Saru, depending on. This could be Saru core. And I'm gonna go get more water. I'm having a dry mouth here, you know. I need more water. Be right back.
Sam. All right.
Sorry, I was like, I can't talk anymore without water. I'll be right back.
No, go get water, Sam. Rodney likes that music.
Awesome.
It was actually music I picked, Rodney, but I think it matched the pictures just right. It's one of my favorites, actually.
It was stealing our sunshine. No.
Yeah.
Look at the time. 8:22.
Wow.
Went dark by 5 p.m.
Look at that.
Amazing.
Wow.
Undeniable. Look at it. No wonder the ancients were trying to throw rocks at them. The sky is falling. That's where all those fables come from.
Yeah. Right.
Yes, Henny Penny, the sky is falling.
Sky is rolling like a paper. It's written in the Bible.
Like a scroll.
Right, scrolling from left inward and from right inward.
Wow.
According to Revelation. And it does do it. It blew me away for years. Look at that blue. We know the blue asteroid is right there. We also know that blue Matim is on the other side of that.
Great captures, Tara.
Those are keepers.
Yeah, she had a bunch of good ones. She's got the best view, though. You know, like she just has wide open in all directions. It's like,
yep.
Look how the lighting on the tree is wrong. On the trees on the horizon is wrong. It's like too dark. And of course, here you can see why. Uri's cutting in from the left. Nobody's been commenting about the blue water. The blue water continues to be reported around the world.
Still happening?
No.
Yeah, it's still happening. I saw a few more reports of it this week. And by the way, since we're talking about Revelations, wormwood, part of the legend of wormwood is the reason wormwood is bitter. And in the discussion of wormwood, it talks about the waters of mankind will turn bitter due to wormwood. And then it dawned on me the other day, I was thinking, yeah, hey, we've been seeing blue rain and nobody knows what that blue rain is. So it's like, people, this is why I also encourage you. God, could you imagine trying to store good water for the rest of your life. Although, you know, this is why people dig deep into real deep water. Oh God, guys, don't buy an air conditioner, buy a shovel. We're going to have to dig our way out of this one.
Buy a bulldozer.
Yeah,
Crap. I don't want to go there. God, I don't want to scream, you know, everybody head for the hills, find a cave someplace with fresh water. But oh my God, you know, and I mean, up here in Montana, we don't have a lot of caves, and you need limestone for that. And we've got granite. Now, granted, there's limestone under our granite, but we've got mostly granite here. Now, if you go to Canada, lots of sandstone and limestone and that sort of thing. But here at my subduction or rised up area, we have granite in our Rockies.
You're not digging a hole through that.
No bunker.
Very easily.
Yeah, no bunker for me. And I always say up here in my cave in Montana, you know, my manufactured housing cave cave on wheels. Let's put it that way. The wheels are still under here anyway. Yes, but I live in a double wide. Anyway,
a lot of properties around here are just on clay. Clay.
Yeah, but you know, if I get a class 4 tornado, my house is gone. Bye. You know, we're gonna, you know, the new state bird in Texas, of course, is the flying trampoline. And we had that here too. Remember, we had a 90 some odd mile an hour wind that went through just a few, was it last fall? And it's like all this shit's going on everywhere else in Illinois and Missouri and Nebraska and Kansas and South Dakota. And South Dakota, God, they had horrible weather too. And it didn't even make the news. Nothing. Zippo.
Yep.
And then Minnesota got nailed with a bunch. Yeah, there's a lot making the news.
Did you see the scarring of the land of the tornado that ripped through?
Yeah, the long run. Yeah, I watched that footage. That was a very long run tornado, and they didn't used to do that. Most tornadoes, you know, last 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the most. But this is something that ran for an hour and a half.
Yep. And how much ground did it rip up? Kilometers. Absolute kilometers.
Oh, yeah. It was taking it all the way down past the dirt. It was removing the sod. They had one. They had one that was a class 4, and that was the one that went through. Trying to
Arkansas, wasn't it? One of them. Can't remember.
Well, no, it was in Missouri.
One of them.
It's got London, Missouri. I think it was London was the name of the town. I believe that was in Missouri, London, Missouri. Yeah. And it was a class 4, maybe 5, because it left nothing but flat foundations. It tore everything off, and it had debarking of the trees and everything, and that's all debris that debarked the trees. And there were no branches left on any of the trees.
No, it was a mess.
There was also more that went on in Ohio and Nebraska and Kansas and South Dakota and Minnesota and Wisconsin and Indiana and Illinois, and it's not making the news, people. And FEMA has not offered to even fix the stuff that went off in Arkansas a few months ago, or any of the stuff that happened to Kentucky, or any of the stuff that's happened in Missouri or Illinois or St. Louis or any of that. They are not coming, people.
No.
So, and these are, of course, unfortunately, red states who voted for a specific red president. Anyway.
Get used to the fact you're on your own, guys.
Yeah, and the states are already mostly bankrupt already. They have not met their fiscal budgets in many years, and are actually some of the highest recipients of government help. Yeah, I saw this. This is awesome.
This bit.
I hope they buckled their seatbelts, because you know the possibility of that truck being grabbed and thrown is. They had trees that dropped in front of them right here.
I was just glad.
And because that happened, they're safer now because that tree went down. Glad it didn't smash them and kill them. But you know, last week, some 50 some odd people.
Look at the shear of the tree.
50 some odd people died last week.
It hasn't been pushed over. It hasn't snapped. It's been sheared. So imagine the strength of the. Oh, what? Good
Collapsing
night.
is happening right now.
Yep. Yep. Subduction. Goodbye.
And
Wow.
erosion from flooding. Upheaval, tectonic plates moving, guys. You know, and I actually talked to a lady the other day. She said, "Well, this has just been the normal weather that we're always seeing." Is like, right? People, come on.
Where have you been hiding, love?
Well, because they only watch the news, maybe.
Head in the sand.
Yeah, and most people don't. A lot of people stopped watching the news. Yeah, this is class 3. Look, all the top these are gone. 2
This
to
one
3.
was so sad because
Well,
the neighbor was crying for her chickens. She couldn't find her chickens.
That's a mobile home right there. What's left of it?
Oh my God! I know. So
Literally got everything except for our house.
But we can't change
Hallelujah.
it. So
Hallelujah. At least they have a home.
No, you have to
still.
plan. Oh,
Yeah,
look, somebody
but-
else's bed. I had a couch. Went onto their deck. Gone. That forest will take 20 years to regrow.
Gosh.
Big tree. Big tree.
But if you live in these or those areas, the only thing is what you can do, change the area and go to maybe a safer place.
Where is that?
Well, tree
Thomas?
removal, tree mitigation is important.
Where is
Yeah,
safe on the
and build a
planet,
different
Thomas?
house.
I can't tell you. Maybe Sam know what the safe area is.
That's
But
why
I'm.
I'm going to dig a big
For
tunnel
areas or
under my
anywhere with
backyard.
old hard rock mountains.
Pictures do not do it
And
justice.
you got to watch where your weather is. Now the Ozarks are deemed somewhat safe because the weather goes around.
Sheds are
Part of
gone.
that is an example of what happens in Tucson.
Plus
She's
thin
on the
ground.
opposite side of the Ozark,
Vehicles
so the weather does go around where Rebecca lives. The weather in Montana is pretty rarely real bad, but we've had some interesting, crazy shit. But mountain ranges,
Check
old
down.
rock. I wanted to move to Arizona, but was recommended not to, so I didn't. And so, yeah, I stay out of the deserts and stay out of the wet areas. And try to find someplace in the middle.
So I
On
think
rock.
my place is safe too. I'm right.
I'm going to pause this here for a minute. I'm going to pause, and Christopher is here. I'm going to look and see what he's going to show us. Hey.
Yeah, I just put
Hey.
I figured nobody wants to look at my ugly face, so I just.
Whatever.
It's not ugly.
Mr.
Right?
Sky.
I mean, why don't we
Okay.
look at? I mean,
It's only red.
It's the Texas.
Yeah.
So.
I get it. Okay. I thought, well, I don't want to keep him waiting. Okay. You're good. All right. Fine.
Oh.
That looks cool. Yeah.
Oh, so what do you think is behind you in this shot?
It's Texas Cube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what we were just looking at, right?
Yeah,
20
okay.
minutes ago.
I see it now that you're pointing it out. It's up there in the blue in the square right there in the upper right corner.
Right. And then there's like all these little asteroids coming.
2 white straight lines behind the cloud.
Now I gotta look.
Yep.
I gotta look too. Hang on.
I got some good pictures of it.
Yeah, blow up.
Oh yeah, look at that.
It's to the right.
Nice.
To the right of the white circular cloud is where the Texas cube is.
Yeah.
It's way in the back in the upper right there. Those 3 straight lines or 2 straight white lines that are kind of gray just either. But that's where the Texas cube is.
Neat.
And there's a
And
few
then we
asteroids in
get
there in the
Earth
bottom of Neptune and Neptune's moon. More
wow.
water. Yeah, St. Louis really got hit. It went right through the center of a populated area.
Holy mackerel.
I saw that. I think it was Italy.
Those poor people living through
Yeah,
that.
Italy.
Oh my gosh.
Sharon Cross, Villa Ridge, Missouri. It's total devastation, guys.
That's an F2 because there are still branches on the trees. Although that house is completely removed, and so are the roofs on both of those. Maybe an F3, and they, oh boy, F2 or 3.
So it's all because the jet stream, huh? So South Europe gets a lot of water.
Asteroids as well. Well, these rotational backpedaling cyclonic activity, I think they're being undertold, and then we're just seeing the tornadoes that they are spawning, and the flooding that they're spawning as well. I take a larger look at these rotational backpedaling storms that they're calling anticyclonic, and because everybody's talking about it, but nobody looks above them.
Yeah, they don't know.
Gotta look above all of this stuff, guys, because there's some big stuff going on above us. And we know it. We documented it for years. I've been screaming it for as long as I can imagine.
Yeah, but these
then,
people are not connecting the dots. They're the ones that need to be introduced to this. And this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to make that word get louder.
Well, we can't call for climate migration because nobody really knows where. It's gonna get. Let's get through this summer. That should be interesting to see what happens to our crops, what happens to our water, what happens to our heat.
I think if we can get through this 180-day cycle and come out reasonably unscathed at the end, there's a chance. There's a chance.
That'd be a good thing. We don't know what we could be running all the way till 2030 and still be having effect on the planet. We don't know how fast they're going to leave. We don't know what catastrophic overhead events are going to be with their
Well, this is true.
tectonic
But
plates and geologic and volcanic and weather.
Well, I'd like to
How many
think
more
on a
ice
continental
storms?
scale.
But even in the earlier, like 2018, we had issues. Those are the first small course passes. But the planets got here, 6 years before, and it's some passes, but nothing monstrosities like that started in 2018. So that was made 7 years.
Yeah.
7 years. One side, 7 years, other a couple years afterwards as they leave. And God knows what the second star leaving is going to do to us and our planets, and if we're going to flip back or roll over. And I don't believe in a full pole rollover. But I think we already are tipped. Where are we going to tip more? Are we going to tip back to normal? Where is there ever going to be an old normal or a new normal? Or we don't know exactly what's going to come, but we know the event is happening.
Well, that's what the situation is about. We are living through the greatest thing that's unfolding before our eyes, and nobody's paying
Climate change
attention.
is for a reason. God, no kidding. And all more fires, of course. There's a new fire in California right now that started up again, but it doesn't have the Santa Ana winds issue that the blast furnace.
Crazy because most people are waiting for the news to tell them what is going on. There is a small percentage that follow the conspiracies, but at least they're looking, at least they're paying attention. They may not know what it is.
Those guys.
They may be really off, course, but at least they're paying attention. But most people know not at all.
Look at all the hail that we've seen this year alone, and the size of the hail. Catastrophically off the charts large hail. It breaks everything, windows, cars, you name it, roofs.
Nothing is safe.
Yeah, and I don't know why those guys are standing there holding. I'd chain those doors and get the hell away from that glass.
Yeah, And this is what I'm referring to when we look back at the
if you think about that too, if you own a house and you don't have storm windows, like wooden shutters, put on wooden shutters. If you have sliding glass doors or opening doors at a business, get a length of chain and a clip lock for your business, so you can, if you have an extreme storm, you can chain your doors shut, so you don't have breaking doors and anything till something flies through them. But save your customers. Think, have bottled water placed ahead. Have a small food storage. If you're stuck at work, you need stuff. You need coats. And always, before a coming storm, always find your coat and your shoes. Don't go into the storm shelter or anywhere in the bathroom without your shoes. Because if your house is ripped to shit and the storm goes by, you won't be able to find a pair of shoes, and you're going to be walking on glass and nails and this and that and the other thing. So think about that during a storm. Bring in your good boots, whatever it takes. Have that stuff ready. Coats.
I don't have
raincoats,
shoes.
anything like that. Well, you need a pair.
Bug out bag.
No, I don't have one.
You get a pair of boots.
Be a good scout.
You don't have to wear them. Just have them.
Get prepared.
Yeah, you got to think of survival gear. And again, if you have camping gear and everything, have it in one place. Don't have it in the basement and in the garage and in the car and in the shed and have to spend 2 hours gathering it. Have it in one nice spare room pile. That way, if you have to bug out, you can do it quickly. Think about containers. How are you going to tie those containers down? How are you going to keep them in your car? Do not drink plastic, small bottled water. Big water. Big plastic containers, not the little one, because they toxic. Yeah, it's just a little bit of planning.
No clear stuff. No clear plastic.
Yeah, pet containers. How are you gonna, bug out your dog? How are you gonna bug out your cat food, dog food, diapers for the kids, extra emergency diapers, whatever.
First aid
powdered
kit,
milk. Oh boy.
medications.
Oh yeah, medicines, bug spray,
Yep.
bear spray in Montana.
Matches.
Oh yeah, lighters
Kindling. Yeah. All that kind of
in
stuff.
plastic bags,
Torches, batteries,
in foil,
everything.
sleeping bags.
Yeah.
You
That's
scare
all in the back
people
of my
too
dad's
crazy.
Well, you need all of that
You've just
anyway.
listed,
If
you've just listed
tomorrow
all the contents in the back of our four-wheel drive for our panning, so
Yeah.
we're
you
set.
have a Carrington event tomorrow, and we don't have power for the next week or forever, what are you going to do?
Exactly.
And you don't have all these things, you can't acquire them because the stores are closed too, because your debit card isn't going to work.
Yep.
And if
Okay.
you don't have
then
cash on hand,
how do you prepare forever? Like you can't buy enough.
you can't.
No.
No, you can
go
only
to-
prepare for a month or a week, 3 weeks.
They
And
say
this
the
is why we have to
maximum
have
should
people.
be. Yeah, they say the maximum you should hold is enough for 3 weeks at least.
Oh.
That's a nice round figure.
Now the
I go to
Mormons
my
tell you
farmer.
to have a big
But you think
year.
about it, you flush your toilet, how much water goes down the toilet every time you go to the bathroom? So, again, how much
2
water
gallons
would
or one,
every
depending on where
person
you pour it.
need?
If you
Again,
pour it in the
people
front, it takes 1 gallon to flush. If you pour it in the back, it takes 2.
Yep. And that's what I mean. So you've got to look at the water consumption. And this is what people are unprepared for. They just think, oh, yeah, a bottle of water a day. No. You've got cooking, you've got cleaning, you've got hygiene. How much water does a person need every day? At least 10 liters just to themselves.
So do you have now so much water in your house?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, and this is why
I
people
have
collect grey water
right now
so that they can use the
I
grey
have
water for all the
over 30
non-essential
gallons
stuff.
right now.
Yeah.
Well, 30. Okay.
And in
I
Australia,
have
they
over 30
enough.
gallons right now in the house.
But it's
Yeah,
not
in
enough
No.
for 3 weeks, or?
No, but in Australia, they
No, I have
encourage you
2
to put in
empty.
a rainwater
Over
tank.
make it 40 gallons.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
at least
a
you have the
large
opportunity
industrial
to collect
brand
it.
new plastic water tank would be very nice to have at your house. I've often talked to people who live in forest-prone areas. You should have a very large, massive water tank with a gas-powered pump and sprinklers installed over on the top of your roof. And that way you can turn all of that on with thousands of gallons of water, hopefully. It's point of view.
And again, it's an option. Not everybody has the space for water tanks.
I looked into
Right.
it.
And if you do store water, be careful on the like the first floor or the second floor. If you do not stack 100 gallons of water in one room unless it's really strong. It weighs a lot. That's like 2,000 pounds or something like that.
Exactly.
So be careful of the amount of water you stack in one place, and do not put it in one. Water in 1 gallon jugs lasts for about 2 years, and then it rots, and then it leaks all over the place.
Yeah.
So you need money to buy all this stuff.
To a degree, yes.
True. That is a problem.
That's why I'm not prepared.
It is
okay.
a problem.
That. I was like,
Yeah, and think about, and if you really want to stretch it, if you have young children, in a year you're going to have new shoes for them and bigger clothing. And I thought about all of that way back in 2013, and I started to buy little extra stuff, and extra shampoo, and I've got enough aluminum foil for the next 2 years, and little plastic wrap and laundry soap, and I have a little of this and a little of that planned away here, and a box of matches, and a whole bunch of jam. I have a lot of jam and a lot of rice, but anyway.
Yeah, I'm the same. I've got all the essentials put aside, so if I need to, I can just pick them up and
Candle wax,
do what I need to.
wicks. I got some
people are going to get
raw
sick of
wick.
eating
I got a
pancakes, I
bundle
can
of
tell
raw
you.
wick. And you can
Pancakes
recycle your
and-
candle wax if you use it. Yeah,
Jam
I have
yeah.
a bunch of pancake mix.
Yeah.
I have a lifetime supply of spices.
Yep. All the heavy duty stuff.
I have probably more
I'm on
paprika
board.
than I'll ever use.
Yeah. I'm on board with you. Mine's garlic powder.
I have a lot of that too. Yes. Garlic powder and Italian seasoning and dried onion powder and ginger and celery salt, you name it. I have cases of pickles, and they're starting to get old. We're gonna have a pickle party. Who's gonna win a free jar of Vlasic pickle? Don't mind the expiration date.
You have too much stuff in your house, in my opinion. if I'm looking at my
years ago.
Look, I'm just looking at my house. I'm looking. I don't have spice. I don't have water. I don't have anything. But you're talking. Oh, I have this. I have this. I have this.
We're that generation, Thomas. We're that generation. Okay.
No, I'm fine.
I got a bunch of cooking with toilet paper.
That's funny.
I have a small bank of toilet paper. I can admit to that. Yeah.
Well, we don't have phone
I could be
books
considered
anymore.
a hoarder right now.
Phone book on a hook. No more phone books.
Yeah.
Computer paper.
Look like apps.
Bit shiny.
I only have one bundle of that. Is this a Bob for Apples picture that we were looking at in the local flood? Okay, kids, that's Bob for Apples.
No, thank you.
It's Halloween, kids. Come on, let's go.
Well, after seeing some of the rivers in India, like the Ganges, where they all jump in there
all the
and do all
floating
their,
plastic and you know what.
burn their bodies.
Yeah, don't
down
forget
the
the payday.
stream.
Hey, I don't know how they wash themselves in the Indian rivers in the first place, because I mean they put their dead bodies in there too, and their fecal material and the floating payday. Yeah.
No thanks.
Thank you. I would not want to take a bath in that river.
No,
Never.
Me neither. Me neither. And that's why we're grateful we've got running water with hot water tanks and
And
showers.
they do it every year. They have thousands and thousands and thousands of people all get to the, that river, and they all crawl in there at the same week. And I can't even imagine what that comes. Talk about pink eye. Holy cow!
And don't forget, most of them get the vaccine, and the immune system is very damaged. So They don't have any chance.
And they eat all those spices and all the curries and stuff too, so they must have cast iron gut.
Come on, curry. Oh yeah. Well, my parents, after having lived through World War II with no refrigeration, they could eat anything and it wouldn't bother them. And my mother fed us food that I had food poisoning over and over and over again as a child because they could eat anything. And, it's been in the refrigerator for 2 weeks without a lid on it. Let's cook it up, no problem. Meanwhile, they're handing you a free plate of botulism.
Yeah.
My dad lived on bacon grease sandwiches.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to hear that.
Well,
story all
and
the
that
time.
bowl of bacon grease could sit on the counter for 2 months, including cat hair. And he'd walk in there, grab a piece of bread and a knife, and he'd spoon it up on that bacon grease that's been standing on the counter forever and smear it on bread. Just yum, 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 yum. Because that's what they grew up with in Holland. Bacon grease was a delicacy. I mean, you were rich if you had bacon.
Yeah.
And, bacon is, right now, it's expensive as hell, too. So, lard. Get your lard sandwich here,
Again,
don't
that's
mind the
what
bugs.
they had to do during the war because they had food stamps.
Right.
And I remember my grandmother telling me she used to collect all the butter and all the sugar and send them back to UK. Family back there. So, drippings, it didn't matter. Beef grease,
And
dripping grease.
If we
That's
go
why
into a depression,
Yep.
if we go into a food shortage, if we go into a darker dictatorship, because that's also coming. This budget bill is going to strip health insurance and food stamps from 750,000 people right off the bat, followed by much worse because they don't care.
Yep.
And
No,
you
of course
can't
not.
tell me the opposite. It's not by mistake. This is by willful action.
By design.
If we do end up in a depressionary state, you start studying what people lived on in the Depression, 1935, 1936, 37, 38, 39, and the Great Crash. And they also had a drought with derechoes in what they refer to as the Dust Bowl era, right in the middle of all of that at the same time. And we're also exhibiting examples of that in our weather patterns and our growing throughout the United States in our breadbasket. And so people be ready, grow start gardening now, man. If you have the space, grow your own food, learn now.
Even if it just
plant those
even
potatoes.
if it just starts with a planter pot on your veranda. Start now.
Right. Learn.
And something that you will eat. Don't plant shit you're not going to eat.
But imagine how much do you
plant corn? If you're going to plant corn, make sure it's sweet corn, not field corn. I mean, learn about what you're going to grow. There's better strawberries, better berries that you can get faster. Find out how long it takes to grow these things.
Yep. And
a pear tree takes 9 years to fruit. So.
Yeah, and look at the cycles of the sun and the moon too, because there's a lot of plants that rely on specific cycles. Like, think of all the root vegetables. Apparently, they grow when the moon is out, not the sun, because they're under the soil. They rely on the moon for their cycles. Whereas stuff above
remember
the ground,
what sunflowers
like
are doing right now.
Yeah, flowers. And
sunflowers
plants.
grow towards the sun until a few years ago. Now they're turning away from the sun.
Exactly.
People were in trouble.
Yeah,
that
that's
alone
right.
should be telling people all over that something's really wrong when the sunflowers are turning away from the sun.
And I look at my roses out the front. They've bloomed 3 times this year.
Yeah.
And just in the last week,
we
they
have 3
bloom
blooms.
and then they die because the sun is so intense. They're just getting cooked.
Right. My chestnut tree looks like it's fried already, and it's spring.
Yeah. And you said the same, didn't you, Chris? You put some plants in and they just got fried. The soil.
I've been trying to water them every day, but a couple of them came back, but the rest are they're cooked.
Yeah.
I mean, they're burnt.
And that's the soil
plant
too.
is
The
burnt
soil.
crispy.
Yeah, the soil has no nutrient left in it unless we build it up. And I don't recommend putting on fertilizers from animals because all you're doing is adding toxins and bugs back into the soil. even though they recommend fertilizer and stuff. No, you don't need that. You just need things like green tea, banana skin water, things like that. Things that you can naturally use, you know. Don't have to buy chemicals, don't have to buy additives. Sometimes even a
learn how to
teaspoon
make
of
your own
sugar in
charcoal
water
filter.
helps.
Charcoal, sand, charcoal, sand, charcoal, sand, and then you pour your water through it, and by the time it gets to the bottom, most likely clean. Learn these things,
Just
learn
like-
the tricks, learn the secrets.
Just like how water gets filtered through the mountains, it's got to go through all the different layers of rock before it's clear. So people don't use common sense anymore. That's the problem. They can't link one thing to
and
another.
don't
They
drink-
just think, okay, I go to the
Don't drink
supermarket.
water
milk's
below
there.
downstream of the dairy farm. Not good.
No. Even the pig
Yeah.
farm. Oh
Stay
my
away
God.
from farm.
If you
Go
ever been
upstream.
downstream from a pig farm, oh my God.
Oh yeah,
Horrid. Absolutely
Yeah.
horrid.
yeah. Thank you. Even your groundwater will suffer if you're downstream. Now remember, the aquifer underground runs the opposite direction of the river.
Yep.
So even if you're close by and upriver from the pig farm, you're still in trouble.
Yep. It gets in your clothes, it gets in your hair, it gets on your skin. It's awful.
You breathe it all day long. For those folks who live in Texas, feeder lots next to Texas. Oh boy, there's an experience for you. That's where they have thousands and thousands of cows in one place for a long time.
I feel
And
sorry
you know
for the
you're coming
cows.
to one 20 miles before you get there,
Oh, I bet.
depending on the wind.
Yeah. You can always tell.
Now, up here in Montana, we let our cows run around, and out, up in the mountains, and we hope the bears don't get them.
Yeah.
And the mountain lions.
Yeah.
But
Luckily,
in
we've got a lot of
Texas, they put them in
free-range
feeder
stuff.
lots. It's kind of sad. I mean, those poor animals. Oh my God. Hey, I think being cows. I mean, oh my God, look how we treat cows. Look how we treat chickens. Don't even get me started on Food Inc., Food Incorporated. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Corporations or shrimp or salmon or
And people eat this meat, and yeah, it's not very healthy if you eat meat like this.
Well, especially
Yeah.
not one that's packaged from the supermarket.
Yeah, so there's so
You know,
much.
comes in a foam tray covered in plastic with a label on it and tells you how much it is. It doesn't tell you where
Don't
it came
forget
from, how
the
it was
packing
treated.
gas. The packing gas, so it doesn't turn a different color until you open it.
Yep.
And then it turns to brown, and it tastes like mule.
Or if you live in other countries,
Yeah,
we
I'm
won't
actually
mention
having
the C
to
word,
change butchers.
they spray colours on them.
Yes, they do.
They do. They do it with all their fruits and vegetables. They
Anything
highly enhance their
that
colours.
looks like the advertisement.
Why do you think they have wax on the outside of apples? Because they can stick them under the ground for 3 years and they'll stay exactly the way they were.
Yeah, right. And the only way to tell how fresh an apple is to look at the bottom of it to see how pinched open that little brownish hole in the center is. And in most cases, now I live 1 state, 2 states away from Washington, the apple capital of the world. Do you think I can get a fresh apple in Montana? Hell no. Everything I buy is warehoused for at least 2 years.
Yep.
I am not kidding. I used to actually drive over to Seattle and Yakima and Bellingham, Washington, just to buy cases of fresh apples.
Yep.
I'm not kidding you. And then you can put them in your cold room and you can have them forever, and then they'll be more fresh than by what you give it at the store.
Yep. Yeah, I remember growing up, we used to have an orchard probably about half an hour away from us, and I remember my grandmother used to hand me 2 buckets. She goes, you can go get plums and whatever other fruit you want, but just make sure you bring the bucket. And I'd be sitting under these plum trees eating so many plums. At the end of the day, it was like, oh, I'm so sick. How many plums have you got? Oh, half a
I've done
bucket.
that.
Is that okay? Because she used to do preservatives and fruit canning and jarring and all that kind of stuff. And they're the old ways. They knew how to do stuff.
Right.
And that's where I sort of picked up
I
and
know
went,
how
wow.
to do that. Yep.
What a useful technique.
I even bought the jar. I I don't have the lids and stuff, but yeah, you can't learn to do canning jars. Storage. Learn how to build an ice house. Learn how to build a root cellar. Learn how to build a round house. A ground house.
Yep. Learn how to collect water from out of the atmosphere.
Yeah.
So I can tell you a secret. After this show, people will think different, and maybe will have depression. Because
One already?
Well, it worked out. Well, we're already working on our second quarter of recession. If we go 2 more quarters by this fall, come October, if we are still in a downturn economy, we are officially in a depression. Especially, I was looking at the stock market while we were talking, and everything is down.
But I just want to say, I'm talking about the depression of the brain. I'm saying this, but
gold is.
I sort of knew what you meant. You thought
you're right.
People are going to go away and think, well, where do we go today? What's in it for me? Where's tomorrow going to lie? But at the same time, look how far we've come. We can't just sit here and go, okay, well, all these people are predicting doomsday and all the rest of it. But they can predict it all they want. But how often do they get it right? This is where we've got to look back at the past to look at what they were trying to tell us. Hey, our observations in the sky showed us this happening. But most civilizations collapse and fall because of what? Power control, invasions of other occupying, neighboring, and all the rest of it. Famine.
War, famine, and climate change.
You just got to look at ancient history to see what they experienced. We won't experience the same things that they might. We have technology and all the rest of it, so it's going to be completely different for us.
Yes,
Sandy Cheeks says the Amish. The Amish have a lot going for them.
They do.
Oh my God, those people know stuff. They have high IQs too because of their technology, because they stay away from the brain rotting media, so they spend more time learning real skills, life skills, animal husbandry, how to work together as a community, how to follow rules and trust their religion and trust themselves. Their marriages are better. Their
morality and
their children are healthier because they didn't do what.
Yep. So much better society.
Different life.
Yep. And thank goodness for them, because who's going to be the survivors here? People with skills like them.
Yeah.
Because you think about it.
And they're not angry.
No, and they've got their heads screwed on right.
I don't agree with their choice in fashion apparel, but I could get used to that hat. I'm joking. I don't think the Amish are ready
the long
for me.
curls coming down.
Yeah. Hey, I can rock that. I have Jewish blood. I actually do have curly hair, so it comes naturally. Yes. It depends on if you comb it or not. If I comb it wet, then I don't have curly hair. If I leave it and don't comb it after I wash my hair, I have curly hair. I'm not lucky like Thomas, but
If it's highly humid, my hair looks like Thomas.
Yeah.
I have to notify you, Thomas. I shaved yesterday. I had a couple of long months beard going there, and I couldn't take it. That my neck itched so bad, I went in the middle of the night and shaved the whole damn thing off again. So I'm clean shaven except for my mustache. I got my Custer goatee and my Custer mustache though.
Oh, I'm sad. The hairs are like antennas, and they have a reason.
I know, but I can't handle. I love the chi factor. I've got my long hair, but I do not like an itchy chin. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So my chin is not itchy, so I'm okay. I don't have these problems.
I'm blonde. I'm blonde, and you're dark haired, so
Okay.
If it makes a difference.
No.
Hang
I
on.
don't think so. No, there's. So I told you, use olive oil for the skin, but
Yes.
I really I don't
Did.
have sketchy skin. I'm very. I look, and you all guys talk about your problems from the planets with my bones and my neck and all the stuff. I don't feel anything. Sorry, but I'm just listening to you all, and I think, okay, what do they have? And
and you're not living in an electrified house either. You're living off
correct.
grid, and that's making the difference. Is we're all
difference.
living in these electric boxes.
Yeah.
Okay,
We've got
that's
these
the
little
only
cages
different. You think?
Yeah. Well, you think about it, all
I
of
think
our
it's a huge
appliances
part
are
of it.
electric and all that sort of stuff. Phones, computers, TVs, everything around us is electrical, so it's all giving off
Our
a
gas
buzz in some
meter.
way. Everything.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Even
are.
your
Okay.
power box. has
Maybe it's the reason.
Well, would that and the high sense of the planets too, because they're also exhibiting some charge, and when you have two counterpoint charges, what happens?
You have problems, yeah. In a
Yeah,
short
so
way.
yeah, and as Sam said, we're positive beings because we're full of water. You come across all the negative charges that are hitting us, and it sort of mucks up those systems. So, and everyone's different. Everyone feels it differently. So,
Okay.
Yeah,
Do
I have
grounding.
studied off-grid living for years, and if I could afford, if I didn't have children, that's where I would have ended up, and you guys wouldn't be talking to me. I'd be in some side of some mountain right now and living off-grid.
yeah. Yes, I've
Because
often
then I
thought
would
about
be
that.
comfortable, and I know it.
Yeah.
But my kids don't want to live, in a tree stump, and they like their internet. So
Yeah, they want a PlayStation and all the stuff.
Yeah. Escapism, you see. It's better to be in somebody else's world than in your own.
Yeah.
Think about it, especially when they're role play games, when you are playing a character and you're doing all these things, you're immersed in what that character's doing. You don't care what's going on out there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't
you're
care where
right.
the money or the food's coming from.
Yeah. Dad, we need another card. Our PlayStation card is empty. I need more allowance, Dad.
But Dad's not going to tell them
Yeah.
that he's under stress because he's trying to find all the means to keep these things going, even though his hands
Until
are
I'm broken
tied.
and I yell at them.
Yep.
No.
Because
I
my
told
nephew
Sam
does the
I-
same.
I
He
get
came in
cranky when you get broke.
Oh,
There you
look,
go.
man.
because my
I haven't
nephew's
mailed
the
today,
same.
but
He
I'm
came
gonna
in the
mail it
other
today.
day. Can I have $130? What the hell for?
What? Yeah, nobody ever handed me $130 in my life. What are you talking about? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And these days in birthday cards, kids expect nothing under $50. When I was a kid, you'd be
Right.
lucky if you got $1. $1.
Hey, remember the Tooth Fairy? You know what my
20
kids
cents.
got from the Tooth Fairy? They were getting
$10.
$5 at a pop here.
Ooh, that's
Yeah,
big
the Tooth Fairy,
time.
boy, she had a good bank account. I brought them the envelopes here. I cleaned out my old file cabinet like last year, and I pulled out like 30 or 40 little white envelopes, and Nova's tooth date, Shiloh's tooth date, and you lied to us. And I went, what, the Tooth Fairy? Went, yeah, and they were mad at me because I lied to them about the Tooth Fairy.
Same
Meanwhile,
as
they
Santa
got
Claus,
$5
same
a
as the
pop.
Easter Bunny.
Yeah, they actually got
like
mad at me for
everything.
Santa Claus too. They did.
Well, that's what I mean. We get
Don't
lied
forget
to
the
our
elf on the
whole
shelf. Oh,
lives. So
they got
imagine
really
that
mad
setup.
over the elf on the shelf.
Again, we get lied to all our lives. And that's why I'm saying this leads into this stage right now. And this is why there's so many people out there that go, I'm not believing none of this crap because all these setups have been done in the past where you lied to me. How can I take your word for it now? So this is
And
why
then they
this
listen
is
to
so
QAnon.
hard to get out there in mainstream. I really want someone to either interview you personally, because I know you used to do your Radio Wasteland, but we need someone now to get you out there. And we're doing the best we can, but we need someone prominent to take you on, Sam. We need that.
I have contact with someone, but I'm still waiting. And he looked that up, and he have all the friends in the Agent Alien team, and he know them personal. And I have the contact already, and I wrote with him, and he say, "Hey, yeah, cool, interesting stuff." And I look it up, okay, and I understand it, but I don't have another answer now. I wrote him and still waiting for his answer. So I have one contact.
I've done that about 30 times, Thomas.
I have contacted
people's
God,
channels.
the
You
people
need
that
to
over.
speak to Sam. And it just
Well,
goes silent.
I have talked to Ben of Suspicious Observer. I have talked to God forbid, we don't hear from Marshall Masters anymore unless he's still out there, and I tried to swing him into reality. He didn't want to hear it either, and not that he's not more famous than I am, but I mean I just use him as an example. I have reached out to religious people. And Bobby Allen actually tried to get.
I meant the people that are bringing out all this information, this new information about the Anunnaki and the Palladians and them groups. Why aren't they hooking onto it? You know, not these other ones.
I would,
unless they're sold out already.
Even if
like
Joe Rogan would contact me, I don't like the man. If I got contacted by Joe Rogan, I'd go, and do an interview, even over the phone.
But look at all the people that Joe Rogan's really had on too. They're all sold out.
Well, Radio Wasteland was a great series, but not too. I was their highest rated guest that they had.
And how many people have heard of it?
I mean, one of my show beat most of theirs.
Yeah, and see that again is a targeted audience. We need to broaden the audience, and we need to find a way to do that. And we need to get these ones that are actually promoting ancient aliens, Anunnaki, Palladians, Syrians, Andromedans. We need to get them together and make them realize that these collective groups that they are talking about are the same people responsible that are trying to stop all the other bits and pieces that are going on.
I have a suggestion. Because I can't contact hardly anyone through email and stuff, but you guys, and if you, I mean, he would probably butcher us, but there's a guy out there called Mini Minutemen, and Christopher, I recommend that. I was going to send you a copy of his works, but you should write that down. Mini Minuteman.
Mini Minuteman.
Okay, and if somebody can contact him, he would probably chew us into little, candy bar pieces, but in his opinion.
Doesn't matter.
We can't be proven wrong because we're right, but and then there's a couple other people out there that and then Rebecca and I were both cut up by this one guy called Dan. I don't even remember his last name or what his show was, but he had millions. Excuse me.
Well, that's
sci-fi.
Like I want to
sci-fi.
That's like I
sci-fi
want
Dan.
to I want to send Tyler from Secure Team a message because I think he needs to know too. There's plenty of people out there.
Well,
that
I'm still waiting for even Dave's Waffle House to come on the show and visit with us because Dave did such a good job in England in the early years. And he was, he did a great show. You're going, Sam Hofman's right, and he didn't even know me back then. And excuse me. We used to have people at the Berlin Polytechnic that were on board. We had people in observatories on the East Coast in the early years. We had scientists left and right. And all of those people have vanished.
But you lost your account, huh? Your Facebook account.
Well,
you lost
that had a great deal to do with right. And I used to talk to people in Europe on other encrypted channels, and that all is gone now. And
Rebecca,
after I lost my link with YouTube, I couldn't control my own account with YouTube. It really went south from there.
how's your site development going?
Oh, the website. It's coming along. Yeah, it's coming along.
Nice. See, imagine how much traction imagine how much traction that can bring as well. Because that's what I mean. Everyone see things that you can't talk about on here can get put over there, and you can have a larger audience because you can involve much more. So that is going to be another.
Tara, it was Mini.
Right.
MINI Minuteman. Mini Minuteman.
And I feel like I can, speak my mind more, in writing or whatever. Whatever I share, it's not going to be.
The reason I mentioned him.
Police.
The reason I mentioned this guy is because he's a debunker, and he's brilliant for his age. He's a brilliant young man, and I watch his stuff. I watch his show because he actually spends the time. He's got a research team, and people work behind him, and I like his point of view, and it's just sarcastic and semi-nasty. When he wants to razz somebody, he does, but he's not cruel. He's not rude. He's not a redneck or anything like this. He's kind of a hippie guy. So you can watch his material, but maybe if you guys have some way to contact him, say, hey, we've got this guy that we want you to look at. And he says, well, I dare you to debunk me or anything like that. And then maybe we'll get the attention and the media people to come visit us. We don't know.
Hello, Nellie Dean
is here. Nellie Dean. That's a new name.
I was going to say, is that a new name?
Yeah, I have never seen that name before.
Yes, welcome along.
Yeah. Well, I am glad you are here.
You always, do you always this welcoming? I think there's some part of that sentence is missing. We do try to welcome everybody. We want everybody to get on board and be our friend and listen to us because we're not trying to tell you anything. No Fuller brush or Tupperware is being sold here. And we want you guys to get the truth. And again, for the record, no hamsters were injured in the making of this video. And we would like you to like, subscribe, hit the notification button, mail me a letter. By the way, I noticed that Christopher has now got his Buy Me a Cup of Coffee site up and running. I encourage you to go to Nibiru Systems Skywatcher and see this man's awesome collection of videos that he's created just for you, or Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube. Like, subscribe.
TikTok.
Excuse me?
I just thought it was so funny.
He's on TikTok
when I
too.
saw that website.
All these TikToks. They all get loaded on the TikTok.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, mail me a letter. I do need donations really bad. Not even anywhere close to that new lawnmower. If the grass is getting grown again, I'm going to have to borrow somebody else's lawnmower. But here on the scroll, here is my personal address. I pay quite a bit of money every year for a P.O. box just so you can write to me in my cute little P.O. box. So send me a letter. I'll send you one back, and you can get a gold card while supplies last. And I thought they'd be gone by now. They're still here because nobody's writing me any letters anymore.
Oh,
I have to admit this. Well, my donations and my mail have dropped off since I started doing this show. You guys have me so free each week that you're not writing me letters anymore.
Yes,
Dang
get
it.
one of these guys. Your own personal little gold card, signed, and even a happy
And
face.
I'm going to get a new batch that includes our links on YouTube, including I'm going to add Christopher's site to my card, as well as Nibiru Followers and Montana Skywatcher 1.
I mean, don't leave on
I was
without
gonna
it.
And
I was going to say, if I list all the sister sites, there'd be no room left on the back of the t-shirts.
Right.
That's a good thing.
And I'll have you know, I did before even the show today. I was playing Star Wars, so I was like getting just total. That's where my mood came from. I was just getting total buzzed, shooting stormtroopers and robots on Battlefront 2. Anyway.
Yep.
Hey, we're at 5 hours or 6 hours 52 minutes. I am getting officially a little silly and dingy, so there you go. Please write me a letter, Samuel Hofman, P.O. Box 625, Lobo, Montana, Montana 9598447. See, I say the word twice. Wow. Reset, baby.
So I'm going to play this other clip Tara sent me a few more things. Let me get it pulled up here.
Yeah, donations are really needed right now.
I think she's talking.
Small, large.
I wanted to know if that was Matim. Like, what is making that blue illumination?
Yeah. Now look at the size of that. And I would have to say that's a Matim cut-in causing the blue, because if the blue was on the bottom right, then I would say blue asteroid. But that was blue on the upper left, and we know right there is Matim. We know it. And if you look above the sun, there is a dark circular shadow right behind that shaft.
Yep.
That's where Matim is. It's getting bigger.
Get it, Tara. She got
She
it.
may cut off the top of the sun, remember, a few months ago, and is Saturn, Christopher? Get ready for Matim to cut off the top of the sun.
She's doing so good. Like, she's so determined on, figuring out what she's catching and stuff. I like that.
Oh, God.
Like,
good job.
Hey, remember how we were when we were like 4 years in? We were insane. I mean, we were vigilant as hell. We were eating it up as fast as we could get it. And look at the shaft lighting. It shows you the angle of the cut-in. It's coming in from the left.
Yep.
And it should change as you zoom in
If
and out,
it
right?
wasn't being cut off, you wouldn't see the refractive shafting. It's darker blue on the right, lighter and more hazy on the left.
Yep.
Notice which lens flares are moving and which lens flares are not moving. If it's stable, it means it's a stellar flare refraction. If it moves, that's a camera lens refraction. Now, sometimes what shows up in the lens flare reaction or refraction can show you other objects. I believe that purple dot that is moving back and forth may actually represent the blue asteroid as a light refraction that is affecting the lens. But we can't prove that, but it would account for the size and the fact that there looks like there's a little dot in the center of it.
True.
That purple thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stable blue circle. That is a light refraction from Matim, which is more upper left, cutting in. That's a light adjustment, I believe, correct? Ricola. I can talk again.
After this, I'm going to play
that
Katie
light
Joe's
shaft is very important, people. Very important. I was amazed last week. We saw the black dot a couple of times again. We haven't seen that in months, years, which means, it's an asteroid or the Empire orb in front of the sun, because that's where they were hiding prior to 2019. The cube and the Empire orb were in front of the sun or to the right of the sun, which is also where the space tube was for a very long time. That was below and to the right of the sun. And, if you watch and you watch and you watch, all of a sudden, boom, it's refracted light. Boom, there it is, like Christopher's discovery of the Texas cube, where you sit there, you can stare at it, and it's like you don't see it, and all of a sudden, bam, there it is. So people, a lot comes to it has to do with the lights angle. Go ahead.
Nothing. Sorry, Sam. I saw somebody earlier. I don't know who they were. I've never seen them before, but they said that was from a video game. And I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and argue with this person, but like we all know, it wasn't. Yeah.
Name the video game.
Well, we have.
Name
it.
We have become experts, Rebecca.
I don't remember the name. Huh?
We
I know,
are experts compared to everybody else out there. I mean, if you're 5 years into this, you are way above the guy, Joe Facebook or Joe TikTok. And I'm not saying that in a down manner, but we've learned all of this stuff to get where we are, and we've spent thousands of hours doing this.
But that's like all
And
the other
people
games.
around the
I watch
world.
my nephew play Zelda, and it's exactly the same. You
I
look at
love
it and you
Zelda.
go, look at the towers, look at the sky, look at this. They've got cubes and all that kind of stuff in there too, Rebecca. So they
Yeah.
normalize it. That's why people can't see it, because they normalize it, so
Right.
that it becomes. It's like I've got within 5 kilometers of me a train. But guess what? I don't hear the train going past anymore, because our subconscious has blocked it out. Same thing's
into it.
happening here.
And me, I'd be grabbing the chair going, what the hell is that?
Mm.
I'd be freaking out over it because I hear airplanes miles away. I feel cars drive by blocks away.
This is the thing.
Unfortunately,
I'm the same. I can hear music from down the road, and my kids go, what are you singing? And I go, can't you hear that? And they go, no, we can't. We can't hear that. And they've been calling me crazy for decades. So, and I just go, yep, just the level changes.
Old school is better.
Very, very old school. But see, I think I was in my 20s. I got called a cynic, and I sat there and I went, a cynic? I wonder why I'm so cynical. Look at the world around me. So I embraced that, and I went, I'm going to be a cynic. So that's why I've always got an answer. Somebody throws something at me, I've got an answer for everything.
I saw a comedian. You remember those little paper games where we opened them and closed them and folded them and right, left, where you had the little numbers on it, and then you go stop, and then you open up, and then you choose the number.
What number you want?
Inside, and then you open it.
Yes.
Right, and then you open it up, and the rhetorical, answers to the questions are on the inside flap.
Yeah. I remember them.
We just have to remember that we've been around doing this, and this is part of it's been a big part of my rub all week. We have been doing this for so long that no matter what jab anyone even throws at us anymore, I laugh at, because they can't push us off the pedestal that we've created. I mean, this is solid ground.
I tell my nephew all the time, we invented video games. They were at Time Zone yesterday, and that's like a just big video arcade and all that kind of stuff, coin machine, whatever. And I was just sitting there watching this big 50-foot screen with Space Invaders on it. And I'm just sitting there going,
I love Space
my
Invaders.
God, who'd have thought that we'd have a 50-foot screen just to play Space Invaders? That was the one that you had to put your 20 cents in and then try to get to the next stage.
Hey, I remember Pong. And when Jaws came out.
Yes.
That was still when Star Trek, the original or first through third season, was playing on TV, when we had 3 channels.
Yep. And you had to get up to change them.
Yeah, there was no such thing as remote control.
And it's Saturday
And
mornings were
Dial,
glorious.
12 channels. 13
Saturday
if you were
mornings were
lucky. You
ours,
got a
kids'
TV
time.
with 13 channels, man.
At
You
least
just
until,
spin that
at
dial.
least until noon.
Clunk, clunk, clunk.
Right.
Or
Some of the
old-fashioned
crazy
rotary
cartoons
phones,
we had.
guys. Rotary
Jetsons.
phones with a 12-foot cord in the kitchen.
Oh. Hide
where you
behind
can
the door so you
physically
cry
strangle
for
your
boyfriend
siblings with the phone cord.
Multiple uses there.
I gotta go.
Does anyone know how to dial on one of them?
Yeah, I
Oh,
do.
dang.
Hey, what really dates me is all you have to do is when you talked about old people, you just mentioned the Sears and Roebuck catalog. And what you did with the outdated ones, the ones that were no longer current.
Yep.
Christopher, do you know what they were used for? You don't. Well,
He's
in
gonna
the days
regret
of the
asking.
outhouse, the Sears and Roebuck catalog ended up out in the outhouse, and you tore away one page at a time. And by the way, I'm using women's lingerie today. Thank you. I just finished my orange.
You have a
president.
read while
Anyway.
you're doing it. What was the
Yeah,
event
right.
on
Can you
today?
read the Sears and Roebuck?
That era is cell phone, right?
30% off stockings. Woo! Us, it was the phone book. Oh, we've got a problem with our plumbing. Oh, let's call ABC the plumber.
Right. Yeah,
No
you
more
can't even
phone
get a
books.
decent phone book anymore. You,
Nope.
they're,
They
oh
don't
God,
print
the
them
phone books
anymore.
are horrible. And I still use the phone book. And you know what my friends say? Well, why don't you look it up on the internet? And I go, oh yeah, I forgot. Seriously, I grabbed the damn phone book.
Moving away from landlines to
no.
these silly things.
I'm speedy dial, man. I can grab the phone book and it open up right to the letter I want almost automatically after, viewing it 5 or 10 times. And which is kind of what my files, my AA file is currently well over 15,000, 15,750 some odd. And I scroll down now and I literally stop exactly where I want to just about all the time now. I've been using that file for so long now that I can reach down and grab an area just by thinking about it. Now, granted, that's a computer skill, but that's the same way I was with the phone book. Lately, which has really been weird, and I want to kind of brag about it. I have all these, let's see, there's how many phone numbers in each phone number of area code, 1406. And I've got all of these phone numbers that are automatically stored in my head now, better than they used to be, which is weird to me. I want to call this number, or if I want to call in a to-go order, I know that entire number. And I here in Lola, we have to dial 1406 anything.
Yeah.
Because everything is long distance from me.
Yeah.
I don't have local. I have long distance everything.
Yeah.
Anyway, I digress. Rebecca, show us something. Look at that picture. Let's see.
Rebecca's
That's the bottom.
Before we go forward, Tara wants you to see these pictures, Sam. When Rebecca comes back. So.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's why we're talking
Okay,
about
well,
it.
that kind of looks like core of necessity at the bottom. That kind of looks like necessity core at the left side. But the question is it in front of your...
planets, I think.
And there's a white illumination just at the edge of the left center pick. And then normal clouds, and then maybe asteroids coming in underneath the bottom of Uri, which is the bluish area, not the light blue area.
Can't believe that says 9:13 p.m. and it's still that light.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing illumination of the bottom of the planets after sunset, and I think that the sun is rising far too early here for this time of year. I noticed that the other day that the sun was up at 5:30 in the morning. It's like, what? It's not supposed to be light.
From the west, it's like more northwest. It's setting in almost the northwest.
Yeah, we're getting reports from down under Australia. It's setting in the northwest to them.
Yep.
So yeah, the arc of the sun is different.
Yep.
And of course,
And again,
we are watching. I think we are watching the standard red. And remember, the standard red is a separation away from our normal due east to due west normal star. Although that too has changed since the tipped axis since 2011.
Mm-hmm.
And that alone should be enough for anyone to realize that all of this is wacko. Is that in 2011 the sun started coming up in the northeast sky, and that's like instead of the due east sky. That should tell you everything right there, people.
Yeah.
My God, that alone is direly important. And then we talk about the moon cycles. They're all wrong.
Just that small shift has so much potential to create so much havoc. Just that small.
Yeah, when the second star got here,
1 or 2 degrees.
All the normal earthly planets tipped. Everybody tipped axes. The ring of Saturn isn't like anything I ever watched from growing up. Now it's different tipped axis.
It used to be
everything's
like this.
wrong.
Now it's like this. Yeah.
It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. It should tell you.
Neptune's completely backwards now. It's all happening out there. It's like a game of billiards. When do we go in the pocket? We must be the black ball.
Right? Better be the black ball. You know, if it's gonna happen, might as well be the last one.
Yeah, might as well be the most important one that wins the game, yeah? We're the only ones here. Has everyone left us?
I don't know.
No,
Are you still here, Thomas?
I got up and sneeze.
Oh gosh.
We're all back.
Sorry.
We're
Okay,
all
Rebecca,
back.
we gotta rewind.
Yeah, I went like 5
For
steps
Tara.
away just so I didn't sneeze
Okay,
on my.
let's-
Like 4 or 5 pictures
Okay.
from last night. There you go.
Got here.
Nice.
Okay.
Look at that. The banding effect.
Okay, we are looking. If this is sunset, we're looking north. No, if this is sunset, we're looking south. And in the south sky at sunset is at 2.
Oh, it's not moving. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't see a lot in this, but- so you could go move
Sorry.
to the next
Okay.
picture.
It's like, what's happening?
As you wish. Okay, now that is the bottom of Uri for sure. And
Yes,
it's
spread it
asteroid
is.
because it's on the left-hand side post sunset. I don't think this is sunrise. Yeah, that now you can see the stripes of Uri there plain as day.
It
That's
says
Uri above on
909.
the dead center. Yeah.
That's PM.
And we are still looking right. And so if this is setting in the west by northwest, Uri is really over the top of us at sunset. Now that bottom on the left line at the middle looks like snorkel of Nepacity, but with Uri behind it.
Mhm.
Okay.
Smaller Nepacity in front of bigger Uri.
Okay.
And all of that's changing. And oh my God, we're gonna have to change next month's drawing. Woo! I just got past the last one, and I'm already ready for the other one, which is weird because usually I'm not ready. Usually I just read the 15th because I want to be accurate. I want to I want to be sure that I'm giving you guys the right thing. Not only that, I don't want to screw up. I don't want to lose my accuracy ratio, which is important to me. And I the other day, Rebecca says to me in PM, well, you did it again, because I drew the Saru picture the moment everybody starts coming up with them the next day.
Thought you'd like to know. You got it right again.
Tell these guys, I don't want to sit here and brag.
You are welcome to send us
It's a
pictures, of course. Let me show you an email address. Here it is. There, you can send me pictures there, Nellie.
Again,
We don't generally type to everybody in comments.
Yeah,
We try to say hi to you.
Yeah.
Even if we create like a manga, I was sitting there thinking, Sam's daughters are into manga. I wonder if we could sort of come up with a manga with an idea like, here's Samuel, and he wants to express all this to the world, and he's doing it through his drawings, like I thought, how can we get all these ideas active and out there? And because that's all I want to do is just get you out there, Sam, get more recognition.
We have to write
for you.
We have to write the new duck song or the baby shark song. Baby shark, do baby shark.
I don't know how to do that, like.
Well, if we do some silly cartoon, if we figure out ways to do some silly cartoon, and
anything
then
to get us
make
viral.
this fictitious Professor Nibiru, it would probably skyrocket. And if we had cats, God only know how far that would go.
Well, you could actually. Well, stupid thing. I just had a picture of all the planets with an individual cat sitting on it, sitting there going, "You spin me right round, baby, right round."
Oh my god.
Well, remember Schoolhouse Rock, where they were
Yes.
teaching, conjunction, what's your function, or and, but, and, or, and all of that, hooking up words and phrases. And,
there's
if we had,
Good night, Audrey.
if you lay it out in a
Hi,
simplistic
Christine.
song with a cartoon character, people will pay attention. If it's me standing there going, "Hi, I'm Sam Hofman in Montana," they, I sometimes you gotta have to catch. Okay. And I loved Beekman's World. I loved Beekman's World, and they had a silly girl and a rat, a 6 foot tall or 5 foot tall rat, so, and Beekman's World was awesome.
Yeah,
and it's sold because it was crazy with soundtracking, crazy sounds, wiggle, 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 and all that,
Yeah.
And the guy was a nut job, and I miss Beekman's World, and I use it to today. I have a bunch of stolen pictures from Beekman's World I've overwritten labels on. But anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be some hook.
Professor Baker or something. Me.
Right. or Professor Nibiru and his magic crayon.
Well,
his talking magic crayon.
I went to a steampunk festival, and I went as the mad professor, and my daughter was the failed science experiment. I put her in I handmade her a what do you call those devices where a straitjacket. I made her a straitjacket, and I had my lab coat on, and I had all of these glowing fluorescent bottles hanging out of it, and it was and she actually got the prize because hers was better than mine.
The silly stuff always wins.
Of course.
Yeah, one year we did a Halloween costume contest for money. It was a big contest. And we had built armor and made Viking outfits with battle axes and swords and fur and, tied boots and, bare legs in the middle of November in Montana and all of that. And we get in there and we look fantastic compared to all the costume contests. And 5 minutes before the contest comes in,
a bit active. We don't know what to do with it.
Okay.
Also, the black and white was trying to escape the cage.
It's all right. Okay, thanks. Kittens.
So we got beat by crayons. There were big plastic bought at the store crayons. And I always say the silly shit always wins. And so, if we put a cartoon or something strange out like this, or a jingle where we teach the Nibiru Planet song, who knows where we'll go. Yeah,
but Nibiru doesn't just quite roll off the tongue like it should. We'd have to start with something else.
It's not a vowel-friendly read, and Nibiru or Nibiru or Nibiru, and oh god, I've seen I don't know how many different spellings of it over. And don't forget Planet X.
Oh yes,
that rogue planet that flies around in the dark all by itself.
But I think they confirmed Planet X.
It's Nibiru. It's Nibiru.
Planet 9.
That's what I meant. We've got to come up with something.
Don't forget about the wormwood. Or we're gonna die. No, bet. I'm joking.
But didn't Pentagon confirm Planet X?
Well, yeah. Did you know that Holland and Russia and Sweden have all told everybody that Nibiru was here well over a decade ago? And then they told it once, and then they let it go by the wayside, and nobody caught it. Oh, okay, that planet's here. And a lot of people go, well, what can I do about it? It doesn't matter. So it's off there someplace. Planet Nibiru's here. Okay. And then they're done.
Thank you.
So they're not interested in this. So they also confirm that the Anunnaki will arrive here on 2027 on Earth, but nobody talks about it. So I know. I'm just saying the Pentagon said official, and nobody talks about this. This is what I want to say.
Well, maybe that's when the blame game comes out. Well, they're going to have to account for the world gold
Missing
accounting
supplies.
Right here. This is the year that they're supposed to turn in that report from 9/11,
And how many
the
people are
world's
defaulting
gold
at the
supply.
moment? We've got all the
Right,
businesses in
and
China
right now
that
they
are
said that they're
defaulting.
not ready for that report. And of course, this current administration is not following any of the lawful guidelines of when government reports are supposed to be turned in at all. Zero to date, and there's been zero trade negotiation accomplishments, even though they're saying there are. You got to watch the worldwide media, including Japan, what's going on with Japan right now. The administration claimed a deal with Japan, but there is none. They claimed a deal with China. There is none. They claimed a deal with the UK. There is none. They were originally claiming 90 deals in 90 days. And now new tariffs are coming out again. So anyway, let's get off that subject. There is no deals done at all. Zero. It's all bullying.
Collapse.
And you can't.
Again, it's to trying to
we're
keep
seeing-
everyone in this spin. Spin you some bullshit here, spin you some bullshit here.
Distraction.
Anyway, guys,
Meanwhile, what's
going
going to happen?
Thank you for having me again. I hope
Sharon.
everyone has a great week.
It's been fun having you.
And if anyone needs me, just direct message me either on Facebook or on my email. Anyway, see you later, guys.
wait
Have
to
a
see
great
your mail.
Sharon. We'll see you next
Bye-bye.
time. Bye-bye.
Stay safe.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
You too.
Sharon. Take care.
Say hi to everybody down there in Australia.
Right. Nice. All right. There's Katie Joe. Okay, so there's one more thing I need to show you all from Tara.
Okay, cool. Well, we got something to do.
Because there's something that she wants you to see. I'm not sure what it is, which part of it, but this is a reel that she made. Bear with me. I think I'll go back and look and see. I think there's something about Saru she's curious about. See what I tell you, she's trying to figure it all out. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Tara. Oh, Matem and Mary.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Huh.
See, I don't know how to recognize Mary yet.
Now there you could be seeing it. Blue again. There's blue again. Wonder what that white on the left side was. Okay, over there on the right in the middle, that was where Casper is. Yeah, blue asteroid is lower right of the sun. That is Matim blue. See the size of the flare.
Wow.
Yeah, go back one pick.
Oh.
Or two now.
Tough. I can.
That's 3 pictures. Go back. One more. See that? See the? No, just forward. You just passed it.
I got it.
One more.
Oh.
The other direction, I believe. One more. Yeah, okay, hold it right. Yeah, go back. Yeah, okay. Well, look at the size of that right there. It literally looks like it enlarges. Forward, backward. Yeah, in one of those pictures, you could see a side illumination, literally of a larger Matim on the left.
Oh.
Yeah, keep watching, everybody. Just keep watching. We're gonna see way more of Matim because she's literally going to either cross in front of the sun and black out the top of it, and we'll get one of those, NASA announcements where they're telling us that Mercury's in retrograde out of the blue again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's a cut-in halo going there. There's a black square right there. Look at that. And it's still in the clouds there. Whew, I just got warm again. That's odd. Cutting in from the upper left, see that rainbow color, and that blue dot in the center could be the blue asteroid quite easily. It's hard to call. Oh, look, there's the side edge of Uri and Attu on the left. The blue dot is a flare. See it because it moved. Yeah, it's kind of barely illuminated. Ooh, I tell you, I need a fan. I'll dig out an old-fashioned piece of paper and make one here. Good job on catching the blue. Look at that. Yeah, there was a definite circle above the sun, like right there. See that smaller dot? Yeah. It could be Mary Moon popping out and saying hi to everybody. We'll see more. And then look at those. Those are asteroids right there, including those white dots above. Yep, you got asteroids.
But you can't see the separation here in this picture.
Yeah, look at the flaring. I'm smelling tropical shampoo. I don't know why. I wonder if one of my daughters took a shower. I don't know. Yeah, see the light shaft? It's angled. It's being cut off from the left. Okay, where are we at?
Where are we at?
The reason I'm wondering,
Quit.
Have you got a bunch left, or where are we at?
No, I think it's about done.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be short on this, but
You're good.
There's no way I could really.
It had like 5 seconds
Thank you,
left.
CapCut. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that Tara's?
Right. That was it.
Okay, thank you, Tara.
But why we can't see the separation of the sun, and we see it in England, and I think Texas is more south. So.
Well, it is during that capture that was it Peter? Was his name?
Yeah. Yes, it was in England.
Well, no, but he may have had the right time at that right half-hour increment where it would show. You have to be there at the right time to see the right angle, and I think a great deal of the larger star is overshining the smaller star. I think it actually out illuminates the viewability of it, which is why we don't always see it. However, we've had enough examples of it from the southern hemisphere, the equator, and now that it's being captured in the northern hemisphere, like the UK,
I see it with,
and we've had reports from the UK as well.
Yeah, I see it with my own eyes, and I think it was lunchtime or maybe before lunchtime, like this.
It could be just that golden hour that within this period of time and that period of time that is visible, and the rest of the day we can't see it. Now later on, over time, I'm sure it will be far more visible when we see where they go. We know that the sun is behaving completely freaky weird right now, including bombarding us with mass radiation through our atmosphere. It is breaking our magnetosphere. Which is why our internet's being screwed up, which is why they're warning about a Carrington event. Because if we do have a Carrington event, we could be sent back to the Stone Age, people. And your phones won't work. The internet won't work. Your car won't work. Your electric in your house won't work. Your bank card won't work. Your water
the car.
won't be pumped.
You're talking about the car. Why the car?
Your battery.
A Carrington event will... it'll fry your battery. It'll also fry all the electrical components in your car, all the chips.
Okay,
and in old-fashioned cars, it would fry your points, and all you have to do is replace your old points, and then you could be back on the road. But in these new cars, it will fry microchips.
Okay, yeah, absolute. I'm not talking about the new cars. I'm just asking the old cars, but the batteries make sense. Yes.
It'll affect your battery and it'll affect your points if you know about distributor points.
Okay.
And all you have to do is keep a spare set of old-fashioned engine distributor, brand new in the box, and then you pull out the old one and put in a new battery, charge a new battery. If you kept it in a Faraday cage, it wouldn't be affected. Your car, if you had a Faraday cage and you parked your car inside of a Faraday cage, it would not be affected. So it's learn about Faraday cages. If you made your home, your underground, if you learned about Earthship homes, it's a term, it's not an actual ship. But if you learned how to build an underground hobbit home and a Faraday cage inside that hobbit home, you would not be affected by electrical. You would not be affected by radiation from the sun. You would not be affected by a Carrington event. So think about that. We do have to think about what if, because that coronal hole is going to go around again. It'll be number 10 if this thing goes around again. And we don't know what it's going to do. We don't know what kind of CME is going to hit Earth. We have seen activity that is far above anything we've ever seen before. Even in that last week's X-Class 2 flare. The one we have to worry about is an X-Class 10. Anything above that will actually fry us, depending on the direction that it is sent into. I have pictures from this week where there was a very large flare, but it went away from Earth. So, and that was not even, I didn't look up the class flare size, but it was quite sizable. And if you ask me, it was a direct CME towards the larger star, depending on which one they're showing us. I still don't trust NASA any longer at all to provide me with accurate information. I have completely been fried by them. I don't trust them anymore. And that might be, on purpose. I don't know. That way we stop, checking up on them, for one. And what's going on? This is not the sky any of us ever grew up with, people. Unless you're under 20 or under 25 or under 30.
Nellie Dean sent me this. Okay.
Okay.
Nellie Dean. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on this, Sam?
Yeah, thank you for your pictures.
Mm-hmm.
More water. I'm so dry. It's amazing.
You say what? Nipicity and Saru?
Oh, this photograph? I was waiting for the next one.
No, it's this one.
Well, we have yellow. We have Saru, yellow, orange. And Uri would be the white area.
All right.
See the bubbly white, and then the yellow in the background is like Saru, base cloud, orange, yellow. We've been watching it for months. That's how we knew Saru was coming close. And let's see that. Yeah. Uri, white. Saru, yellow. Bottom of Saru is yellow.
Nice.
Of course, the orange comes from the far right where Isatum is, which is that red cast. Woo, back to warm again. I'm getting menopause. Well, I'm getting hot flashes. The house got warm. It's getting cool outside, so it's getting hot in here.
All right.
It's now 59 degrees outside.
Okay, moving right along. I hope Katie Jo is still here because she has some pictures for us to look at, and they're really good.
Andrea, I actually just reminded me. I have the movie Moonfall. I own it, and I've never watched it.
What?
It's sitting on my shelf, and it's never been even opened. And you just reminded me. God, I did. But I do actually sometimes avoid watching things that are too spooky for me to even want to view. But I did. I watched Deep Impact the other day. But no, I do need to watch that. Thank you for reminding me. I'll brave the rapids.
All right. Let me go ahead and
drink apple cider. I'm joking, and then go watch the movie. Smoke some sticky ganja. Man, I'm joking.
The first
I
picture
hear
is
people talking about that nowadays.
Sorry, Sam.
I hear people talking about. Everybody's just openly talking about smoking weed nowadays, and it's like, oh my god, dude, do you ever want to get a job? You know? Yeah, your employer said, oh yeah, I smoke some skunky. What do they call it? Nugs. Yeah, gunge, man. I'm probably way out of the lingo. You know, after all, Christopher, I'm old now. Yeah, look at that. That is Saru Red. I mean, shit, I'm brain dead. Wow. That is it's satin red. God, we've been talking for 7.5 hours and I don't have a brain anymore.
Oh, that's what happens.
You know, Porky Pig. Or Daffy Duck, whichever. Now notice where the light is coming from, behind us. That's why you're seeing, this is the outcropping of a backlit Christmas flare. I think Christopher's falling asleep.
Oh, I'm good.
Wave, Christopher. Let us know you're still here. Can you imagine if tomorrow you guys don't get to use your phone?
No. It'd be...
What would
even
you
for
do
me,
if
I
you
mean,
don't have a
I was
phone
30
tomorrow?
before I had a phone, right? Like 30. I lived 30 years without a phone. I keep thinking I could go back and be fine, but then again, it's like part of me after this long.
Oh, and,
too.
I think it's really had a huge effect on
And I've
society
had
in
a phone for
2025.
25 years. Yeah.
Have you ever noticed how people freak out when somebody else takes their phone away from them?
Yeah, right.
It's almost like you stole their underwear.
You can't find your phone or something. It's like,
Give me back my underwear. You know.
I know. Man, that's so pretty, Katie Jo. You're so lucky.
Yeah, I think that's the direct relation to Saru, yellow and orange, and Yuri.
Right, no phone. Yes.
Yeah, I don't. I don't even know how to use a smartphone.
Yeah.
Now, my last phone was a flip phone. I had a BlackBerry, I think it was. After that, and I killed that, I think, in about a month. And that's when I stopped, because I bought, I don't know how many cameras, and I kill them. I kill them electrically. I don't know how. I kill watches. Someday, if you're around me at a party, I'll put the spoons on my forehead and dance around like a crazy man.
That's awesome.
I hope everybody tries it. When you get a tablespoon and put it between your eyes to see if your third eye is activated. If it stays there and you're standing straight up, if a metal spoon will stay in the front of your forehead. Magic power.
I don't hear that before.
The human heart is also a very magnetic.
That could be your new trick for TikTok.
Yeah.
Here we go.
But really don't hear that before.
I'm gonna try it tonight. I'll try it
Look
tonight.
at the light blue illumination inside that.
Try it. No. Rebecca, try it now. Not later. We want to see it.
The pressure is on. I already know it. I don't feel like it would. Now, if it did, I'd be blown away.
Oh yeah, that was one of those party game thing. When I would read people's
There's no way.
car keys, and I'd show them that the metal spoon that stays on my forehead. I one time had 7 spoons on my forehead.
Oh my god!
And
what kind of
above my
metal?
eyes, and it stayed there.
What kind of metal does it have?
Household utensil, iron. Silver, of course, is not magnetic, but
yeah.
I believe in you, Rebecca. Do it.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, and welcome to Ripley. Believe it or not. Oh, look at that! Oh, look at that!
And
Oh,
Chris,
look at
Chris,
that.
you can do it too.
I can do it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you and I are both behind our secret black circles.
Absolutely.
Are vibrating. Yeah, we're the smart guys. We know what we're doing here. We don't have to wear pants through the whole podcast, guys.
Correct. Absolutely. Just chilling.
Yep, there you go. Us old dudes, and I'm joking by including you in that. Thomas, you're not near as old as I am. Dang, what happened? God, I spent 15 years sitting in this chair, you guys. Holy crap, where'd the time go? Yeah, those are normal. Are clouds, Christopher.
Yeah, normal clouds.
Yeah, those are not normal.
If you're tripping, they are normal.
Yeah. Well, I'm still chuckling about, somebody was arguing with Christopher and he said, dude, you've discovered clouds, and it's Sam. Stupid.
Congratulations.
I wonder if they ever stop to think about whether or not that they're actually being the idiot. I mean, is it you that's the idiot, or is the idiot that's calling you out as an idiot the idiot? If that made any sense.
It never dawns on them. It never dawns on them. Never.
These guys are 5-minute scientists.
They don't.
Christopher, scoot forward so we can hear you.
Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, better.
Yeah, but you're echoing.
Yeah, that's wrong. I can fix it.
Yeah, you need one. Hey, I'm telling you, you need to set up your own little foam backdrop, or blue screen, or green screen, or whatever, and promote Christopher. I like that you're sticking your face in your videos more. But what you need to do, that's why I was pointing out Mini Minuteman, because he has his own set, and he walks in. He has his own genre about how he does things. I particularly liked his vampire video where he talks about the legends of vampires, and he even did it on Halloween, and he brought wine, and I mean he's left field, and I like his young person media that he promotes, and he's got people behind him, but he doesn't show them. It's just him, which is great. But you can do that too, and you will find yours, and get your cameraman ready and all of that, or just tripod. I always recommend tripods, but of course you use the laptop for a camera now, and get your backdrop set up, and we'll go from there. Think about it, because you're actually
we're helping my mother.
You're now famous internet.
So
I have thought about doing that as well, but my camera doesn't work well enough at the same time. But I've thought about trying to do videos and get them somehow posted. But and I need to talk to my tech guy and get him to help me. But if you have like 2 pieces of like 4x8 sheets that are folded together with 2 hinges, you can put a cloth background on it, or just use the wood, or glue on small pieces of foam that will deaden out your sound level.
Yeah.
And a lot of famous YouTubers just use that. They have a screen behind them that deadens the sound. Even a plant, or like what Rebecca has behind her, she has that cloth, and that deadens the sound behind her. Yeah. And if you look at my photo, I have the cloth behind me as well that deadens the sound.
Have a cloth. You have to.
Well, you need a studio, man. You got to have Chris's Nibiru system Skywatcher studio.
Oh, sounds good.
Yeah, you're with the big dogs now, so
cool.
Look at him blush. He's blushing.
Okay, Rebecca,
Yeah. Okay. So I have a spoon. I don't.
Okay,
It's really heavy
Sam.
too. There's no way.
Now, and it,
Teacher.
turn it
I already
where
know it's
you.
not gonna work. What?
Okay, just sit straight up. Put your index finger in the bowl of the spoon. Put your index finger in the bowl of the spoon.
My index finger in.
Turn it around. Yeah. Okay, and hold it with that hand, and now press that just slightly above the middle ridge of your eye. Right. That's it. Up a little bit. Up a little. Now put the bottom of the spoon up, not down. Up. And let it rest on your nose. Let it rest on your nose.
Got my nose.
Handle.
There's no way. It's like it's already sliding.
And
I am not.
Well, you must believe.
hey, now let go. Now,
Can I tilt my head like
you got to
that?
be very calm. You exhale when you let go.
It's the pressure. I have everybody looking at me.
Be
No,
very calm. Let go.
you gotta show us.
That's a
Sam.
big
You gotta
spoon.
show us. It is a big spoon. It is
Yeah.
big.
It does
Yeah,
move.
that's the problem.
I want it to work. Get up there. Stay. I need a little spoon.
Yeah, maybe that's too
Now,
big.
you can start out with a teaspoon.
All my
work your
spoons
way
are
up.
that size. Like,
Oh
take
boy,
big
no
bites.
wonder Taylor's that tall.
I'm not
Remember,
magic,
there is
y'all.
no spoon.
We proved it tonight.
On Matrix, there is no spoon.
There's no spoon. Darn it. I'll keep working at it.
But-
No spoon.
If it happens,
But maybe,
I'll let you know.
but maybe it's only work with the Sam head. So I don't hear that before. That was the first time I hear that.
On Sam's head. Is
I
what you
will.
said?
I will do it. I will do it, and I will take a picture of myself with the spoon on my forehead by next week.
Okay.
Seven. We want to see 7 spoons.
Oh, I am. I no. Well, that was. Hey, that was at a party, and I was in my 30s. Okay.
Yeah, now you're stronger, or not.
Okay, I'll get out the old-fashioned flat iron and put it on my. I'm joking.
Yeah.
There are Asian people. There are Asian people that have been documented that can take a cast iron skillet and put it in the middle of their chest, and it stays there.
Wow.
Because their heart is such a strong magnet. Now your forehead is also a strong magnet. If you exhale and you balance and you reach for the force,
Okay.
your head becomes a very big magnet,
Video.
and you can hold spoons on your forehead and they will stay there. And I've even jumped up and down before and they stayed there.
Okay, Tara said it works.
Hard enough, if you jump hard
did
enough,
it.
they'll
It's magic.
if you jump hard enough, they'll catch. But go ahead.
We
I'm
need a
sorry.
video, Tara. We need a Tara.
Yeah, absolute. Now the evidence. Send it with the email.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I'll do a still picture. I will actually do a still picture with a spoon on my forehead. If not,
How big is your
no,
spoon, Tara?
no.
How big is your spoon?
Sam, at least 5. At least 5.
you. Okay, I'll get out the glue, man. Oh yeah.
You said 7.
News at
Okay,
11.
if you said.
Idiot super glues. News at 11. Idiot super glues 5 spoons to his forehead. Internet trick.
Yeah. No super glue.
Right.
Yeah, I was joking, of course. I would never. I'm not the type of person to create a ruse.
I mean, I wonder if makeup has. I don't know. I mean, makeup.
It might have something to do with it.
powdery.
A lot of it has to do with how calm you are. When you're calm, your brain electricity is
I'm
actually.
gonna work on it.
We are magnets. We have a magnetic. We are positively charged, and I have found that if you are wound up, it doesn't work. But if you are calm, it works better.
And this is stainless
You
steel.
have to read it. Read the
Yes.
calm, and then
Stainless steel.
it sticks to you.
Stainless steel sounds correct for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll keep working on it, y'all.
Okay, Chris, what about you?
I'll try.
You're still laughing.
I don't know about my forehead.
It doesn't feel like
Yeah,
it's
you
going
know, our show is degrading to the point where we're starting to put spoons on our forehead, people. We are, you know, we are at 7 hours 47 minutes and have lost our minds.
Oh wait, Tara sent me.
I told you those guys were crazy, Ethel. We shouldn't have watched this long.
Oh
It
my
might rub off on us.
right now, Tara. You guys, she did it.
Oh yeah, cool.
Whoa!
I wouldn't tell you that if
Imagine-
it wasn't real.
I know, but wait till you see this. Wait till you
But
see
really, not hear that before, first time. But interesting. It makes sense, of course.
Okay.
This is an old party game. I mean, I read tarot cards. I read people's car keys. I can read palms. I'm the get out my gypsy hat. And my crystal ball.
Yeah, she could go.
After all, that's why the government recruited me.
Or something do this.
Yeah, Sarah, the calm thing does make a huge difference. It does, and I found that out too. When people are going, oh, see how many you can put on your head. Well, you got 3 there, okay, and then you start laughing and joking, and then they fall off. But if you were really calm and in a meditative state, one time I achieved 7, and it's not. I mean, I've done this dozens of times.
Okay,
but it was always a good party joke. Most people can't do this, and I've had.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah. And you can actually semi-bend over, and it stays there.
I am freaking out right now. That's so cool. Wow.
That's exactly what I was talking about. A tablespoon. If you put the bottom of the spoon, the bowl, right between where your third eye is.
Right there.
Yeah. And your spoon is a little bit bigger, Rebecca.
I'll keep working on it.
And if you put it there and then you place it with that index finger and you tell yourself that it is bonded with the thought process, you exhale, you close your eyes, you roll your eyes up in your head, and then you relax. It will stay there.
Yeah.
And
maybe after the show, Rebecca.
Talking slow breath makes you have to be calm, and it stays there.
I'll keep practicing. One of these days.
After the show, maybe you'll more calm.
Oh, toothpicks. You sent me toothpicks.
That Sam guy, he's out of his mind. Talking gluing spoons on his forehead. What is wrong with that man?
Fair enough. She's got the magic. Here's another one, y'all. Here, one more. 30 seconds apart, she said. So.
And if the moment you break your calm, it will actually fall off your head.
So how long did it stay on altogether, Tara? Like how long?
Well, how long do you want it to stay on? If you sit there in a meditative state, it'll stay there as long as you relax and forget there is no spoon.
Oh man,
that's kind of a Matrix joke, but in reality, as long as you're calm, it will stay there because you're at a state of a magnetic. Now, the human brain has an electrical field, but the human heart has an even bigger one. However, I've never tried to play that by putting metal on my chest because usually I'm wearing a shirt.
There it is again.
I'm not going to whip my shirt off in the middle of a party. But,
cool, Tara.
Yeah. Wow. Good job. There's one first.
She got the magic power.
Dang. All she did is tell it to stay. Just talk to the spoon.
Yeah, you just and
Oh, great.
Funny show today.
Yeah, well, we are in the moon in Gemini, and this is my month coming up, and got my birthday, and we're growing here, people. This is going to be it's going to be a good and a freaky year. Oh my God, here we go. And Sarah is here, and so the electricity and the power and the magic and all of this shit we've been spending our lifetime studying is coming to fruition for you you closet wizards, and minions and all your other whatever cool names I can come up with in the next 5 minutes. But yeah, I'm glad that you did that.
Right. Yeah. She did.
Yeah, and by the way, we do expect that some of you guys will be elevated in harmonics by listening to our shows. So it's a good thing. The longer you listen, the smarter you get. And again, if you find something that I've said that's wrong, please tell me. I will not be offended. No. So, if we do something wrong, we want to know. How can we do this better?
Yep, absolutely.
How can we do this? Again, maybe we should come up with, a better cartoon. And I've thought about going to the Professor Nibiru routine, and all I got to do is get my tech guy over here to show me how I can do it. Because we have uploading issues. I can record movies, but I can't upload them. Like I used to do with the Understanding the Sky series. And everybody loved those, although they're very embarrassing for me to listen to now. But God, that was a decade ago, and I was still just a loathsome little Facebook guy. Trying to peddle my meager trade to my friends whom I care about. Baby shark, do, baby. Okay, all right. Lost my mind now. Baby shark. Do you know how much money that family made off of Baby Shark? Oh my God.
No.
I hope you retired well.
I'm guessing it's a kid's show. Baby Shark.
You don't know the Baby Shark song?
It's a song.
No.
It's a song.
Oh, great.
Oh my God! Look. Okay, go to your phone.
Oh my God.
She don't know Star Wars. She don't know this.
You don't know the Baby Shark song? Oh my God! Grab your phone.
Yes.
Type in Baby Shark song.
Baby Shark.
But she do this show here, Rebecca. You must do your homework.
Why is this a show?
When it comes on, you can play it on your microphone.
Oh, I know.
By the way, they have a 10-hour version.
Oh God. Okay. Oh God. Baby.
Mm.
I can't believe that you made it to 2025 without hearing Baby Shark.
I know. It looks like a kid show.
I don't want to hear it.
Play it.
It's a song.
All right.
Yeah, watch it. Yeah, look for the moves. What they're doing with their hands. They're doing this in real too. If they sing this. Look for the real people, then you will see what they're doing with their hands.
Oh, really?
Do original version. Yeah, type in original version. Yeah, it's a totally different song.
Oh,
that is somebody who's copying and cheating their money.
Oh boy, it's gonna be
It was
hard
done
to
by a
find.
Japanese family, and it was written by, I believe, a 6 or 7 year old little girl.
I mean, these have real people.
Chris is in the mood, yes.
Is that the real people?
No.
No, it's not the original, but the moves are correct. So, but it's not the original one.
Okay.
Well, that's
okay, Chris.
The duck song.
Prepare it. Chris, your hands. 1, 2, 3.
What are they doing?
Yeah,
shark.
That's the problem if you have a camera here on.
Yeah, everything that comes up on my end is mostly CGI. Like a CGI.
Type in Japanese Baby Shark.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go to YouTube.
Because it was originally made by by a Japanese family. It was uploaded and it went mega viral.
Ew, really? When?
Yeah, it went mega viral.
When? How long
10
ago?
years or more.
Yeah, eight, 10 years
Oh
ago.
my God.
No, I mean, this
Okay,
family,
Where was
18.
I?
the entire family can
Where
now
was I?
retire off the residuals of that song.
That's so cool. All right.
There are toys out. There's a toy line. There's a merch line.
Huh.
And I'm sure most of it is pirated from the family, but anyway. Closer, yeah. That's it.
Chris,
Yep,
and
that's it.
now.
Okay. Am I looking for something in particular, or?
No, you
Yeah,
got it.
the moves. You can copy the moves and do
yes.
it.
Okay, yes. Thank you. Yes, right. I can do that. I can do
Some
that.
There's some entertainment here today.
Dance and sing and dance. Yes, you all would be in this store for a
And the
treat.
scary thing is sometimes it gets stuck in your head. And you'll be walking around,
Yeah,
the grocery
I
store
know.
going, baby shark.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's what we need. We need the Nibiru song and the like Schoolhouse Rock of the plan start at the end. At the second verse, we can talk about the asteroids and their names, and don't forget the two suns. Something.
Yes.
So all of you happy songwriters out there, let us know what you
We
come up
need
with.
our own song. Hey, there is a girl group. Oh, I thought that was that's my cat. I thought that was your cat for a minute, Chris. I am tripping. Okay. No,
Yeah, we've been. We're almost at 8 hours right now. So yeah,
I was
we're
like,
at the end of the shift, we're
Phil.
tripping, man.
no. Anyway, there's a girls group. They have a band in the UK, and they
Uh-huh.
made up their own dance on TikTok. And man, they are just blowing up. I mean, nobody really cares
Yeah.
about their songs or the band, but when they're on doing their little, dance, they're just all you need is a dance and a song and your own little moves. So I get it. We can get Tara in there and she can do the spoon thing in the background.
Christopher, I remember who else I was thinking about that I couldn't think of beyond Milo and Mini Minutemen. Do you know? Did I send you the Furs guy, Colin Furs, and the Secret Garage?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
For me,
This is one of the YouTubers that I watched. He's English. His name is Colin Furs, Furze, I believe, Furze, and he has a secret underground garage. Of course, it's not a secret anymore because he's been YouTubing for 2 years about it. But he has his own brand, and he's a very popular YouTuber. He's been around forever. So I encourage anyone out there to go watch Colin Furs on YouTube, and there's tons of videos. And he's an inventor YouTuber, and he's crazy. And I love the guy because he's absolutely just nuts in front of the camera. And again, Christopher, I encourage you to watch him because you're getting famous now, so you need to find your catchphrase and your logos. So and wow, you too can be a star.
yeah.
And he's still shy. I can see it. He's still shy.
I know. It doesn't take much. I mean, just gotta catch your big break,
Yeah, you're before you know it, you're going to be as famous as me and Rebecca. You too can get your own group hat and your own troll groups, 4 or 5 of them. And then they'll pack out your teeth and they'll put poop hats on you, and then they'll accuse you of horrible crimes to your family.
He makes all these nice comments, and then he'll go to other videos and he'll tag me in them, and then he'll make fun of me for it. It's weird.
And what do we say about that, Rebecca?
I can't hardly hear you good. You're away too much, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about Chris, not about you.
We always say that you know you've made it when you get trolls.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're doing good when you got a hate group.
I've got a few. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you know what I tell them back? Like the one I did with the Montana Sky Watch shirts, plural. I said, jealous much? You know, I mean, that's all you have to say is because they get jealous and they want to come after you. It's weird. It's weird. But there are some weird people out there that get off on harassing other people because they think they're, you know, hiding behind some fake name, some fake profile picture, whatever. But anyway, you know you've made it when you have your own troll group. And we are 8 hours, 2 minutes. I wonder if S. Ricolette is still with us. He's always there cheering us on, you know, because we went past our 8 hours.
Yeah.
It's 9 o'clock.
I've not seen him in a while.
And we all got dingy in the process. You know, we've all lost our minds. We're talking about Baby Shark and the duck song. And again, I sent everybody a copy of the Stoner Cats, and I encourage you to watch that. It's hilarious. It is slightly adult, so don't watch it with children in the room, please, or impressionable teenagers. And not that I advocate the use of thereof, but I used to, so, I'm too poor to afford this modern lifestyle y'all are living, but anyway.
Oh, my face hurts.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm making, he has smile damage here, people.
Man.
We have hit the nut job mark at 8 hours and 4 minutes, 5 seconds. Yeah, we're officially dingy. The spoon will slide off my forehead. Okay,
I
and
know,
by the way,
Sandy, you gotta try it.
Oh, I'm doing it.
This is what we do in the future.
Look, she's
All of it.
showing you the way. This
With a spoon.
I do like Tara. She looks like she's concentrating really hard about it too.
A little drop of Elmer's glue or mustache glue.
I mean, I'm thinking it's going to be really satisfying once it sticks to your forehead and you realize it's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
It is. It's kind of magical because the metal does enhance the electric field of your brain. Oh, you got it, guys! I could show you how to talk to Earth. I've actually often thought about teaching how to reach enlightenment and charge money for it, but then that would be not a good thing. So I could teach it, and someday I will teach other people. I've even raised a few Darth Vaders in my time, so I have to be careful of that. But yeah, this is the opening door to a larger world.
Absolutely.
It really is. Body electricity is very important, and grounding and home chanting and chakra towers and all of that.
I can confirm that.
What, that I've lost my mind, or that you can teach that, or that by charging money would be bad? There's like 3 different questions there.
Well, but I think you need some abilities before you can do all the stuff. So not everybody can learn it. I think, but I'm not sure.
You have to learn in stages. There's no instantaneous fix. And learning about chakra towers and learning about grounding. Oh, look at this!
Oh,
there you go.
Oh,
there you go, Tara. That's your next goal here.
Look, Sam, you can do more than 7. He's better than you.
Very similar to Jesus's. Look at that. That's a very close to Jesus's background. So who is this guy? Yeah, that's what you do right there. I don't know about behind the ears. That's silly, but. And the next question is, did he use a moisturizer? But anyway,
I know. Wow.
That's what you do, people.
His name is Marcus. Marcus Monroe.
Hello, Marcus.
Wow.
Good job, Marcus. Well done. He's got my record beat.
Yeah, good job. I'll
tarot
research
cards,
more.
palmistry, clairvoyance, psychometry, all are real, people. I'm a direct example of that. Rebecca and everybody else and everybody that's been my older friends for many years now have seen my accuracy in my drawings, and I do the drawings before it happens for everybody, year after year after year, people. And that is a direct reference, and this is proof. And we don't do indigos, do not do tests. We just prove it, and that's why I don't give out dates. And the track record of Montana Skywatcher, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, Nibiru Systems, Skywatcher, Jesus's, Gillian's channel, all of our other sister sites, Nibiru Watch Africa, all of those. They've been around long enough that they know the accuracy of what's really happening is really happening. We're not just a bunch of guys that get together every week and go, oh, we think we know what's real. And, oh, I heard about that red planet, the winged destroyer Nibiru. It's parked behind the sun, and someday they're going to come here, and the Anunnaki are going to get off it, and they're going to terraform us and eat us. None of that. We know what we're talking about. And I'm going to go get another Coke. I will be right back.
Okay, Sam.
Now we can look for Chris. He has a fork, and he can do it also with a fork.
I'm sure it doesn't have to be a spoon, right?
I see it, Chris. Sorry.
Happened. I'll tell you, I'll be dropping it real fast.
I know. I mean, I already knew.
Rebecca, do it too.
Do it too.
Wow.
Right.
Right? I'll get it.
It's funny. There's not very many people doing that. I mean, I'm looking for videos.
Hey, Chris, come try it one time.
I always have a cold one.
I need to have 1 ounce of dignity. Okay.
Hey, we lost dignity after hour 5.
I know.
We went into nut land, and oh God, I swore I didn't get on the clown car. Okay, we're on the crazy train, not the clown car. Look at poor embarrassed Christopher going, I have to work with these idiots. Oh my God.
No, I think it's not this. It's because I said every time, Chris, try it. He has the fork there, and you say, no.
Childhood trauma, and it's not.
It's like, that's a lot of pressure. Right.
You got to build up to these things. You can't fly. You got to learn to walk. Flap wings.
Disappointed.
Tara says to play the video you just sent. She just sent.
There is so much to actual mysticism that modern day American or European or Australian or Canadian people don't know, that I'm at awe. I mean, and you guys probably over the years have had your jaw wide open. Well, I've been standing here discussing something that I learned about, the river of life and the Buddhists and the Taoists and the Hindus and how they do this and what's that is, and, and Wiccan magic. And I'm sure that I completely lose people regularly, but there are so I was talking to somebody recently, maybe it was Thomas, about meeting elementals. There are older creatures in the earth, people, that I don't even talk about, that I actually have firsthand knowledge of. And, I was again watching those people on TV, on YouTube, that, oh yeah, I'm a former insider, and I can tell you that the government actually has, for the longest, for decades, had interaction with extraterrestrials. And I can actually, and I skip past that stuff because I don't want to get in trouble. But I can actually tell you that that's true, because it happened to me. I have met face-to-face with extraterrestrials. I have met face-to-face with demigods. I have met face-to-face with two members of the Federation. And I have met face to face with Grays more than once. And I'm a former abductee from the government and by ET. And I think I glossed past that too quickly. But the fact is, though, that all of that is an absolute fact. I am not kidding. It really happened. And, and people go, well, why don't you want to talk about it? And it's like, oh, shit, you have no idea why I don't want to talk about it. I spent 30 years in hiding. I finally came out once I saw the planets. And I said, okay, I have to talk about this. And when I first started in 2010, right after I gave it a few months extra, after my non-disclosure agreement with the government ended, I sweated. I actually would sit here and just bring out tidbits of what happened to me. And I'd be sweating so bad I'd have to have a napkin and then go change my shirt because I was soaking my shirt trying to tell you guys this stuff. And then I did umpteen number of interviews over the years. I'm on my 4th show series now, 4th, and trying to get this message out. So it's easier for me now, although I still pay for it. I'll be talking to you guys till 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
I get on this gear and I can't quit. Go ahead.
Now she's really going to prove it. Look at this.
I believe her.
I know.
And I believe you too, Sam.
This has already been on my forehead before I picked up my phone. I bent over to pick up my phone, and it's still on. Ah, there he goes.
Oh my gosh, dude.
I forgot to hit record. This has already been on my forehead before I picked up my phone.
She need to turn the spoon.
And it's still on.
Turn the spoon up.
Ah, there he goes.
I won't work the other way. You have to have enough mass of the central metal to actually hold it. On the tip, it won't hold it.
Okay, so you can't turn on the spoon to the top.
You mean like this way?
Hold it off the tip because the weight ratio for skin.
No, I know. I might turn it up. So 180 degrees or 180 turn.
It might.
Is it possible?
It might work. Oh yeah.
No.
Although the nose probably does help.
Yeah. That. So you don't have a nose for the experts. It should be work, or?
Oh yeah, it should, shouldn't it? Right.
Maybe Tara can prove it.
Yeah, you have to put the central flat of the spoon in between, in the middle of right where your third eye is supposed to be. That's where the magnetic strength is, for the magnetosphere of the brain. And again, study magnetospheres, study the brain, study the human brain, the medulla oblongata to the pineal gland and the central and the frontal lobe and parietal and all of that. Study the brain, study all of this and neuron receptors and how we the sociology, blah 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 blah. And the more you study, the more you know, the more you learn.
Yeah, true. But I think if you have the possibility, one man or one girl can film you, Sam, and you can teach it in a video and maybe upload for the other people, and other people can listen to you. Maybe it's interesting.
Well, the problem is upload. I can film it. No, I can save it on my computer, but I can't upload it.
No, you can't upload it. Look, what I'm saying, you can't upload it on your home, but you can put it on a stick and upload it anywhere else, but not from your home.
Oh, right. And then mail it to somebody.
Yeah, that's the same solution for your email. You can make an email on another computer, and then you can also write emails. You don't need to be at home for emails. Just a tip.
Leave home? Go out there in that world of people? Are you kidding? I can't leave my cave. How can I go to that town over there? There's people there. Sorry. I know. I wear my space suit when I go to Walmart, and my thinking cap. And I still get a lot of people going, "Oh, you're wearing your thinking cap, okay?" And I live in that thing. It's either that or Led Zeppelin. However, I've been given a new hat from Sharon. She gave me a Sydney, Australia hat. I might have to wear that for a while. It's also black, and that's my modern cowboy hat. Is my black tractor hat, whatever. Anyway, bad joke. I'm still chuckling about the cowboy hat lately. People, God, the Wild West ended in the 1875. So anyway.
There's
And
also
I still
people putting their keys on their forehead. I saw people sticking keys, and I saw a lady had a spoon hanging off her arm.
Yeah, I have seen a flat iron. I have seen a metal cast iron frying pan on some people. On foreheads and the chest. The Asians are the best. They can put an actual frying pan in the middle of their chest, and it stays there.
I believe it.
And that has to do with the magnetosphere of the heart. The heart is actually okay. If you were an alien race and you were looking at through your eyes of another alien, because humans have horrible eyes. We only see certain spectrums, and we see way limited spectrums. Birds see better than we do. Dogs see better than we do. Anyway, if you're an alien and you land, okay, there's a human, and they see our heat spectrum and our magnetic spectrum and our black and infrared and all of those other spectrums, or gamma or whatever. Our heart glows. This is why ghosts are attracted to us as well. If your heart is very strong in enlightenment and you glow, we are luminescent beings. Some people can see that, others can't. And when people talk about, I can see your aura, and their aura scope is a real thing. It's real. Mine's purple blue, and I had people years ago professionally pay to have mine done for me, and I rate very high in the aura, which is the purple, which is the floating chakra above the skull, which is one of the 7th or 8th chakra, depending on how you view it. And so learn about these things, people. If you want to learn about enlightenment and grounding and listening to Mother Earth. I was talking to a friend of mine recently. He says, God, all these things are happening to me. And I said, now shut up and learn to listen to what Mother Earth is trying to tell you. Stop you telling me what you're doing, what you're learning, and start listening what she's trying to teach you since the day you forgot when you were little. Because Earth is talking to us. The space is talking to us. Everything I see with my far-seeing skills, how I can smell things, and I know things I know things, and they come to me, and I've stopped worrying about it, and I've started listening. And that's what enlightenment is. Not like, hallelujah, I see everything, I know everything. No, what happens is you learn to listen. And then all of a sudden, once you start to learn to listen, the stuff you hear changes. You start to hear more. You start understanding more. You connect more easier. You can reach source easier. That spoon will stay on your head easier. All of this, it's just a process. It's like flexing a muscle. The more you use it, the more it becomes an automatic body language, automatic thing. And for far seeing, for me, and I've been doing this for 15 years with people around, and I can look into you guys out there, and occasionally, there you go. See, I told you the Asians were good at it.
What?
That is chakra development of the electricity of knowing and learning and developing.
Oh, with a car is impressive.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And I bet you anything, that guy is as comfortable and as wonderful to sit in a room with and have tea with as you've ever met.
Oh, yeah.
Look at his eyes. The eyes are the mirror to the soul. And that man has no frown lines. He only has smile lines. People, there's so much more going on than that. We're at a transition. We are at a human evolution right now, today, tomorrow, the 27th.
But you need really do videos for the people, in my opinion, because you are a master, a high master, and you know all this knowledge, and maybe you can help some people to find their powers, inner powers. It's just my opinion. So yes, of course, you know all the planets, you know all the other stuff, but I think it's also good for the force, and if you tell people how it's going and how they can connect to Mother Earth and all this stuff.
My problem with that is I've avoided the metaphysical for many, many years. Christoper the other day typed a tag, a name, to something that he sees me as. I am okay. We'll talk about tarot cards. The first stage is the Fool. The Fool blindly walks off the edge of the cliff without knowing his actions and interactions or the ramifications. Followed by the Hermit, because the Hermit separates himself after being the Fool. Followed by the Magician, once the Hermit learns what he has been watching for a long time of the activities around him, including Mother Earth and the people down in the village below. And he learns the sociology and the oleologies and the wisdoms of the Hermetic wisdoms. Once you learn the Hermetic wisdoms, you then become the Magician. And then once you become the Magician, and then you wish to share your trade outward rather than inward, you become the Hierophant. And that's a tarot card growth pattern in enlightenment. And Christoper called me in one of his videos the Hierophant. Now, in the Hierophant card, the male version in the Rider Tarot deck, the man sits on a throne and opens a book, and he shows you the two suns. I have never tried to claim to be a guru. I've been called a guru. I've been called the Antichrist. But I've been called Jedi Master. I've been called the Professor. I have actually, through Rebecca and our work here, we have literally earned our internet doctorate in science. We are doctors of internet Nibiruology. That's a rough mouthful, but we earned our doctorate is 10 years. If you study for 10 years, that's a doctorate, and we're working on our second doctorate.
Right.
So I can teach all kinds of stuff, but the problem is I've never tried to claim to be that wise guy that knows everything. I've never wanted to do that. I want to be the guy that is sharing everything we learn together.
Yeah. Okay. Then forgot the name, but you can do this and make a video and teach people. I think it's quite interesting.
I've been slowly reaching to more of the metaphysical stuff that I've learned. I started studying Buddhism when I was 9 years old. I went to ashrams. I sat there in the rooms, doing meditation in front of Buddha statues with so much incense burning you wanted to puke. And I did a lot of that all my life. And I still, I regularly go into Buddhist videos and learn about grounding and chakra tower, and anyone who has studied Buddhism knows that you say, "Hi, I'm Buddha. Are you Buddha?" Because Buddha is it's a stage, it's a phase, it's not an individual, it's a way of being. Now the Buddha has existed from the last cycle, people. Buddhism is not new. This is from the last cycle before and the last cycle before that. So is Taoism, so is Hinduism. There's also other previous religions blended in over the dynasties of the passing of the Nibiru planets. But the Hinduism, Taoism, and Buddhism are not Abrahamic religions. And I suggest you learn. And even if you're not a firm believer, or if you're a Christian, or if you're a Baptist even, or if you're a Mormon, or if you're a Scientologist or a Seventh-day Adventist, just read it, look into it. Maybe part of that grabs you with something that you already know inside you.
So there are different versions of Yeshua, for example.
Oh boy, that's a tough one. Yeah, but then you're running off an Abrahamic religion. And as long as you're running off an Abrahamic religion, then you have to realize that the Old Testament is a copy of Egyptian
from the
lore
Anarchy.
and Sumerian lore. The names have been changed, but it's the same old story. And that goes all the way
Yeah.
into even including the Mohammed, and don't forget the Sunni and the God, earth the brain. Okay, there's the Sunni and the Shia, and that is a mostly Abrahamic religion as well, but that has been rewritten for the Quran and all of that. So, and those guys are fighting because they're fighting over an argument between cousins, which is stupid, by the way. The Shihad, and I tell this to every Arab out there, whether you're a Shia or a Sunni, stop fighting over your cousin's illustration, whether it's written in Montana or North Dakota, depending on which book you read. So stop fighting each other. The holy war is not necessary. We have to start treating each other as all of us. And I posted a video this week, and it's called Playing for Change. Go to YouTube, type in Playing for Change, and you will find people making music from around the world, putting their efforts together, internet harmonic music together from around the world. And that's what we have to do now. We have to stop fighting and join, because we have an exterior, I'm not going to say enemy, but we have an exterior anomaly threat that we have to, as humans, no matter what race we are, American Indian, Indian from India, or somebody from Vietnam, or somebody from China, or from Russia, or from Germany, or from America, or from Montana, or from Timbuktu. We have to stop fighting each other, stop hating each other. We are one damn race. We got a big cause. We have to save this damn planet because we're in deep shit. Period.
Yes,
Change your
and if you
focus. Stop being mad. Start working together with people, because time is now. That's the whole thing. We have to. We have to. Bobby Kennedy, John F. Kennedy, people, go look up their speeches. We've been working for 40 years for this. We have to now. It's almost too late.
Yeah, and you need to love yourself, to love other people, and otherwise. So
yeah,
that's
and you
important.
can't live in fear. You have to go back to that 70s happy populist movement of hippies. You guys have to love each other. We have to share the goodness in each other, not our shortcomings. We have to embrace everybody else's, and they're talking about wokeism or DEI. Well, that's a good thing. We have to be awake in the needs of our brothers and sisters, because we are our brother's keeper. Because for the last 40 years, those people with all the money were not their brother's keeper. They were their keeper to get their money, to step there, to get there on the bones of everybody they stepped on to get those millions. And people, the millionaires, own the world right now, and we don't. And there are 10 of them that are on the top of the list, 10 billionaires, that we should not be allowing them to be billionaires. We have to take it back. Rome is burning now, people. Okay, here's my crazy Gandhi speech for this week. But we can't let this continue. We have to change. And you start by changing inside you, how we view these people. Every time you point a finger and say, well, that guy's an asshole, you can't do that. You have to go, that guy might be different than me, but I don't understand why he's the way he is, or just because his skin color is different, and maybe his education's different, and maybe he grew up in the Sudan, maybe he grew up in India, maybe he grew up in Arab countries. And including the Arab people, you have to stop being prejudiced towards women. We can't be prejudiced towards gay people. We can't be prejudiced towards a guy with one arm, or a guy with one leg, or a guy with, a really extra large chin and an eating habit problem, whatever. We can't be mean to anybody. We have to be nice to the world. It's time. We are running out of time. We really are. Where are you going to go with this? What are you going to do? Are you going to jump in the pile of angry people? Or are you going to be a person that is careful, loving, and not freaked out, but not underwhelmed by the importance of our job? We all have a job. All of us need to, what happens 6 months from now if we say we have no food? and our neighbors are hungry. Now they're either going to attack you, or you're going to get along together. That's your opportunity. That's your choices. Or they go away, you go away, whatever. Displacement, just like what happened in the Dust Bowl era, where people had to leave their farms in Oklahoma and Texas and go to California. Are you going to do that? There is climate migration going to occur. How are you going to do that? Are you going to kill people, or are you going to work together? What kind of world do you want? Because we are right there right now. And if you don't listen to me right now, you will regret it. I don't often make mistakes. Christopher, your turn.
I completely agree. I don't want to live in that world.
What are we going to do? We are at a parapet. Look what the climate's doing right in front of our faces. There are people dying every week.
And we can't understand Christopher well.
Yeah, you have to scoot forward, Christopher. You're echoing really bad, and you're not loud enough. I know that chair does not work for you, or maybe it's your table. Okay, time to earn your cookies. Pay for the green room M&Ms. He's lost reading. Hey, if you're so tired you're ready to quit, let us know.
Oh.
8 hours 33 minutes. I'm preaching to the choir here. I'm preaching to the choir.
Yeah. Not that you are, but I'm just saying. Whatever you want to do. It is a little.
If you guys, I'm running out of things to say other than, I think about the show every week ahead of time and try to what we're going to talk about. What do I want to? What's my message? Mad Max is coming, maybe. Yeah, Rodney. I love you, Rodney. I like your political outlook. It's different than mine, and I'll leave it at that. Glad you're still here. Thank you. Yeah, we are already in some ways kind of Mad Maxy right now, and those I have been saving different things because I've got this little bug that says this may not be available later. Sam is our candle. Thank you, Sharon. I'm trying to point out stuff. Yes, it's uncomfortable, and maybe I'm a little bit loony, but guys, we got to look at things in a different way. What we're doing is not working. And I've been screaming for 15 years trying to point out this is something I've known for 45 years. And I was not allowed to tell you before. So now I'm trying to do that. What are you going to do with the information that you have learned? Because we are a small group of people. And only you guys, you citizen scientists out there, and all our sister sites around the world can make this go viral. I'm trying to think of little happy little bunny clown cartoons that I can maybe get your attention with, or cats, or God only knows. The fart jokes don't work. Although I think Rodney liked them. Guys, we gotta do stuff. This is our job. We're here now, so and I'm not going to say army, but you guys are the citizen science people, and it's all of our job to get this out there. Sharon knows that. I think Thomas knows that. He's working real hard. Christopher's working real hard. God knows Rebecca is. We count on you guys to send this further. And if you have found my words interesting and hopefully cosmic, or even perhaps guru-like or enlightened, I've studied Gandhi. I've studied Charlie Chaplin. I've studied Garrett in the Farsi or Wayseer movement. I've studied Buddhism. I've studied religion. People, we have to change. Another great guy I don't talk about often enough is Prem, P-R-E-M, Ruwat. And this is one of the few people on planet Earth that I listen to as sort of my mentor. And through Prem Ruwat, I have learned a level of patience that I never used to have. I've also learned a new outlook on the world. about many, many, many different things. And so I encourage you to look up PREM, PREM, RUWAT, maybe ATT. I don't know, but you know YouTube will correct you.
It's the Chinese man, right?
Yes, correct. And actually, I believe he's Indian.
Okay.
Yeah, I very much and start at like you are the source. That would Prem Ruat, you are the source. There is so much that you guys enlightenment in front of you. You've known it since 5 years old. All you got to do is shut the rest of the world out and listen. It is that simple. And I have taught people how to touch source, quite a few of them. And the ones that really get it, they'll all of a sudden discover it, and they'll almost pee their pants, and then they cry. Yeah, actually physically open up right in front of you. I mean, 30-year-old people, big tough guys and women, and they cry because they are turned back into that 5-year-old because they found something that they put away. They closed that cabinet. They shut that away because they were taught not to think that way. So guys, it's so possible that you can learn this and you can become quite easily a very good farseer, remote viewer, mystic, psychic, guy that can read through telekinesis, you can move things if you're that good. We're talking about the girls with the electric fingers. I mean, there is so much stuff that you wouldn't believe is real. I am a remote viewer. I was recruited in 1980 by the United States government for the remote far-seeing project. You can look that up. It's now declassified. I can now tell you. I'm a former insider. Look this shit up. Anybody, go ahead.
It's real. Said it all.
It's real.
Hey, you know that Warner Brothers singing frog? Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. That's what I feel like right now. That's what I feel like right now. My brain just went to that cartoon. Hello, I'm the talking frog. I'm gonna dance. Put me back in the box.
Yeah.
Here's my cane. Here's my top hat. Hey, that's the cartoon. We'll take that guy. We'll AI my voice into the talking frog on the Warner Brothers cartoon.
That's it. Are you gonna dance with your top hat and your cane?
Yeah, the little cane, and hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Let me tell you about Nibiru.
Yeah, with a little lab coat on.
I think with the, if it's a short lab coat, because you got to have those frog legs. That's important for the dance step.
You don't want to trip on your head.
But I think I remember.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, I think I remember there was a cartoon which talks about Nibiru. It was maybe a shortcut, but it was with the Snoop Dogg or the dog.
Scooby-Doo.
I don't.
No,
Scooby-Doo, yeah. Scooby-Doo,
Yes, they did, and so did Star Trek. But they gave the red planet, and they didn't mention it, which was awesome. And I've had 20, 30 people ask me about that over the years. It's like, did you see that where they were actually mentioning Nibiru? And I was like, yes, I did. We are the real information, not the Hollywood.
Yeah, but we talked before. The Pentagon said officially, and nobody react to this. So
yeah, they said that the Anunnaki were coming back, and they are freaking here now, people. Of course, the Pentagon always gives you old information late.
Yeah, always, and nobody. Always. And nobody talks about it, and no newspaper write about it. So this is what I'm saying. So.
Yeah, grab that clip, people, put it on a piece of film, then add, 5 minutes of my voice telling you that this shit is real. I do, I am ready, there are days that I want to actually scream this and be angry, but I don't usually lose it's rare that I get mad. But I mean, God, I've been screaming this for 15 years, and I've known about it for 45. I waited till my non-disclosure agreement was over, and I have handed you guys the extra star, the binary solar system, Imru, Nibiru, Saru, Uri, Atu, Isatum, Nepesity, Matim, all of the asteroids. I've handed you Wormwood. I've handed you all of the orbit models. I've handed you the crop circles. I've handed you the research that goes all the way back through Greek lore, Egyptian lore, Sumerian lore, Abrahamic lore, Germanic lore, British, Pictish lore. As a matter of fact, I was talking about you guys got to look at all the Pict rock carvings in Scotland. They talk about the two stars.
And also the Hopi globe.
Guys, people, all this shit, we've connected all the dots. We are not wrong. Wake up. Wake up, Alice. Wake up, Alice.
And also the Hopi prophecy talked about it.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot them. The Hopi, the Incan, the Mayan, the Dogar. Oh God, I could go on and on. I mean, it's in the damn the country that was starving really bad. It's in the early real Bible that's in Africa. Country name escapes me right now. Anyway, guys, I've handed you 8 or 10 religions. I've handed you the planet names. I've handed you the locations, all ahead of time by far-seeing, and I draw this for you. When are you going to listen? Go tell a friend. I mean, get on your damn horse and say, the British are coming. By the way, there was a girl that outran the dude on the horse. One by land, two by sea. I cannot pull names out of my head. I must be tired. Paul Revere, Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. It was actually a girl that ran the other direction, and she outran him in distance. I think maybe he stopped at the local pub and had one, but anyway, she didn't. But guys, with the Wayseer movement and with the Enlightenment and all of this stuff, and Gandhi and Buddha and being really cool, and the far-seeing movement, you guys, you're all out there within the sound of my voice. You guys are all responsible to share what you have learned. We give this to you for free. Now, please pay it forward. Go out there, whether people believe you or not, because yes, we're elevated because we know stuff, and a lot of people say, well, they'll call me crazy. Well, no, if they call you crazy, it's only because you know more than they do. That's it. It's that simple. Ethiopia, thank you, Katie Joe. The Ethiopian Bible. It's in there, man. All of this shit, which is secret, is in there. And it's the discounted volume after volume. I mean, all the crap they've got hidden underneath, the St. John's Basilica, and all the hidden shit the Vatican has. It all matches. None of this has a bad loophole. Not one in 15 years. Not one. Once, excuse me, dry throat. Once we attained that Atu was purple, and it came in and it matched our names and it matched all of our information, and the shit I got from off-world information and the shit I got from 2008 off the internet, which still blows me away. It was a Pleiadian. I still chuckle about that, and I go, did the Pleiades really actually post on YouTube? I mean, no, I don't believe that, but guys, all of this, and Christopher, he's new. He's the youngest members. And have you found one loophole and one black hole in any of this?
No. Not one. Not one. Not one hole.
I grab my
I expected to find something wrong with it. I had expected to find something wrong, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, we are number one. And I tell people that all the time, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of what we are and what we've become and what you guys are a part of. All of you guys are part of this. And you heard it, you learned it, you've taken the time, you're still here, 8 hours, 46 minutes, 54 seconds. And you are earning all of this. So Andrew, Lee, Joe, Tara, all of you guys, share what you've learned and don't take no for an answer. And anybody who harasses you, you just go, well, excuse me, but you get to take the time to learn. And you're a 5-minute astrologer or astronomer, and I'm a multiple hour learned citizen scientist. And that's what we do. We do citizens. You know, the greatest scientific discoveries have been done in people's garages, not in major factories, not at universities, not in Einstein's back pocket. The greatest discoveries of all time have been done by the citizen scientist, including Samuel Hofman, 1978, in the binary solar system. Whether I prove it or not, I know it's real. That is my comfort zone. And I've spent 15 years endeavoring to persevere and tell you, and so I've done my job. Whether you believe me or not, I did my job. And my ears are ringing. And if it was Monty Python, we'd going, and the flying hogfish. Okay. That's from the Holy Hand Grenade part of the Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Look it up. Look it up.
Yeah, I have to watch it again. I haven't seen those movies in a long
And
time.
the flying, you Iesu Domine. Wow. And then, and the Dona Eis Requiem. Wow. And then, meanwhile, they're walking into town as these monks, and this lady standing there taking a cat, beating the rug dust free with a cat. Wow. Love it. Monty Python and the Holy Grail, one of the greatest cult classics of all time. So, check those things out, people. We got study time. All right, anybody talk, please, God. I'm going to grab another.
I'm like, have I ever seen it? I think I maybe have seen it, but maybe like 20, 30 years ago.
Monty Python and the Holy Grail. It is available on YouTube. You can type it in. Another great one is Jabberwocky. I love Jabberwocky. I have purchased the movie on DVD 3 times, and twice they have been stolen from me. I should look that up at the merch store. I wonder if they do have a copy of Jabberwocky. That would be cool. I think you can actually still order one from Amazon. Monty Python, Jabberwocky. Great movie. Excellent movie. Oh, God, guys, what you're missing in life.
Oh, my God. What is it about? No,
oh, Dennis. It's about medieval life with the humor of Monty Python. And if you really want to take a really big, deep step off the edge of reality, in fact, I'm laughing. If you really want to go off the deep end into cult classic history, look up Nick Danger, Third Eye. And that's done by Farsign Theater. And it was done in the 70s by a bunch of law students that decided to quit law and actually go into recording comedy on old LP records way back when. Yeah, Nick Danger, Third Eye. And that's where they go, oh, you mean Nancy? And it's a great comedy old record, like the radio programs talking about a detective in the 30s. Nick Danger, Third Eye, by Firesign Theater. Cult classics. Oh, and then, of course, while we're at cult classics, let's talk about The Day the Earth Stood Still, the 1950s version. Awesome. Love it. The modern 90s version was good, too. But I still like the old one. Let's see. Is there anything else in this top hat that I'm wearing? Okay. Oh, rabbit. Excuse me. Anyway, I've gone crazy. Anybody talk.
I don't know, talking 9 hours might, cause you to have symptoms
Are
of
you
craziness.
entertained?
I'm ready to start practicing with the fork on the head.
I know, me and you both.
I can talk so much in my language, no problem. You can't believe how much I can talk, but yeah,
He never stops talking. When he's rambling on and on in German, I'm like, why does he? I don't know what they're saying, but he's talking.
It's awesome,
yeah,
right?
I can talking like Sam. A lot. Talking, but English, no, it's not my language. Sorry.
I have to start speaking fluent German here. I don't know how I'm going to do it. Maybe by the end of the year, I'll know like 3 words. Maybe some numbers.
It's pretty complicated sounding, yeah.
Ach, so kompliziert wird das gar nicht klingen. Ich kann fließend Deutsch sprechen und ihr würdet bestimmt irgendwas verstehen von dem, was ich sage, oder? I think you understand nothing, huh?
Right.
I can tell it's German.
Yeah. Okay. So,
well, if we wanted to put the jocularity to the side, we could actually warn people to maybe start planning to have a little bit of extra drinking water. 25-30 gallons of water would not do you if you had it in the basement. And I encourage you to buy the big 5-gallon jugs from Culligan Water.
Right.
That way the plastic doesn't decay over time.
It was gone in a week.
And
I couldn't believe how fast we went through that water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and 2 gallons per day per family member is bare minimum. That does not include septic, as in a gray water flushing of the toilet. And we've talked about this before. Practice with your family one day in your house. Take a day off. If you want to do a vacation day, do an emergency bug out day where you just actually walk over to the house and you turn the breakers off on your electricity. And then you can fill up your bathtub, but don't, if you have running water, because normally there's no real emergency, so you'll still have running water. But actually be aware of the water usage that you go through for that one day. I dare you. It will wake you up like you have no. We are so lazy. We watch shit on TV. We use our cell phones all day long. We jump in our car. We go to the store. We come back. Don't do that for one day. Your entire family. And stare at each other in the living room.
They are big ones.
275-gallon water tanks.
And how much?
All those are awesome.
$50.
As long as they're new. Don't buy them used because usually they'll have an industrial bacteria or industrial waste on the inside, and you don't want that for your water. But yeah, if you have a garage. If you have a garage or a basement and you can get 1 or 2 of those or 4 of them in your basement, they're not that horrendously expensive depending on your family budget. And I'm not asking you to spend that on and not feed your kids, but never put clothes on them or the dentist or whatever. But yeah, those are awesome. I wish years ago I did try to get all of this together for people where we could have a compound where people would put their money together. And I got a lot of talk, and I spent a decade doing it. And I finally just said, okay, I'm done. I am not going to bring people up here. And I've had actually people behind my back plan to take advantage of my money and live off of me. And then people came to me and said, well, so this is what's happening. And then we went through the Steve Olson bullshit where he vanished with a whole bunch of people's money. And after that, I said, okay, I'm not even going to go there. And he vanished with a great deal of money from what I hear. Now, it's not absolutely proven, but I heard the police were looking for him. And he was in a vacation island with his girlfriend while his wife was looking for him. Anyway, she called me, but that was years ago. People, we are in many years of doing this, and if I could have done better, I would have had a place for you guys to come. We'd be doing this in one room, doing a show together across one table, sitting up in our log cabin foundation here in Montana. But I did not find my philanthropist yet. So if you are a philanthropist out there, by God, we need your help. And if not, send your cards and letters. $5 at a time. Buy me a cup of coffee, as they say. Send Rebecca a $5 bill so she can keep this show coming for you for free with this information that we all work every week to gather for you. And we've been doing it for 15 years. We are number one. And another sip off my Coca-Cola.
Okay, Sharon, I think she's in the process of sending me something.
Oh, an AI song.
Yeah, I guess it's sending.
Cow.
Check this out.
Oh, God.
Oh, no, she's just telling me. Okay, that she created a song.
We'll work on it. We'll look into it.
I can't wait, Sharon.
Something cutesy and yet, sort of History Channel at the same time, yet, at the age level of a 7-year-old in Japan. I don't know. Pikachu. Anyway, or, my daughter's shark with a top hat named Steve. And he sits in the living room. He watches TV with me regularly. I could do a show with me and Steve. Ooh, I've lost my mind. Yeah, people. God, we have to do something, and we got to get this word out because the planets are here. And this is literally the most important damn thing to happen in 4,000 years. It really is.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
Oh, I heard my name.
Yeah. I'll try it again. Hang on.
Yeah, I'll get embarrassed ahead of time. See my cheeks glowing? Yeah.
Okay. It's like, yeah, my mic is right here. Okay, let's try it again.
Barry, you already gave us your information, and you work hard regularly. You're okay. Kind of catchy.
Yeah.
Okay, Rebecca, what you do is you mail Christopher a copy of it, and Christopher will ponder and chew on it for 3 days, and he'll come up with a killer video to go along with it. I know he will.
Cool.
Right.
And you can do a short CapCut video of that, and do some layovers and grab some pictures from here and from there, and we'll see where it goes.
Okay.
Still waiting.
He's smiling. He's already on it. His brain's already going there.
Still waiting.
The production engineer is calculating. I see a little cogs turning above his head there next to the smoke.
I sent you a copy, Chris.
Christopher, still waiting for the end time video.
Yeah. This is not the end time. This is the beginning time.
Okay.
We've already stepped over the threshold, and we are now in the other room. We are in the area going from one galactic cloud to the next galactic cloud, and we're about to enter that really soon. So we are in the other room, guys. This is no longer it's coming, it's now. It's already passing, it's happening. And on Facebook? So I'll look on Facebook and see if it's here already. And then I'll try and save it. Oh boy, look at that sun. All right, I have 5 notices. And there it is. Okay, I will listen to it really quick. Pardon me if this makes noise or doesn't.
You're good. I like it. I was trying to figure out if I could save it. I can't really save it. I could just share it.
Screen record it while you play it, and it'll.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You'll
Right.
have to listen to the whole thing.
Quiet.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I like it.
I'm impressed that, whatever AI is can think that fast.
It's incredible.
It's kind of crazy. It's like, what? They can do all it.
Okay, now, Christopher, you will hear this song 50 times. Want to scream and pull your own ears off, but it's actually catchy.
I heard it. I got a chart on the phone, but yeah, I think we should do something with it.
It's a little bubblegummy, but it's actually catchy.
I know. I was already picturing like a video when I was listening to it. I was like, okay.
I don't think I can save a copy of it, and so
yeah, we'll have to
I
figure out.
Looking for a while, and I'm going to listen to the laugh stuff.
That's pretty cool.
Christopher up. Oh, there you are. There you
I hear you.
I don't know if you get heard because I actually pushed my mic closer to my speakers, but I don't know if you guys heard it in the background or not. But I've got my damping on. It's interesting, and it ends interestingly as well. All right, play it once. Partially embarrassing and partially intriguing.
Right.
For a secret swirl.
Right.
Samuel sees a hidden world. Shines with color. Right.
Yeah. It'll go viral, Sharon. Okay, here is also for you
Visions dance
this.
beneath the stars. Samuel the dreamer. Here. Nibiru calls with whispers. A whimsical journey where wonders repeat.
And
Yeah,
there's the
we're
lyrics.
9-year-old. My God, no.
I sent you the lyrics too, Sam.
Excuse me.
I sent you a copy
that
of the lyrics, the
Oh, okay,
written
cool,
lyrics.
cool. Awesome. Oh, I see it now.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Blackberry.
Oh, Sharon, you do so good.
Oh, dear. We're having a good time. We've been like trying to put spoons on our forehead, and AI wrote a song, and I'm sure I'm missing a bunch. What else? I mean, we can talk about sky stuff too, of course, but
Of course.
we got a little sidetracked, off topic, off topic stuff.
Yes, we are silly. I mean, it's been many, many hours. We've been talking straight. So we're 9 hours and 5 minutes, by the way. So we just blew another hour off the charts. Did get silly, and I actually have a voice again.
I found that too. He's a magnet.
Yeah, there you
as
go.
well.
Told you.
I don't know,
See?
guineas and silverware.
They're putting money on him.
Uh-huh. I saw somebody else putting keys all over their face.
Right. So, and when I mentioned this, you guys thought I was silly.
I did not. I thought it was silly for me to try.
Oh, okay. Well,
No.
then we can blame Thomas on that one.
I know. I was like,
It's all Tom's fault.
It's his fault, man. We're gonna blame him.
you wait. Tonight it'll happen. Nobody will be here to see it. Yeah.
I did it, and for me it works also. So for me, no problem.
Well, that's
Okay.
what goes on with me with when I touch a phone, or when I
Yeah,
when
cool.
I go to the store and I pull out my debit card and I put it in the machine, it doesn't work. See, if I don't tap it on the counter in front of me
Yeah.
to discharge it to a negative out of my pocket, it will not work in the machine.
Oh. Yeah,
I have
you are
to-
too
I-
magnetic.
Right. I have to actually tap it on the countertop in front of me and then stick it in the machine before it will even read. And there are times I walk in stores where their entire computer system goes down. And that's happened dozens of times.
Yeah.
And when I was with when the kids were little, one time I got really, really angry, and I fried a stereo, a TV, a microwave, a radio system, a DVD player, or a VHS player, all in one bank of electronics around me. I got mad, and the shit blew up next to me. And so I learned years ago, Sam's not allowed to get mad.
Like the Hulk.
Hulk smash, but I didn't touch anything. I just got mad. I got really vent screaming at the children, mad, and the electronics in the house immediately next to me blew up.
Yeah, I understand you.
Well, don't piss me off, Frodo. No, bad joke. I don't get mad anymore, hardly at all, ever. It's rare that I get mad.
It's the stage of the consciousness. So if you are on the higher stage, you can't get mad because you are always in the lovely stage.
Right, you smile at the hilarity of the event that's occurred in front of you, rather than get upset about it. You just go, oh, of course. You just, well, of course. That's how it's going to be. And that's kind of how our life has been for a long time. We're skiing on this snowstorm of magic wonder on a regular basis, which is how we do this week after week after week. 100 years later, and here Rebecca looks locked up again.
Oh, I'm here. I'm just frozen.
Okay, all right. Now you move.
Yeah.
You're. I hear your voice, but your picture's patching.
Oh, is it frozen?
So if we don't have any more,
no, it's okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're.
All right. I'm better now.
It's probably my internet. You've been locked. I can hear you, but your picture's locked up.
Oh, cool.
Well, then it's your internet. I can see her moving.
Now you're moving. Yeah, now she's moving. It's no problem again.
Yeah.
It cleared up. It was stalled for. Yeah, Andrea, if you laugh and drop everything, that's a different thing. That's that's awareness. Nova was like that when she was little. If she would talk, anything in her hand would fall out of her hand. Anything, plate of food, you name it, glass of milk. Oh, Dad, turns her head, drop right out of her hand. Anyway, that's associative. Yeehaw! Here we are, 9 hours, 9 minutes. What are we going to do? We got the Die Hard still
Rebecca.
here.
What's that? What?
I just said make the shark song with the moves, with the hands.
The moves in the hand, the baby shark. I don't know.
The baby
yeah.
I gotta get the moves down, right? I can't believe I missed out on all that.
Yeah, you could.
10 million.
You could use my Simpsons photograph for starters, Christopher, on your
Okay.
On any song vid, and you can add random pictures to go along with whatever the song is suggesting, and shoot for a baby shark level. I'm only kidding. You'll figure it out, and if you don't want to make a movie, don't. But you'd be amazed that you hear a song enough times, it'll actually either drive you insane or make you genius. One of the two.
That's funny.
It'll give you, well, it could be hilarious. We don't know. And you can, I always hate, I catch myself right before I tell them all the time. I said, yeah, go ahead, use full license to do what you want to do, and excerpts and, statements from me, go ahead. And then I hear them and I go, oh shit, I said that. Oh God, how embarrassing. I still have trouble watching our shows when I talk. When you guys are talking, it's great. When I listen to me, it's like, oh my God, dude, you got so sappy, you're so distracted. What the hell are you saying, man? Shut up. Every show. And we've done 116 shows, and I did 87 before that, and 50 before that, and 300 before that, and And I still, I still get nervous before every show.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Well, that, and then Rebecca plays the startup. We're in the green room. I'm nervous. She plays the startup. I could be exhausted, and all of a sudden, boom, I'm on the air, and I've got magic power.
All the time.
Fairy wings on my heels. I'm flying around going, yeah, hi guys, how are you? And here I am 9 hours later doing it.
I understand, but yeah. But if I could the show making in German, I wouldn't be nervous. And in English, I'm also not nervous. But yeah, it's just funny to hear it. So you get nervous, and I think, why? He's so good.
Well, thank you. Do you know how many times Rebecca went, God, I don't think I can do the show. God, I don't think I would always go, buck up, little camper. The show must go on. And she was like, really,
There's been a couple
yeah, it's
of
been
times.
a long time. Yeah, but it's been a long time since we had that happen.
Times. Yeah.
But, Gillian, Rebecca, and myself have also been sick before where, we could barely even do the show. And then the startup plays and we get on camera and all of a sudden, boom, we change. It's like, oh, show face. Okay. Off we go. And then we're excited. We want to share everything we saw this week, which is what we do.
It just flips like a switch. Usually. But, honestly, how long is it? It'd be 2 years in October, okay? We haven't missed a Saturday. We haven't missed a show at all, but we haven't missed a single Saturday, which, that's pretty impressive that none of us have been sick or we couldn't, I'm impressed,
And people from around the world and our friends, and we get to great listeners who are here every week. But guys, you've got to send a copy of this. Don't just watch tonight's show, the live. Go back and watch the recorded on YouTube. Get those views and the likes up. Go to Christoper's channel. Go to Gillian's channel. Go to Jesus's channel. Go to Katie Joe's channel. Give them the views. We've got to get the word out. Only through our participation will this continue forward. I post the crap out of Christoper's stuff to many, many different sites that are still waiting for approval. And they're still putting me on hold. And I chuckle, Montana Skywatcher 2 is still putting me on hold for some reason. So my posts aren't even getting out there. My own site that I no longer control. Oh, Lord.
You know what? My Nibiru Followers Anonymous 2, I can't even post in it. So
I forgot.
It's running rogue. There's no admin. There's no moderator.
I have not been there, I forgot about that one. I've not been there in forever.
I can't rejoin it. I can't get back in because there's no way to get in.
What about Nibiru Followers Off Topic?
They're good.
Okay, I haven't been there for either.
There's Off Topic 1 and 2, and they're both fine.
I did not know that. And then there's Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, which I regularly post at.
Yeah.
And then there's the also Skywatcher Anonymous, which is Nicole's new site. And so there's lots of sister sites out there. Get to work. We all have a job to do. Buck up, little camper. The planets are here, and the Anunnaki are here. The gods are back. Quick, teenagers, clean up the popcorn off the coffee table in the living room or the TV room. Yeah, we are. Woo! Oh my God, the cubes. We don't ever talk about the cubes
with our show, right? Right? They would be happy with us and our show.
Yeah.
They should be.
Well, we're still getting a lot of likes, but very few comments. Go in, watch the show tomorrow on YouTube. Watch 20 minutes of it. Give us a comment. Even if you're telling us how warm your town is wherever you are. Hi, I live in Indiana. It's 60 degrees. Put that on a comment. Give us a thumbs up. Subscribe. Check your subscriptions. Go to Christoper's channel. Go to Rebecca's channel. We got to get this info out. And if you have an argument with me, say so. We don't take it personally. We hopefully can read it and If you have a comment or an idea for the show that we could do it better, we'd love to hear that. Or if you don't like something we do, tell us.
One chip challenge.
Yeah, right. No way.
You first.
Yeah, no kidding.
No problem. I have no camera on. No, I'm just kidding.
Like
I am not.
The Try channel where people try all of these foods, and they do alcohol once in a while. That's a bad joke too. But they eat all kinds of food they don't want to eat. They even ate Thanksgiving dinner from America. Go to the Try channel, where Irish people eat different foods. Love that bunch of people. We try to promote other YouTubers, and we are YouTubers. So people share, watch our stuff on YouTube tomorrow, and next week, and the week after, and go back all the way back to show number 1. I watched that the other day again, Rebecca. Show number 1 with you and Jesus, yeah. And I even recommend, if you can't do the live show, start with 1 and binge watch to 116.
Yeah.
It's a lot of viewing.
Only like
a couple
700
hundred hours
of your life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to binge watch? There you go.
Yeah.
It'd take like a month or so.
Longer.
I know.
Yeah, we have more series than King or the Throne of Swords or whatever the hell it was.
The problem with
oh, sorry.
I just want to say the problem is the 9 hours. So you can't sit there and watch the 9 hours regularly. That's very hard, in my opinion. For other people too.
I watch them. I write it down on a piece of notepaper when I quit, and then I come back to it at that time later. And I do try to watch most of the shows. And I do skip past some of the crazy moments of me, and then listen to you guys talk and what you're showing, and the videos, the important stuff, and not listen to me going off about metaphysics or what my cat did this week, or bird poop. Oh God, the bird poop on my car today was insane. Anyway.
And the last show, I watched the last show. Okay, so Eureka, you want to say something? Go on.
Yeah, there's 730 hours in a month, and that's about what we have in Showtime. It'd take you a straight month to catch up on all the shows there. That's
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. What else you got to do? Yeah.
Yeah, if you kept it on 24 hours a day, it would take you over a month.
Right.
Yeah. Just turn YouTube on while you're going to bed and let it play.
Yeah, who needs sleep? Yeah, you can sleep learn. Yeah, go ahead. I'm talking to you guys 24 hours a day, so yeah, why shouldn't you?
But that's what I want to say before. So the last show I hear, and every time I hear, I slept after 20 minutes or something like that. So it was impossible to look the complete show. Every time I was very chilling, and I said, okay, let's do the show. And after 20 minutes, I'm go away. It's not boring, but I closed. No, it's not boring. But I closed my eyes and I'm relaxing, and after I go and sleep. That's my way. Sorry, because I'm a different. But it was fun, and it's more. How can I say it? I like it more to be here in the show, so I wake up and I don't sleep.
Yeah.
So it's not boring, guys. It's like, so I know the information, I know you, and it repeats every time, and it's not boring, but I know this, so that's only what I'm doing. Sorry.
Well, you are, after as many shows as you've done, you are now an insider on the group. So yeah, you have a different outlook than the outsiders do, and you're right. And I love all of our people that come here every week, and I'm sure that some of our personalities have actually partially become addictive to some people. I'm sure people like one person over another, or or all of us, or whatever. It doesn't matter what. But I'm sure that our personalities have actually gotten partially addictively. People might be used to us and miss us if we were gone. So I'm glad you guys are all here.
I think
You
a lot of
bunch
people
of
look forward
characters,
to
you.
hanging out with us.
Yeah, and they do. And they
With
do.
all of us, not just us, but people in the comments, everybody. I look forward
Yeah,
to
and
it.
guys, could you imagine what our trolls would do without us? What would
Sam,
they have
they're
to
not
do?
doing anything anyway. this
Yeah,
snooze
that's
wheel over
true,
there,
that's true, that's true.
they have
They've gotten a
nothing
little
going
more.
on. I feel like actually our achievements have like made it to where they don't even try anymore. Like it's
Well, let's hope.
I
Let's
mean
hope
it. I
that's
feel
true.
like they feel like it's just pointless, honestly. I mean, like we're just like leaps and bounds above and beyond, and they're not doing anything. Just saying.
That's true.
I mean, I feel like
Knock on wood, we have a massive decline
used
in the
to they had it.
participation of those big sites. You're right,
Yeah.
and
If we're
I need to let
we
it go.
can't.
I need to just forget that they're out there.
I do.
Don't feed the
I don't even
trolls.
think about them. No, because they're really like
I
they're not
I,
even
ran- I,
doing
popped,
anything.
I ran across the
Right.
Facebook site the other day and just popped in there only because I was going to send one of Chris's videos there, and then I decided not to. I was just going to throw something in their face, and then I thought, no, that's spiteful.
Right.
And there's no need to, no need to raise the hackles on the sleeping trolls.
Yeah, because they will never see otherwise. It just
Yeah.
they'll just be
Yeah.
nasty.
Hey, look, you've discovered clouds. Yeah, okay.
Right. It's a waste of everything.
I figured that must have been like a young teenager or something. It just
Right. Yeah,
it's
somebody that,
like if
it's like,
somebody tells me something and I'm not with that information and it's making me not feel good or
Oh,
making me
boy.
feel unsettled. I'm gonna research all that I can about it and then make a decision. I'm not just gonna jump in and tell somebody that they're freaking crazy.
our information is
This is an incredible event.
everything
Why
that
would
we
you
share
not
is
find out what's
documented.
happening?
Everything that we all share and we all talk about is regularly documented and debated and controversially discussed, over many years. This information, we did not come up with this in 6 months or 2 weeks, or I'm a 5-minute Nibiru knower. I know the Nibiru is behind the sun and it's the destroyer and it's red and it's going to kill us all and going to crash into Earth. Yeah, we know better than all of that. And we took, I have probably 75,000 hours of research time. And I think I'm underestimating that total.
Let's see how
Because
many
years ago I had 50,000, and that was also an underestimation. So I easily have 75,000 hours worth of research time, which is 15 years. And I'm saying probably 4 to 6 hours a day, skipping some days over the last 15 years. Somebody can do the math if they want to.
70,000 hours is 7.991 years.
Right, and I've doubled that, and so that's
So you got more than 70.
including, sleep. No, I had sleep in between there too. So
That's true.
okay,
Okay.
it's approximately correct. Because
But
I spend 4 to 6 to 8 to 10 hours a day, 6 days, 5 days a week, doing this for 15 years.
yeah, that's kind of like me. I figured mine one time, and it was several thousand hours.
Yeah, and
Because it's like you, it's
many
like
years
every
ago, I
single
came up with
day, holiday, Sunday, it doesn't matter. I'm still like every day's the same for me. So, and
I
there's something
have to
else I
check.
really
I
want
have
to
to
do.
what everybody's up to. I don't. There's days I don't answer people because there's days I don't want to talk to people. But then there's days I can't even stop talking to them because like 3 o'clock in the morning when I start at 10 a.m. And I've done those. Then I look out and go, God, where'd my day go? And I did not get anything done. And God, I need to do the dishes and holy crap, the laundry built up. And Now I got to go to the store and get dinner for the kids and all of that.
Life.
But anyway, life, yes.
Carrie is planning us a camping weekend retreat in Montana in 2026. That's the goal. So, wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah, Nibiru. Okay.
Party right now.
Yeah, where are we going to go to Yellowstone or something? Or are we going to go to Crystal Park?
Oh, where at? We got to find
so the mosquitoes can eat us. Yeah. We got to find a spot, and then we got to get a permit for a large gathering.
Good morning, Jerry. We're still here, Jerry.
Hey, Locksaw Lodge. Locksaw Lodge is awesome, and it's right at the Idaho-Montana border. There's many different places we could go, as long as it's not over there on eastern Montana. You don't want to be there. Maybe Yellowstone is sort of eastern Montana.
Yeah, we're still here, y'all. These people went to bed, and they're like, getting their morning coffee going, and we're still sitting here.
Yeah, no, the liberal part of Montana is western Montana, and the non-liberal side is eastern Montana, and so you can call we're a red and blue state. Although we're considered a red state against better wishes. There's I've actually had a few public talks over the years where people actually flew in for special dates, but we had extra people show up that we didn't want there, and so I stopped doing it publicly. The kids were little back then also. I was concerned about the ramifications of doing it, where I would say the wrong thing and maybe talk about something classified, and I would end up in the Huska or gone or disappeared. And that's, with the current administration, there may still be an issue. We don't know. Maria sent a PM to Becca. Okay.
Yeah, just now saw it. She sent us.
2026 we can maybe make it.
2026.
Start saving ahead of time.
She sent each of us some money.
Yeah,
Sam.
my kids may be old enough I could leave them alone for the weekend in the house, but then I could actually leave. And I wouldn't have to take them with me, and of course, they might want to come or not. They probably don't.
Did you hear me, Sam? Anyway. Right.
I might have to put
Maria
on pants.
Sent
My
us
God.
Some funds for both you and me, so I'll send you your portion tomorrow.
Excellent.
Isn't that nice?
Thank you very much.
I know.
I'm trying to get that lawnmower, and I have also this month's house taxes, and I've had trouble with my benefits, and so and this month was no exception to the rule. It's all screwed up. The whole system is broken, people, and we oh boy. And again, study the Great Depression era. Go look it up on YouTube. Even if it's an extreme shocker, you may need that shock right now to start pre-planning about what we take for granted. You would be amazed what can happen. My father taught me about World War II and how when the Nazis came into Holland and they took everything and they had nothing and they had to survive on nothing. In 1 year, right before the end of the war, most of the Dutch lived off of tulip bulbs, baked and boiled in many different varieties of ways just to eat food. So, and that could happen again. We could have a crop failure this year if it gets really hot. And we know that our shipment of food supplies is interrupted. We don't know what's going to happen with that. We don't know if we're going to go into depression or we're in recession. We already know food costs twice what it used to. I mean, $5 and some odd cents for ketchup. Hello, people. We're in trouble. So, think about these things. Study. I didn't hear what you said, Christopher.
Oh, I'm just saying I can't get two things that match. Milk and cookies, no.
Oh yeah. For what money we have right now, yeah, you have to pick and choose now. We can't buy this and that. We can only get this or that, and the money is not going to get better. But if you have a few dollars, mail it our direction. If you don't worry about it. Just pass on our speech, our spiel, our song, our cartoon, or these guys are crazy. You should see how nuts they are. Whatever, pass it on. if you believe it or don't. But we work for free, mostly, for a reason. Because it is that important.
We love it.
Yeah. We are obsessed.
Like they say, a labor of love. Most people would never work for pennies or nothing, but I don't really think about trying to bank off of it. That's not my, main thought. I don't sit around and think about how I'm going to make money off it. No, I don't even like asking for money. So
I don't like asking either, but it has been an occasional savior that we kind of need because
right.
House taxes and no lawnmower, and oh my God, with our budget, with our economy, I don't have any extra. There is no extra, so I have to. I had friends talk me into doing that years ago, and every time I did have a fundraiser, I got shit from the trolls. But they're worse than I am, and not that I'm worse in any way, hopefully. But people, mail us a cup of coffee, write us a letter. Even send me $2, write me a letter. I'll write you one back. It's my time and the 75-cent stamp and a really cool gold card, with my signature on it.
Do that. If you haven't got a gold card, that's worth having. I don't know. I think it's pretty neat. I got mine over here. 6. I have 6 cards. So that's pretty nice. But I love them. Just a little memento, a memory, put on the memory board. Yeah, you can put them in a little
cheap frame from Walmart, and that way they last forever behind glass.
Yeah, exactly. I need to do something like that. Right now, there's
an authentic Samuel Hofman signature. Oh my God!
I noticed that. I was like, I'm not going to brag, but 4 of them are signed. Okay, so
yeah, I have not signed that. I have not signed that many cards over the years, but if you got a signature, then
yeah.
Clint Eastwood didn't even do that very often, and I actually had coffee with Clint Eastwood, so for well over an hour we sat in the Red Lion restaurant and had coffee together.
That's pretty neat. What year was
God
that?
is too old right now. Oh man, have you noticed how old everybody just all of a sudden got? Holy shit! What happened to Hollywood?
Yes and no, because some of people in Hollywood are reversing their age, like they're turning younger, and it's not possible with plastic surgery. What's happening with these people?
And some are clones. Don't forget that.
I'm sure. No, trust. Right. I'm sure there's something going on. Have you ever seen a movie called Death Becomes Her? It's from the 90s. It had Bruce Willis. And anyway, these Goldie Hawn, and they drink this little drink and they start aging backwards and getting perfectly beautiful. But the catch is they never die. They can't die. And so if they don't take care of their bodies, they're out of luck. And they're like patching themselves up. Anyway, I just wonder.
Metaphysically, you can actually get younger if you learn about grounding, home chant, and chakra development. You actually can self-heal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Andrea. Andrea. Ugh.
And that's why people say I look like I'm in my 40s when I'm now in my 60s.
Okay, and people tell me I'm looking like 54 or something like that. Because my beard. They're saying, oh no, you're looking old, but no, I'm not.
You're missing the Viking bead, in your beard. You got to put a little.
Are you in your 40s? 30s?
No.
I don't know.
37. I'm 37.
Okay.
Oh, you're just a baby. Jesus.
Yeah, he's young. I didn't know that you were that young. Okay. I hadn't really seen you, but
but I feel young. 20.
30s was my best period. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he's still living off grid, not complaining about how bad his ass hurts.
Yeah, I'm just relaxing the complete day.
Yeah, you wait, mister, man. You're going to be sitting in your chair when you're 60 going, oh my God, my ass hurts, and oh my
No,
knee. And
no, no, no. I don't think, because I told you it's about the alignment of the body. So I can chill the complete day. I don't need to go for a walk or something, and I never have back pain or something like that. It's
now.
it's a
Now.
yeah. Okay. Let's see what happened.
Wait
All right,
13
tell me.
years.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you tell me in 30 years. Yeah.
I started like feeling it at age 50. Things just really.
Yeah, 50 changed you.
It's like, ow.
60
The
is
weight hurts.
rather. When you hit 60, things start growing on your skin. Your skin changes. It's weird because you don't have the you don't have all the stuff. Your skin is no longer healing itself. Now, I did actually when I learned about chakra development, gnome chant, and grounding, my hairline did grow back, and I got younger. My hair went blonde. I mean, I did physically probably a couple of times get younger already. Thank you, Calgon. That's an old Calgon joke for bath salts. Calgon, take me away. Soaking in stuff to keep your skin moist and supple and young. It was a product in the 70s for women. It was bath soap. Anyway, old joke. But no, I actually did experience my hair grew back at my hairline, and it doesn't do that. So it does work. I know it works. And I lost a bunch of weight, and I felt healthier, and things changed. And my abilities got way stronger and better. My precog even, which is weird still. You see things twice. You see it ahead of time, and then you see it happen. It's really hilarious. And it's like, it's your own little personal private joke, because if you told the rest of the world it happened, they wouldn't listen. Anyway, another magic sip of Coca-Cola. Yeah.
Really good show. Show 116. I already got my notes started for the next show, so we're already. I'm already getting started. Yeah.
Yeah, I probably could go play Star Wars right about now, and we could wrap her up and say good night to everybody out there. And I'd really appreciate that you guys all stuck. For those of you who are still here, thank you.
Good sized crowd still here. Really. So nice. For this late. It's almost 1 a.m. So for me at least. Yeah.
No, it's 8 a.m. in Germany.
Yeah, the sun's been up forever for him.
He's been up all night. Oh my God.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, well, you're young. You
Yeah, absolutely. I'm young.
I used to stay up all night too.
Back.
Right. Thanks, Kate.
Yeah, I was running mountains when I was your age.
Oh no, yeah. But now I don't want to run mountains. Sorry, but I want to chill and relax. I have too much weight for running, so it's about 100 kilograms like that. So it's not the weight. I don't know in pounds, but it's not the weight for running. Sorry.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I've always been, roughly anywhere from 185 to my top weight was 204 pounds. And that was like, I saw a photograph of me and I went, who is that guy? I didn't even recognize myself at 200 pounds because it snuck up on me in a very short time. And I don't do a lot of photographs. And I went, who is that guy? And they went, that's you. And I went, what? And then I immediately lost the weight just out of shock value alone. I think a lot of that was back years ago with beer. Anyway. And I don't drink beer now. Once I stopped drinking the beer, the weight just vanished.
All right. Yeah, we'll do that.
All that lovely grain.
Yeah.
Okay. I've said enough, and I'll try to wind it up. Remember, everybody, again, like, subscribe, check the thing, do comment, talk about the cubes, and then we'll see you next week.
Okay, I Google it, Sam. I have 220 pounds.
Yeah, my top weight was 204.
Okay, so you can imagine why I don't want to run.
I used to be 6'1". Yeah, right. Yeah, you're not running easy, no.
No. Anyway, okay. Good night. Thank you for having me here. It was funny, and I wish you all a good night. And and the people in the chat too, of course.
Yes.
And we'll see you next week, everybody.
All
I got
right,
my
guys.
hand
Have a
on
good
the
night.
button.
Get some good pictures this week, everybody. We'll see you next weekend.
Yeah, we'll see you at Facebook too in the comments.
We'll see you
Okay,
during the week.
bye-bye.
Bye, Sam. Bye, Thomas. Bye, Chris. Bye, everybody. We'll see you next week, next Saturday, 3 o'clock. I can't wait. It'll be here before we know it. So y'all take care. Hey, bye, Michelle. Yeah, and Katie Jo, and Tara, and Blackberries, Andrea. Making sure I see everybody. And Jerry. Who else? I think that's most people here. But anyway, yeah, we'll see you all next Saturday. And it looks like Tara's coming to Tulsa. I got to find out the scoop on that and see when. But it sounds like she's going to be here on a Wednesday night. And we could hang out and go live together on our Wednesday night show. Wouldn't that be fun? Me and Tara, we have our own show. Anyway, so I can't wait. All right, guys. Good night. I'll see you all next week. Bye.